Hey everyone! Welcome back to the channel. Today, we're diving into an epic new what-if scenario in the Naruto universe. What if Naruto's village was transformed by Jiraiya's Hokage legacy? Imagine a world where Jiraiya, instead of pursuing Tsunade, accepts the role of Hokage after the third's tragic death. He uncovers secrets, confronts corruption, and has to decide if he'll be the Hokage who simply follows tradition, or the one who risks everything to make Konoha a better place for Naruto and the future generations. But before we jump in, I have a small request. My goal is to reach 1,000 subscribers, and I'd love your support to help make that happen. If you're a fan of Naruto and enjoy exploring alternate realities in the shinobi world, please hit that subscribe button, like this video, and leave a comment to let me know what if stories you'd like to see next. Your support means the world to me, and together, we can grow this amazing community. Alright, let's jump into Jiraiya's Hokage journey and see how his decisions could reshape Konoha's future. From a distance, Jiraiya watched as the barrier containing his sensei and his old teammate collapsed. His heart sank alongside it as he saw the snake sage and the sound for retreating. Without hesitation, Jiraiya abandoned his fight and sprinted across the rooftops as fast as he could. When he arrived, he found Hiruzen motionless, surrounded by Konoha shinobi, with Kakashi, Yamato, and Asuma closest to him. The Sannin jumped down to his sensei's side. No one spoke, but their eyes conveyed everything Jiraiya needed to know. He knelt down to get a closer look at Hiruzen. It was strange how Hiruzen could look both so old and so young at the same time. His smile and laughter had always given him the air of a younger, more energetic man, yet it was clear that the 70-year-old looked like he had been working for 100 years longer. The job of Hokage was stressful enough for anyone, especially for someone who had already retired and was forced back into another 12 years of service. Jiraiya's thoughts turned to Orochimaru, and anger invaded his sorrow. "Damn it, old man," he whispered angrily. "You should have let me handle him when we had the chance. Your softness got you killed." He continued solemnly, reflecting on his sensei's tendency to be less ruthless than his peers. "What are we going to do without you now?" He lingered for a moment, watching as Hiruzen's features gradually relaxed into a more peaceful expression. When Jiraiya stood up, he noticed 4 ANBU members next to Kakashi, who was looking at him expectantly. Jiraiya nodded in response. "Take him," Kakashi instructed the ANBU in a hoarse voice. Hiruzen was lifted by the ANBU and whisked away. "What happens now, Jiraiya?" Kakashi asked, a rare moment of uncertainty evident in his tone. "You, me, and the other Jounin are the best Konoha has left. Our responsibilities are going to change a lot soon," Jiraiya replied. "Speaking of responsibilities," Kakashi began, "we need to check on our students." The two then sprinted into the forest. "I see you still haven't given up on foolish things," Jiraiya said, perched on a balcony with a telescope in hand when he recognized the voice of Hamura Midokado, who likely had Koharu Yutane with him. "What business does a committee advisor have with me?" Jiraiya asked. "What business are we here for?" Hamura replied as if it were obvious. "We have something to tell you. You'll probably understand why." Jiraiya stood up, giving the two his full attention. "So you say," Jiraiya began, "even though your faces don't show it, talks with the sand are going well." He finished, feeling uneasy as he sensed this conversation was heading in an unwelcome direction. "Right now, the relationship with the sand isn't what matters. The power of the leaf is declining, and people are getting worried. Foreign nations won't hesitate to mount a force against us," Hamura concluded. Before Jiraiya could respond, Koharu continued. "We know something is coming our way, and it's not just Orochimaru. We need a strong leader to rely on, Jiraiya. We need a Godame Hokage." Jiraiya was immediately put off. "Well, unlucky for you, I'm not the man for that job. I've told you over and over." "Then who is, Jiraiya?" she interrupted harshly. "What are you going to say now? That Tsunade is the right person for the job? And now you're going to go on a wild goose chase to find your old teammate while the village remains exposed to another attack?" Jiraiya frowned, wishing it wouldn't come to this, but deep down, he knew it was only a matter of time. They were right. He was the best ninja for the job, no matter how much he hated to admit it. Even if he could drag Tsunade back to the village in one piece, she would probably spend all day drinking instead of working. He knew Danzo was gunning for the position, and he shuddered at the thought of what Konoha might look like under the Warhawk's rule. That only left Kakashi, but he wasn't ready for it. Maybe a few years from now. But the village needed a leader now, not someone who would be good in 5 years. Finally, Jiraiya looked up at the committee members, defeat etched on his face. Well, if there really isn't anyone else. Meanwhile, Naruto stood at the Hokage's door, fist raised to knock. Go on, he's been waiting for you, said the ANBU guard, noticing Naruto's hesitation. Naruto complied and pushed the door open to enter. Hey Jiraiya. Naruto, you don't seem surprised to see me sitting here. Jiraiya replied lightheartedly. Shikamaru's dad told Ino and Shikamaru, and they told me. Naruto explained. An uneasy silence filled the air. Look, Naruto, I know what you're thinking. Jiraiya began. You won't be able to be my sensei anymore. Naruto interrupted. I'm sorry, Naruto. Truly, there's still so much I wanted to teach you. I know I always said I would never take this job, but Orochimaru and the sand have left us vulnerable. There's no one who can really do this job the way it should be done. Naruto smiled in understanding. It's okay, pervy sage. I get it. Don't get it twisted, kid, Jiraiya said in his old playful tone. I'll still teach you as much as I can, but Kakashi will help carry the load where I can't. Naruto's old cheerfulness began to return. Okay then, pervy sage, but you better not slack off on this. No sneaking out to the lake to do research for your novels, you hear? Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh. I'll do my best, Naruto. Naruto frowned again. How's Kakashi doing? His condition is stable, but nothing's changed. There's hope though. Tsunade sent a message saying she's coming our way. Jiraiya responded. That old granny you told me about before the third's funeral? I thought you said she'd never come back here. Naruto replied, his face twisting into an expression of skepticism. Yeah, I thought so too. But her teammate killed her sensei, and her other teammate took her sensei's place as Hokage. All of it happened in a week too. It's a lot to process. She probably doesn't believe it and wants to see for herself. Regardless, she's the greatest medic in all 5 nations, and she feels she has to help whoever she can. She'll help Kakashi. Don't worry too much about it, kid. Naruto nodded, a distant look in his eyes as he recalled the altercation with Itachi. It's just that they were so powerful before you and Shikamaru's dad stepped in. I thought I was done for. Jiraiya knew it was best to uproot these seeds of self-doubt before they could blossom into something much more dangerous. Don't worry about it, Naruto. No one is going to let you die. Plus, you're shaping up to be a pretty powerful ninja. You beat that Gaara kid, didn't you? Kakashi and I aren't going to let you down. You're going to be an incredible shinobi. Naruto's face lit up. Don't worry, I won't let you guys down. He paused as another unresolved issue resurfaced in his mind. What about our promotions, pervy sage? Yes, about those. As Naruto walked down the steps of the Hokage Tower, he was surprised to see Sasuke and Sakura waiting for him. Sasuke was especially surprising. After Itachi and Kisame had attacked him, he had become even more reserved and closed off than usual, and this was their first time seeing each other since then. Well, what did he say? Sasuke asked, breaking the silence. About what? Naruto replied. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged blank looks for a moment. Oh, maybe Kakashi's condition, our promotions, what we're supposed to do without a sensei, you know, nothing important. Sakura replied sarcastically. Naruto was taken aback. Sakura rarely spoke to him like that since they became Team 7. Geez, Sakura, sorry, she said apologetically. Well, Jiraiya told me he has a medic for Kakashi. He even mentioned she might be able to help Lee, Naruto said, causing Sakura's face to light up at the mention of Lee. As for promotions, it's going to take a while. Why? Sasuke asked. Well, with the attack and everything, there's a lot of rebuilding to do, not to mention our loss of manpower. He also needs to settle into his position. The old man was Hokage for more than a decade, and there were a lot of ongoing projects and issues that Jiraiya needs to get up to speed on. It'll probably be at least 6 weeks before he gets to us. Sasuke appeared to be deep in thought before suddenly speaking up. Come on, Naruto, let's train. Naruto was surprised by the request but decided to go along with it. After all, who was he to refuse an opportunity to train with the last Uchiha? Okay, fine, but don't think I'll go easy on you just because you've been feeling down. Trying to defuse the situation. The village needs you now, Tsunade. I thought that's why you decided to come back. I came back to pay my respects to Sensei, not to get caught up in village politics again. I know you're not in the best state of mind right now, but we really need you. I'm not asking you to move back to Konoha. I just want to know if you're willing to help us out. There are a lot of shinobi who are seriously injured in the invasion. He pleaded. For a moment, Tsunade's gaze seemed to waver, as if she was coming back to reality. But it wasn't enough. She locked eyes with Jiraiya for a while before ending the conversation with a grunt. Well, that could have gone worse, Jiraiya thought to himself as he watched her stumble out of his office. Sasuke screamed in his mind as he barely dodged a kunai thrown by two Naruto clones. He had initially gotten cocky, thinking his superior speed would let him finish things quickly. But when Naruto's clones multiplied to 5 and started putting the pressure on him, it became much harder. So far, neither of them had landed a hit on the other, and Sasuke felt more challenged than he had during his solo training. Still, he was disappointed. Naruto was definitely faster, stronger, and more consistent than before, but that wasn't what had allowed him to defeat Gaara. It also wasn't the reason Itachi had come after Naruto. Suddenly, Sasuke found himself swept off his feet. Cursing himself for losing focus in the middle of a fight, he activated his Sharingan. Grabbing the Naruto clone that had tripped him, he used it as cover while rolling away from the other clones. The clone dispersed, and Sasuke charged at the remaining ones. He knew he had to wear Naruto out before he could really assess what the boy was capable of. Alright, that's enough, said Naruto. What do you mean, enough? You're always the last one to finish training, Sasuke replied as they regrouped at the center of the training grounds. Yeah, well, Sakura doesn't want to admit it, but she's exhausted. Plus, it's dark out, and we'll probably have a mission tomorrow. There's still a lot of rebuilding to do. Sakura was surprised that Naruto was being the voice of reason for once but didn't say anything, fearing he might change his mind. As much as she wanted to continue, her body was drained. The Naruto clone alone seemed to have more stamina than she did. Fine then, Sasuke replied. But once we're done with whatever mission we might get, we should be back here again. Naruto and Sakura were once again surprised by his willingness to train with them, but Sasuke ignored their puzzled looks. He was determined to find out what was so special about Naruto, something nobody was telling them, not even Naruto. Kakashi woke up early in the morning to the sound of movement by his bedside. Groggily, he recalled the events of his battle with Itachi. He groaned, raising a hand to rub his eyes open. How long have I been out? About a week before I got here, came a feminine voice. And then another week after that. Kakashi's eyes widened. He recognized that voice, just barely. He had heard it several times when he was younger and much clumsier as a shinobi. Tsunade? I wasn't aware you'd returned to the village. Don't get used to it, kid, she replied. I don't plan on staying long. I'm just here to help that Lee kid and a few others who are still recovering from the invasion. Oh, I see. So, Itachi Uchiha did this to you? She asked, glancing at him. Yeah, honestly, it was a little embarrassing how quickly it all happened. He trailed off. To think he's only 20 years old. Tsunade shook her head. Anyway, I checked your vitals, and everything seems fine. That Sharingan looks a little more active than usual. But other than that, you should be good to go in a few days. Kakashi rubbed his eye and noticed a white box next to his bed. What's this? He asked. Jiraiya left it for you, Tsunade replied. Kakashi took a quick look inside the box, shocked to find Minato's belongings. Before he could ask Tsunade about it, he noticed she was gone. Why would Jiraiya give him a box of Minato's old things? He rummaged through it and found a couple of notebooks. Opening one, he saw it filled with Minato's handwriting. At first, he thought it contained Minato's notes on the Flying Thunder God technique, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was much less advanced than that. He should have figured Minato always kept his cards close to his chest, and he highly doubted Minato would have left such a notebook behind once he mastered the teleportation technique. Still, this was confusing. Why had Jiraiya decided to give these to him now? Deciding there was no better way to find answers than to ask, Kakashi threw the covers off and attempted to get out of bed. It seemed like a brilliant idea until his knees buckled, sending him crashing to the floor. He dragged himself back onto the bed, cursing his body. Naruto's eyes snapped open, not from a nightmare or anything, but because he'd finally gotten used to the commotion of the past week. Had it been a week or actually 3? Naruto couldn't tell. Jiraiya had been giving them 2 to 3 missions a day, and when he was done, Sasuke would basically drag him to the training grounds where they would all train as a team until nightfall. They never really talked about why they were training so much together now. Naruto knew that Sakura was embarrassed about being left behind by him and Sasuke in the Forest of Death. She'd admitted as much. Sasuke, however, was a different story. He had always trained alone unless Kakashi had forced them to do a group activity. But now Sasuke wouldn't leave him alone. As Naruto rolled out of bed, he decided it wasn't such a bad thing. He felt he was improving much faster sparring with Sasuke than he ever did fighting his own clones. The mission load was fine too. Konoha had mostly recovered from the invasion, and he definitely didn't mind how full his wallet was getting from all the pay. He was almost done hiding kunai in various parts of his jumpsuit when he remembered today was a day off. Jiraiya had actually insisted they take a break since he saw how overworked they were. Sasuke had planned to ignore the order until Jiraiya told him that barrier seals surrounded their training grounds, and that he'd enjoy life much more if he didn't know what those seals did when activated. "Alright then," Naruto said excitedly to himself. "Breakfast at Ichiraku's it is." He grabbed his wallet and practically flew out of his apartment. Running through the village, Naruto felt at peace for the first time since the third's death. With all the rebuilding efforts, the village finally felt like home again. The cool morning breeze blew into his shirt, and the shops were finally opening back up. He zigzagged past villagers, taking it all in, and as he made a hard right toward Ichiraku, he ran right into someone and bumped his head. "Oh, what's the big idea? Can't you watch where you're going?" Came a familiar feminine voice. Naruto rubbed his head and looked up to see a girl in purple dusting herself off. If she was anything like Sakura, she'd make a scene over it. But as Naruto prepared to apologize to Ino, she started eyeing him suspiciously. "Is that you, Naruto?" she asked. Naruto looked down at himself to check if he'd accidentally left his apartment in a substitution jutsu again. He looked up at Ino, puzzled. "Who else would I be? Sorry. It's just, I don't think I've ever seen you without your headband or goggles, and you're not wearing that orange jumpsuit either," she replied. Naruto looked at her, offended. "I wear other things." "And why'd you make that face when you mentioned my jumpsuit?" Ino huffed. "Sorry, I'm not all sunshine and rainbows, Naruto. You did greet me with a body slam, don't forget." "Oh yeah, sorry about that," he said sheepishly as Ino held out her hand to help him up. "Where are you off to in such a hurry anyway, Naruto?" "Today is our day off, and I know it's not training because Shikamaru and I heard what the Hokage told you and Sasuke. To Ichiraku's. It's breakfast time," he said as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You're having ramen for breakfast?" Ino replied, giggling. "You don't?" he said, giving her an incredulous look. "Well, you should," he continued, seeing her still confused expression. Ino thought about it for a moment, and decided it couldn't hurt. She smirked as she replied, "Okay, Naruto, I'll go, but only if you pay for my bowl." "It's the least you could do after running into me." Naruto's expression fell. "What? No way. I'm not made of money, you know." "Then I guess you'll have to deal with the aftermath of your own recklessness," she teased as she turned to walk away. "Wait, Ino!" he shouted as he grabbed her arm. "How about we just split the bill?" Ino's eyes lit up with excitement. "Deal! But only if you promise me not to slam into me again." Naruto chuckled, realizing he'd taken a step forward in his relationship with Ino. Maybe he'd start doing that with all the girls he knew. For some reason, Sasuke led Naruto back to the training grounds instead of the hospital. They ran into Sakura just outside the training ground limits, and Naruto's face twisted in suspicion. "Is this some kind of lame trick, Sasuke?" he said, turning to him with annoyance. But Sakura quickly came to Sasuke's defense. "No, Kakashi told me to tell you guys to come here. And no, I don't know why he said that, but we can't go in there. Aren't those seals supposed to do something terrible?" Naruto shot back, still confused. "I hate to say it, but Naruto's right." Sasuke agreed. "Right about what?" Came a lazy voice from behind them. The trio turned around in shock to see Kakashi standing behind them. His eyes crinkled in amusement. He looked completely healthy, even though he had been bedridden just a few days ago. "Well, go on. Don't leave me waiting here forever," he continued. This time, it was Sakura who spoke up. "It was Jiraiya. He sort of forced us to take a day off today. He said if we didn't, those seals on the ground would make us regret it." "I see. Jiraiya did mention something like that. How nice to know my students have been working hard even when I couldn't be here for them." The three genin cringed at his tone, unsure if he was being sarcastic. They decided to remain silent and let their sensei continue. But instead, he knelt down and put his hands on one of the seals. Naruto and Sakura winced, expecting him to activate it, but nothing happened for a few moments until Kakashi stood up, and the seal he had touched crinkled and deactivated. "I'm sure he won't mind if we come in and have a little chat for a while," Kakashi said, beckoning them to follow him. Once they made their way to the center, Kakashi seemed satisfied and began speaking. "Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke, I think I owe you three an apology." For the third time in 5 minutes, their faces twisted in confusion. What was Kakashi apologizing for? "It's all my fault, you see. I thought that since we were in peacetime, I could afford to teach you three at a leisurely pace, letting you grow and discover at your own speed, and prepare you diligently until you were ready for the life of a shinobi. But as you all saw, war doesn't care if you're ready to be a shinobi or just pretending to be one." Sakura's eyes widened. "Are you saying?" But Kakashi knew what she was thinking. "No, Sakura, the talks with Suna are actually going well, but that doesn't mean we couldn't end up in war. In fact, it doesn't mean we're out of the frying pan yet. Orochimaru is still out there, and other enemy nations might decide this is the perfect time to strike while we're weakened and still rebuilding." He paused to let them absorb everything and continued. "Back in the land of waves, I told you three that I would do everything in my power to protect you, that I would keep fighting until my dying breath. But then I found myself in front of Orochimaru, with an unconscious Sasuke behind me." Sasuke grimaced, realizing exactly what Kakashi was talking about. To think Orochimaru had gotten that close to him. "I was afraid, and if Orochimaru had felt like it, I wouldn't have been able to do anything to stop him." There was a long silence as they processed what Kakashi had told them. It was rare for their sensei to speak this seriously and sincerely all at once. After gathering her courage, Sakura spoke first. "But Kakashi, you couldn't have done anything. Orochimaru beat the third, and he would have beaten you too." "Nonsense, Sakura. My job as your sensei is to protect and teach you until you three are strong and capable enough to face these threats on your own. I haven't done well in either of those things, so there are going to be a lot of changes." "What sort of changes?" Naruto cut in, unsure whether to be excited or not. Kakashi's demeanor softened, and he began smiling again. "Well, now comes the fun part. We all get to become very powerful shinobi together." Now it was Sasuke's turn to smile. Finally, it was time for Kakashi to get serious about their training. This was what he had been waiting for. Training with Kakashi for that month to fight Gaara had been exhilarating. Feeling his power grow so rapidly was intoxicating. "Now, Naruto, I understand you've improved a lot with chakra control ever since the Forest of Death?" Naruto nodded enthusiastically. "I can even walk on water now," Kakashi smiled, putting a hand in his pocket and pulling out several square pieces of paper. "Excellent, Naruto. I want you to try focusing your chakra into this piece of paper and tell me what happens. It's okay if it doesn't work on your first try. That's why I brought more than one." Naruto nodded as Kakashi handed him the papers. Then Kakashi turned to face Sakura. "You have a lot of catching up to do. We're going to focus on your taijutsu, and when I think you're ready, I'll have you and Sasuke start on genjutsu." "What about me?" Sasuke asked. "Until Sakura is ready, you and I will be working on our endurance. What's the point of this Chidori if we get exhausted after just a few uses? This answer seemed to satisfy Sasuke, and he looked in the direction of Naruto, who was now crowing about something, trying to get Kakashi's attention. Kakashi, look! Look! My paper split in half! He shouted, flailing his arms. What does that mean? It means your elemental affinity is wind, Naruto. Kakashi replied. Wind? Yes, it's quite rare to have an affinity for that element in Konoha, he remarked, which seemed to excite Naruto even more. Kakashi looked at his excited students. I know you're all thrilled, but these won't be the only new things happening. There are going to be some serious changes in the way we do missions. Being strong isn't enough to be a good shinobi. You three have some serious team dynamic problems. This issue stems from all three of you, not just Naruto being stubborn, as you might think, Sasuke and Sakura. Nor is it just Sasuke being arrogant, as you might be thinking, Naruto. Sasuke cringed at the criticism but stayed quiet, along with Naruto. Sakura was the one asking questions again. What's going to happen, Sensei? Kakashi smiled mischievously, knowing they wouldn't like his answer. That's for me to know and you to find out tomorrow after promotions. Before any of them could object, Kakashi cut in. Also, Jiraiya's seals are going to reactivate in 30 seconds. I suggest you get out of the training grounds if you don't want to be in a lot of pain for the rest of the day. With that, Kakashi poofed out of existence, revealing he was just a shadow clone. However, that meant very little to his students as they tripped over their feet, desperately trying to escape the training grounds. You know, Kakashi, I would have expected this from you and your team, not Asuma's, Jiraiya said, trying to lighten the mood in the room. It had been an agonizing half-hour waiting for Team 10, who apparently forgot what day it was. Guy's team was in worse shape. Lee had just been released from the hospital just in time for today. Despite being confined to a wheelchair for the time being and still generally being in bad shape, he had still managed to get on Niji's nerves. Tenten had to calm them both down while telling Lee this wasn't the right time to ask for a rematch. There was a brief knock on the door, but before anyone could open it, the door swung open, and Team 10 stood there awkwardly. An uncharacteristically angry Shikamura had a piece of Chuji's shirt in his hands. Jiraiya smirked. We were beginning to think you weren't going to join us, Asuma. Did you get lost on the path of life? Kakashi joked. Asuma glanced down at his students, wondering if there was a way to explain what had happened that morning. He decided there wasn't, but before he could dismiss it, Ino cut in. Shikamura got lost on the path of Dreamland and had the nerve to get angry at us for waking him up. Shikamura had the decency to look embarrassed, and Jiraiya wasn't sure what to say. He was sure if Hiruzen had been sitting at the desk instead of him, he would have something very wise to say in response, and would eloquently transition to the next topic. But Jiraiya wasn't his sensei. He made his living writing adult novels, so he just decided to ignore the outburst. Naruto looked at Chuji's expression and let his imagination run wild, wondering what kind of things a cranky Shikamura was capable of. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Jiraiya seemed to recover from the situation and began speaking. All right then, now that that's out of the way, I'm sure you all know why we're here today. While the land of the sand is recovering from the damages of the war, we're expecting the whole village to want a small taste of the festival. Tenten spoke up first. Are we supposed to be working on security while they enjoy it? Jiraiya shrugged. That's not really our job. We're supposed to be providing a show of strength to make sure no one gets any ideas. Great. Just what I want to be doing, sitting on my ass while others get to enjoy themselves, Shikamura said sourly. Ino rolled her eyes at him. Well, at least you get to spend time with me. Chuji didn't understand. He couldn't remember much about what had happened after the war had started. Didn't you say we're supposed to be protecting the festival? And how is it a festival if we have to sit here while everyone else has fun? Asuma sighed, realizing he was going to be asked to explain what they had done last week. Well, we agreed to work with the sand for security while the festival is happening, which means we'll be working for 1 or 2 of the weeks leading up to it. It would help if you remembered that in exchange for our assistance, we're going to be treated as guests when the festival starts. Chuji's eyes lit up. That's what they meant when they said we were guests of honor. Shikamura raised an eyebrow, realizing that would mean that he would have to actually interact with people. That thought didn't thrill him. Jiraiya cleared his throat. If you have any questions or concerns, speak now, but otherwise, I'm going to go find my students, and then we can get back to it. If you aren't ready, I will. But he was cut off by the sudden sound of someone ramming into the door. The impact sent it flying open again, and out stumbled a very familiar figure, one that Jiraiya had not seen in months. "Naruto! You're alive!" he exclaimed, looking more than just surprised. Naruto looked a little embarrassed, but he quickly got back to his feet, ready to talk. "I just finished a training session with Sasuke and Sakura, and we're going to go back and help them." A grin spread across Jiraiya's face. "And you're still wearing those horrible orange clothes?" Naruto grinned sheepishly, and Jiraiya's heart warmed. He missed this kid. "Well, let's get back to the village. I want to see what they've got planned. I want to see if those changes I suggested last time actually made a difference." Everyone's faces lit up at this, but their hopes for guaranteed promotions were quickly dashed. "However," Jiraiya continued, "only 3 of you are going to be promoted today. Now, before you all get angry at me, don't worry. I'm not going to make the rest of you enter another Chunin exam. You guys are an incredibly powerful group, and I, along with your Jounin senseis, have decided you still need some time to mature and grow before we let you all become Chunin with the authority to lead missions and take on high-ranking ones without your sensei." Jiraiya paused to soak in their reactions. Tenten spoke up this time. "So what are we supposed to do if we're not entering another Chunin exam? Your sensei described to me the ways each of you needs to grow. They'll guide you, and if in 6 months they feel you're ready, you'll be promoted." The genin in the room wore mixed expressions but didn't say another word. "Now that that's out of the way, 3 of you are going to be promoted right now." An ANBU agent walked over and handed him 3 flak jackets. First up, Shikamaru Nara. Shikamaru nearly let out a sigh but managed to stop himself. He had expected something like this would happen, and now he would have even more responsibility thrust upon him that he didn't ask for. Still, he wasn't foolish enough to show disappointment at a promotion in front of the Hokage. He accepted the flak jacket from Jiraiya and noted that it was heavier than he thought it would be. Next, Shino Aburame. Everyone looked surprised at this. Even Shino appeared surprised for a moment. But that surprise quickly turned to satisfaction as he stepped forward to take the flak jacket. Finally, the room tensed up. Nobody was quite sure who would be called last. Before the exams, Shikamaru would have guessed that Sasuke or Neji would be promoted. But Sasuke's match had been interrupted, Neji had lost, and Shino had apparently impressed the elders. Shikamaru figured Shino had done something significant during the invasion. After all, he himself had done something similar. With that thought, he realized there was really only one candidate left at this point: Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto was elated and dashed over to grab his flak jacket, boasting to Kiba on his way back and taunting him about who was going to become Hokage. "Those are your flak jackets. You don't have to wear them, but if you do, wear them with pride. I need you 3 to meet me tomorrow morning. Other than that, you're all dismissed," Jiraiya said. The genin and now Chunin made their way out of Jiraiya's office. Ino suggested they celebrate, and Chuji eagerly proposed a restaurant he hadn't been to in a while. Everyone agreed and was soon on their way, everyone except Sasuke. Sasuke stood in the same spot he had occupied the whole time, his fists clenched. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged glances, anticipating this moment. Before Sasuke could voice his question, Kakashi decided to respond. "Don't take it as an insult to your strength, Sasuke." He tried. "I just don't understand. What did those 3 do that I didn't? I didn't see Shikamaru or Shino fight Gaara." Sasuke wanted to continue, but Kakashi wasn't having it. "The reason they got promoted is that they weren't reckless like you, Sasuke. Shikamaru knows his limits. Shino took on Kankuro for you, and Naruto actually beat Gaara. What you did was recklessly chase down Gaara and try to beat him for your own selfish satisfaction. Not only that, but you overused the Chidori and nearly got yourself killed from chakra exhaustion. That's why they were promoted, Sasuke. Because you made a mess, and they did a good job cleaning it up." Sasuke twitched in anger, absorbing it all. Although he tried, he couldn't conjure up an argument for himself. He had already acknowledged that Naruto was stronger. Arguing now seemed pointless. Sasuke silently cursed himself for attacking his teammates to mask his own weakness. He would never beat Itachi if he kept this up. This was stupid, worrying about something as trivial as a promotion? The green flak jacket wouldn't help him kill his brother. "Let it go, Sasuke," Kakashi said, observing Sasuke reaching his boiling point. "What's done is done. Just don't do anything like that again, and you'll get your promotion in no time." Sasuke eased up. He had been doing a lot of that lately. At first, it felt weak, but he eventually realized that brooding only made Kakashi and the others lecture him and pretend to understand. "Fine," he said curtly as he began to walk off. Jiraiya and Kakashi exchanged brief eye contact once again. "Where are you going, Sasuke?" Kakashi asked, trying to keep his tone as non-accusatory as possible. Sasuke's mouth twisted into a very uncharacteristic smile. He obviously wasn't used to making that expression, and even he could tell it was hollow and unconvincing. "I'm going to celebrate my teammates' promotions," he replied before closing the door behind him. Kakashi stood there, wondering what to make of this for a moment. "Well, at least he's pretending to care about team dynamics now, isn't he, Kakashi?" Jiraiya said. "Yes, I suppose it's an improvement," Kakashi replied in defeat. In the dim light of a flickering candle he had relit several hours earlier, Kakashi sat at his desk facing the single window in his apartment. In front of him sprawled Minato's old notebooks on ceiling. When Kakashi skimmed through them, he hadn't been very interested in soaking up all the information, but upon further examination, he had learned two very important things. Firstly, these notebooks were far more valuable than just any ceiling scrolls you could find stashed away in the vast directory of information at the Hokage's residence. The information in these notebooks was incredibly advanced, and pushed the art of sealing forward tremendously. Uzumaki clan sealing usually focused on either locking very dangerous things away or expanding the boundaries of storage sealing. However, many of the sealing jutsu and applications Minato had concocted were incredibly innovative and previously thought impossible or far too dangerous. Minato seemed to have an affinity for applying sealing jutsu to ordinary weapons and making them extremely dangerous. Some of his experimental seals even tried to actively manipulate sound. Another particularly interesting one allowed you to teleport an object back to yourself whenever you wanted, as often as you wanted. As exciting as this was, Kakashi's second observation explained why they hadn't truly pushed the art of sealing forward. Minato was incredibly disorganized and hadn't written his notes, with the assumption that someone might need to learn or extract information from them at some point in the future. The notebooks were filled with fragmented sentences and half-finished sealing instructions. Kakashi had spent the better part of his waking hours recently trying to piece everything together and make sense of the notebooks. Kakashi rubbed his throbbing eye, tired from reading in the dim light for hours. He was currently piecing together a notebook that went into elaborate detail about using chakra suppression and chakra blocking seals on the human body. Minato apparently had many theories on how this might be used, but ultimately lacked the test subjects to confirm any of his theories. Suddenly, Kakashi's Sharingan began to throb. Amazing, he thought to himself. Now both of his eyes were hurting, and he had no intention of stopping his work anytime soon. At times like this, Kakashi grew fed up with his Sharingan, wondering if it would be better to just tear it out of his eye socket and be done with the chakra siphon living in his skull. But those thoughts always left him as quickly as they came. He couldn't do that. He couldn't disrespect Obito like that. He had to be Obito's eyes and ears, but he never finished that thought. Somewhere in his mind, between thoughts of his painful Sharingan and Minato's chakra sealing experiments playing in the background, it struck him. At first, he felt absolutely brilliant. This would change everything. However, after his momentary elation, he felt disappointed in himself. Sure, it might have been brilliant if he had managed to do it 10 years ago, but now it seemed long overdue. Sure, he hadn't had a solid theory on how to accomplish it back then, but he was Kakashi Hatake. He became a Jounin at 13, and his sensei was Minato Namikaze. He of all people was the perfect candidate to try something like this, even if that prideful Fugaku Uchiha had told him it wasn't possible. He paused in his thoughts, however. He shouldn't get ahead of himself. After all, it was still just a theory, and he needed to run it by Tsunade to see if the logistics worked. But he couldn't contain his excitement, and was already contemplating how soon he could get in front of Tsunade. It was late, he thought, but if she was still in the village, it was unlikely she would be asleep. More than likely, she would still be at a pub at this hour, either getting drunk or already passed out. Yes, it was perfect. If he left now, he could probably still catch her and discuss it. Kakashi clutched the notebook and opened the window, ready to leap out. However, just before he jumped, he noticed a flash of yellow light in the far distance, and suddenly, a loud explosion echoed through the air. Sasuke's ears were met with the sound of a kunai clattering on concrete as he stumbled to put his sandals on. He grimaced and examined the pouch that held his kunai, noticing for the first time a hole inside of it. He turned and nearly opened his door again, but instead chose to drop the pouch and leave it. He didn't have any new ones left, and he probably wouldn't need it today anyway. Sasuke looked up ahead at the path outside the Uchiha compound, noticing for the first time how bare the trees were. That's right, it had been 3 months and it was autumn now. 3 months since Kakashi put them on a brutal new training regime, even by Sasuke's standards. 2 months since Ino had joined him and Kakashi on their speed training. It was strange at first, but Naruto explained that he wanted to learn better wind release from Asuma. So Asuma suggested that he and Ino swap spots, since Ino also wanted to up her offensive power, and Asuma didn't want to divide his attention between 4 students at once. Sasuke had resented Ino at first, thinking she would get in his way and only hold him and Kakashi back. But Kakashi had explained that they would be using resistance seals to make it harder for them to move. This brought them down to just above Ino's speed, allowing Ino to be challenged without being left in the dust, and allowing him and Kakashi to train without rapidly destroying the training grounds, as high-intensity sparring tended to do. Sasuke smiled as he hopped from rooftop to rooftop on his way to the training grounds, realizing that he had come to actually enjoy these sessions with Ino and Kakashi. He was worried initially that Ino would cling and pry for his attention like she did at the academy, but training was a serious matter to her. Sasuke even found that she could be like Naruto at times, which, while a little annoying, held an air of comfortable familiarity, allowing Ino to fit right into their training dynamic. Finally, near the grounds, Sasuke hopped down from the roof he was on and made his way towards the forest. He found Ino leaning on a tree looking towards the clearing and tried to stretch a few feet away from her, but the awkwardness seemed to take over her, and she decided to speak to him. "He's late," she said. "Nothing new," he replied. "But he was doing so well lately," she whined. "He was on time for 3 whole weeks," Sasuke grunted. "Maybe he wants to keep us on our toes." They paused for a moment, a comfortable silence between them, but Ino spoke again. "It's just not fair, you know. Asuma is never late. Naruto is probably getting a lot more training time than us." Sasuke's eyes shot up at hers and she giggled in response as Sasuke blushed in embarrassment. "Sorry, I knew that one would catch your attention. I just had to," she said, continuing to giggle. "That's so?" he responded. "You talk about him so often, I thought maybe you just needed your fill of Naruto information from me and Sakura today," he said with a sly smile. It was Ino's turn to blush now as she stood and collected herself, turning around and looking the opposite direction of Sasuke. "Well, he talks Asuma's ear off so much he's probably missing out on as much training as us. So I guess you don't have to worry about it," she retorted. Sasuke smiled again. He enjoyed playing this game with her, and was willing to overlook her frequent attacks on his ego for it. "Well, Kakashi is probably going to be really late today, so maybe you should go back over to your team and let Naruto talk his ear off to you." Before Ino could escalate their banter, a lazy voice cut in. "Sorry about being late. I was putting the final touches on a new technique." "That's a new one, Kakashi," Ino replied. "This one actually sounds kinda believable." "What the fuck?" Ino quickly turned on her heel at her interrupter. It was Sasuke, wearing a very un-Sasuke-like appearance of shock on his face. The look was directed right at the direction of Kakashi's voice, and she looked over. Soon enough, she had a similar expression painted on her face. "Oh, so you noticed," he replied cheekily. "Yes, I've been putting this together for a few months now." He smiled back at them, but today his emotions weren't being carried through a singular open eye. Today he wore his headband on his head like any other leaf ninja, looking at them with both his eyes. 2 black orbs peered back at Sasuke. Not an inkling of the blood red of Kakashi's Sharingan could be seen in them, leaving Sasuke in a silent panic. What was this? Why would Kakashi give up his Sharingan? Did he not care about helping Sasuke develop his own Sharingan? Did he not care about that promise that he had mentioned whenever anyone had tried to ask him about how he had acquired his left eye? Relax, Sasuke, Kakashi said, worrying his student would implode. It's still here, he said reassuringly as he channeled chakra into his fingertips and lightly tapped his temple. Sasuke watched as a familiar deep red overtook Kakashi's eye, and the tomos slowly spun to life. That's a neat trick, Sensei. You always complained about it siphoning your chakra all day. How much more chakra would you say you have now? He responded. You won't even believe me. Remember when I told you we were going to work on our chakra, and that I could probably up my Chidori number from 4 to 6? He said excitedly. How many can you do now, Kakashi? It was Ino asking this time. Well, now I can do about 7 a day, he said lazily. Sasuke nearly choked on his own spit. 7 a day? Are you even going to work on chakra expansion at this point? He asked. Nonsense, of course I'm going to work on chakra expansion. I told you guys, didn't I? I'm going to be training myself just as hard as I'm training you. Kakashi paused and scratched his chin. That being said, I'll probably be able to build up to around 10 Chidori per day. Sasuke was beaming now. Kakashi had once again shown he was capable of taking their training to a new level, and Sasuke felt Orochimaru's tempts and promises of power linger farther back in his mind, away from his daily musings. Is that what's been keeping Lady Tsunade in the village? Ino asked suddenly. Kakashi looked at her in surprise. He forgot she was smarter than she appeared. Yes, he began. The basics of it are done by a seal of my own design, but Tsunade helped iron everything out and make sure it was safe. You've been using an awful lot of seals lately, Sasuke remarked passively. Speaking of seals, Ino, I have some good news for you, Kakashi said, changing the subject and watching her look up at him in confusion. He held up a few seals in between his fingers. Oh, are those the resistance seals? She asked. Kakashi nodded in response. You've gotten quite fast. They're not as strong as the ones on Sasuke's yet, but you've narrowed the gap tremendously. Ino smiled as pride swelled up in her for the first time since dropping out of the Chunin exams. Can we train now? Sasuke asked impatiently. Jiraiya pushed his paperwork to the side as he let out a sigh. Realizing that he wasn't going to get any more done today, he lazily got off the chair and made his way to the door. Jiraiya considered going out for a drink and trying to hash things out with Tsunade. She was still in the village and things had been a bit better since the incident they had a few weeks ago. Before Jiraiya could make any definitive decisions, he swung the door open and looked down in shock. Initial shock for the fact that he hadn't sensed anyone behind the door, and then even more shock when he realized the individual under him was bleeding at an alarming rate. It was then when Jiraiya's eyes adjusted more to the dim light of the hallway, and recognized the woman below him was wearing ANBU attire. That at least explained why he hadn't sensed her presence earlier. It was rather impressive actually that she managed to make it here so stealthily while bleeding out. Lord Hokage! Came the ANBU's desperate voice, pulling Jiraiya straight out of his thoughts and back into action. Jiraiya kneeled down instantly and held the woman upright. You don't need to say anything. I'll get a medic here right out. No! She let out, shooting her hand out and grabbing Jiraiya's arm, much tighter than he would have expected for someone who had lost so much blood. No medics. There's no way to tell if we can trust any of them. There's some after me anyway. She continued in ragged breaths. Hold on, slow down, what's this about? Jiraiya said in confusion. It's about Danzo Shimura. She replied and watched as Jiraiya's face darkened in anger and understanding. Go on then, tell me everything. Throughout the years, Danzo's route has carried out some of the most reckless and morally black missions you could imagine, even by ANBU standards. Jiraiya nodded. This much he suspected already, and he watched as the woman continued speaking. He finds the village's most talented young, but also damaged shinobi, and coaxes them into route. I was only 15 when I was initiated, and I was in the darkest spot of my life. Danzo, the way he speaks, he'll say the most appalling things but weave his words in a convincing way. She paused, coughing and hacking as blood came out of her mouth. It's okay, slow down for a moment, Jiraiya replied as he watched color leaving her face. He had started using what little healing jutsu he knew, but it was having little to no effect on her. Lord Hokage, please understand, he has people everywhere. Even when I started to realize the extent of his manipulation, there was nothing I could do. Even Lord Third didn't push Danzo to stop. You can't trust any of the ANBU with root affiliations. They might be good people, but they're loyal to Danzo no matter what. Some of them are so unwavering it's like they're under some sort of spell. Jiraiya's face darkened even more, if that was possible. The ANBU woman began to cough and choke even more. Even with Orochi, Jiraiya never got the chance to hear the end of her thought. He watched her eyes droop further as her breathing went from ragged to painfully slow, until it stopped completely. His ears perked up as he recognized the near silent, but very quick footsteps of the ANBU. "There's some after me anyway." Her voice echoed in his head and he postured himself for their approach. Sure enough, 4 figures appeared at his open door. He watched as one near the back of the pack seemed to tense up ever so slightly. Had he not been expecting them, he might not have picked it up. These were definitely ANBU from Root. "Lord Hokage, are you alright?" The one at the front questioned. She knocked at the door, but by the time I opened it she collapsed in my arms. Her breathing was gone and it looks like she's been bleeding out for a while. He lied. "My apologies, Lord Hokage. She's been intoxicated and was hallucinating. She somehow managed to get out of her hospital room." That didn't explain why she was still in full ANBU attire. But Jiraiya decided not to prod at the lie too much. "That's so?" he said with only the slightest bit of doubt in his voice. "I want a full report by tomorrow morning," he finished. He wondered how well of a lie they could put together to cover it up, before looking down at the woman in his arms. She couldn't have been older than 23. He felt his frustration bubble up. 23 years old, and already dead at the hands of shinobi life. Probably at the hands of her fellow shinobi in fact, which added more insult to injury. He wondered how he'd gotten into this mess. He knew his world had always been surrounded by unimaginable amounts of hatred, but having to watch this was appalling him to no end. Was this where they were at? Soldiers being murdered at the hands of their own comrades? Even as Hokage, what could he possibly do to reverse a system so utterly broken beyond repair? Kakashi ducked under a branch as he came out from the trees, a figure clad in ANBU attire, her mask tied around her thigh and her purple hair floating in the breeze. "I thought I'd find you here, Yugao," Kakashi began. "Kakashi," she replied in what sounded like something between a statement and a question. "Don't worry, it's nothing urgent," Kakashi said as he watched her hand creep down to where her mask was. "I came here to apologize after all was said and done in talks with the sand. You couldn't get that bastard Baki for anything," she finished for him. "It seems as though he's too important of a figure in the sand. I've told my genin before that revenge won't solve their problems, but I remember what it was like to be NBU. Most don't have anyone they can be truly comfortable with, and to have that person taken away from you. If it was possible, I wouldn't have hesitated helping you hunt him down." She had turned to face him now and smiled. "You're the only other person I'd want by my side to do it." A comfortable silence passed over them as they watched the full moon. "You know, at this point you've been in ANBU as long as I have, you know you can leave, right?" Kakashi says in a half-serious, half-cheeky tone. Yugao looked up at him, as if she had just contemplated it for the first time. But before she can say anything in response, her head darts in the opposite direction. Another ANBU appears from the side of the mountain, landing in a kneeling position. "Kakashi Hatake, the Hokage requests your presence at once," he says. Kakashi is surprised but doesn't show it. It was nearly 4 in the morning. Whatever this was, it must be serious. He gives Yugao one last look and a wave, smiling with his eyes. "Another time," he manages to say before following the ANBU to Hokage Tower. Yugao stays in her spot watching him leave. He could express so much with just one eye. 2 was almost overwhelming after all this time. She could only imagine if he ditched the mask too. When Kakashi arrived, he was very much on guard, well, more so than the ANBU veteran already was on a constant basis. The ANBU that escorted him had brought him to the window of the office. Actually, that wasn't true. He had escorted him about 15 feet from the window, and then told him to go in through the window. Kakashi had looked at him incredulously and unknowingly scared the ANBU, who was very new and had heard of Kakashi's reputation. When Kakashi had finally entered through the window, Jiraiya had stood up, closed the blinds on the window, and walked to his door. Kakashi then watched as Jiraiya closed a comically large amount of locks and seals to lock the door completely. "Are you sure you didn't eat something off, Jiraiya?" Kakashi asked, dropping the formalities. Jiraiya looked up with a piercing ironclad look that let Kakashi know this was serious. "Hiruzen seems to have left us a problem, all wrapped up with a big ugly bow. To be completely honest with you, I'm taking it as a more immediate threat than the Akatsuki right now." Kakashi's eyes narrowed as he thought of the suspects and tried to piece what was in front of him together. Jiraiya considered this a big threat, yet was confiding in him alone. His sensory abilities told him that the usual A and B guard was significantly farther away from them than usual. In fact, there was nobody in the entire building. The closest A and B was the one that escorted him here and left him just outside the window. Jiraiya watched as the cogs spun in Kakashi's mind. Their eyes met and Kakashi spoke. "It's Danzo, isn't it? Bingo. That scoundrel was ordered to disband Root nearly a decade ago," Jiraiya said. "Let me guess, he released the most exposed members like Yamato, but kept going in secret. I'm afraid that might actually only be the tip of the iceberg." Kakashi grimaced, ready for another headache. "Everything I'm going to tell you now is to be considered an S-rank secret. This is troublesome, but I think I know a way we can crush this bastard once and for all." "Are you sure? He still holds a lot of power as an elder and has connections with the daimyo," Kakashi replied. "Yes, but you might not like it, because those rookie chunin are gonna be our best bet." "God damn it, pervy sage, is this a joke? What's this balloon got to do with making a Rasengan anyway?" Naruto was frustrated. Jiraiya had shown him an incredibly powerful move, promised to teach it to him, but then just handed him this water balloon. "I told you, Naruto, the first step to making a Rasengan is to pop this water balloon with only your own chakra," came the lazy voice of the Hokage. "But pervy sage, I already popped the balloon, remember? I used my other hand to add the chakra, but it worked, didn't it? And I said you did a good job, didn't I? Using your free hand to apply more chakra was creative, and I commend you for it. But it's not a shortcut I can accept. Let me put it this way, Naruto. When you added chakra with your other hand, what way were you doing it that finally popped the balloon?" "I just added chakra in different spots. Why is that important?" Naruto replied. "Because by adding in different spots you let the water twist and turn in the balloon until it finally stretched the elastic enough to pop it." "Why do you think that's important to make a Rasengan?" Naruto stopped and pondered for a moment, thinking back to the moment Jiraiya had shown him the jutsu. "Because the Rasengan was all spinny. Is that what you wanted me to do?" Jiraiya smirks at Naruto's choice of words. "Precisely, Naruto. You're using your other hand as a crutch because of your poor chakra control." Naruto deadpans and looks back at his master in disappointment. "Oh, come on, pervy sage, it's not my fault I got all this chakra. It's really hard to control, you know." "Precisely, all that chakra is exactly why this technique is suited to you. I know it's only been 2 hours, but I need to go now, so I'll leave you with this. Instead of just trying it over and over without your second hand, practice using your second hand less and less each time you pop it." Naruto smiles at Jiraiya. "That's pretty smart. Maybe there's more in your brain than pervy thoughts. I told you to lay off saying things like that," he replied defeatedly. "Okay, pervy sage, make sure to actually get your work done instead of doodling your novels during meetings again. You're not going to let that go, are you?" "Anyway, I'm going to go now," said the Hokage, as he walked away from the training grounds and back towards his office. "Wait," Naruto said before Jiraiya was out of earshot. "What is it?" Jiraiya responded. "I only have one water balloon." "Oh?" he replied, rummaging in his shirt pocket. He pulled out a small scroll and tossed it to Naruto. "Just use this." Naruto looked at the scroll before holding it out and letting some chakra run through it. After a burst of smoke, a crate full of water balloons appeared on the grass, and Naruto just stared at it, deep in thought before he finally spoke to the void. "Why does a legendary shinobi carry around a scroll filled with water balloons?" Naruto awoke with a startle as a cup's worth of water assaulted his face. He felt himself sit up as his mind went through the confusion of waking up. What just happened? Had he finally popped the balloon? Did that Tsunade woman stop watching him? Was he drowning? "Good morning, Naruto," came the familiar voice of Kakashi. Naruto rubbed his eyes as his memories came back to him. He had spent all night and managed to pop a few water balloons with less of his second hand, but he still wasn't even close to popping them with one. "Don't you have an apartment?" said a voice from behind him. "I was just training at night and fell asleep," he dash. Naruto began to say as he turned back around, but saw the broken balloon and kunai in his teammate's hand. "Hey Sasuke, don't do that. I need those water balloons, you can't just go wasting them." "Damn, I knew you were lonely, but I didn't know it was this bad," Sasuke replied. "It's not like that at all, you emo loser." Naruto was now comically agitated at his friend and began to mouth off intensely while Sasuke held a small smirk. Ino stood there watching them, while Sasuke had become more open recently, more so to Team 7 than to her. It was Naruto who he seemed the most comfortable with. Going out of his way to tease Naruto first, she couldn't quite understand the bond they shared and how it developed, and it only made her more curious about who Naruto really was. "Hey Naruto," Ino began. Red in the face from yelling, Naruto instantly turns his head toward Ino. "What were you training with those water balloons?" she asked curiously. Naruto looked at her, noticing for the first time she had what looked like small seals on her arms and legs. Difficult to tell from his vantage point, and not wanting to get caught staring, he discarded the observation and just answered her question. Ino saw Naruto's face take on a happier expression. "Well, it all started when Pervy Sage told me to come here." That was another thing. When and how did Naruto not only get one of the Sannin to train him, but also was so casual that he would only refer to him as a pervert, and managed to get away with it? With every new thing she learned about him, she only got more confused. "And then he showed me this super awesome jutsu called the Rasengan. So I need the water balloons to practice it." Kakashi, who happened to be just behind Naruto, raised his eyebrows almost imperceptibly. It was just enough that she could catch the expression. Had he still been covering his left eye, she would have totally missed it. But that movement made the gears in her mind start spinning yet again. See, it wasn't just Naruto was weird, and Sasuke was weird around Naruto. Kakashi was weird with him too. Sometimes they would say the vaguest things to each other, and when Naruto's back was turned, sometimes Kakashi would look at him with the strangest expression. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, but it seemed like it was guilt. Kakashi would also be ever so slightly more positive towards Naruto, when he would usually be apathetic to others, even if those others were Sasuke and Sakura. Ino's frustration had been building up like this for months now, picking up on little things each time Naruto had decided to train with Team 7 again instead of with Asuma. Her friends would tell her she was overthinking, but she was a Yamanaka as she couldn't help herself from trying to get into people's heads. Choji would just get lost asking her if she was really sure she was seeing such micro-interactions. Shikamaru really pissed her off though. He was supposed to be the smart one. Ino knew he got what she was talking about, but all his lazy ass could do was tell her it didn't matter, and it was a drag to think about. Silly Shikamaru, she knew that whatever he said, he was thinking about her words regardless. So why not just discuss it with her? She was finally brought out of her thoughts by the sound of a balloon popping. Ino jumped a little at the sound. Her eyes darted around, thankful to see that nobody had caught her little moment of fear. What sort of shinobi is so disconnected from her surroundings? Interesting way of popping the balloon, Naruto, Kakashi remarked. Pervy Sage said that too, but it wasn't enough. He wants me to pop it without my other hand to help. Well, it does require very precise chakra control, Kakashi replied. But is it really that important? Pervy Sage said the fourth Hokage made it, and the only other person who could do it was himself. They're like supermasters. Why is he bringing me to their standards? Naruto said with a pout. Actually, that's not true, Naruto. Huh? Naruto replied back in confusion. As far as I know, there are actually 3 people who can perform the Rasengan. The 4th, the 5th. Kakashi paused and raised his hand up before finishing his statement. And me. A brilliant blue vortex of chakra formed into a sphere before the eyes of the young shinobi. Naruto's face was one of complete shock. Sasuke, Sakura, and Ino had their eyes glued to Kakashi's hand. THTH, that's not fair. How are you doing that? Naruto said as he began to cope with the sight in front of him. See what I mean? The third person was you, and you're also a legendary nin. Why you probably spied on Pervy Sage and I yesterday and copied it with your Sharingan. He's right, Ino said. You're pretty much going to be the 6th Hokage anyway. Kakashi shuddered as he dropped his hand and the Rasengan dispersed. Don't say dreadful things like that, please. And no, I actually didn't copy it at all. That's not even possible. I figured out how to do the Rasengan when I was right around your guy's age. Naruto's jaw had somehow managed to drop even further than before. Come on, Naruto, I promise I'm not just saying this to brag. If I could figure it out at your age, you can do it too. You really think so? Naruto asked. You know, you're trying to control and add all the chakra with your first hand, and then just using your second when it starts to fall apart. How else would I do it? Naruto asked. Try instead, adding little bits of chakra to the parts of the rotation you know will be the hardest, even if you can already complete that part of the rotation with your first hand. If you do that, you'll be able to practice every stage of the rotation instead of just trying to build up the vortex from scratch and overly relying on your free hand to finish the job. Naruto stood and pondered Kakashi's words before walking over to the crate and taking one of the water balloons. So you mean like this? He asked, and proceeded to start on the water balloon. Naruto added help from his free hand from the very beginning this time, but exerted less effort with it, only applying enough to get through the most difficult part of the rotation. He continued with this, only applying precise amounts of pressure, and soon enough he had the water balloon moving incredibly wildly. Holy shit! Naruto said excitedly. See, now you're holding with one hand a level of rotation in the balloon you previously could only reach with two hands, and were completely unable to maintain. Naruto smiled brightly, and raised his hand once more. Wait, said Kakashi, but I'm about to pop it. Naruto replied impatiently. Exactly, I know you've managed to use far less help from your left hand this time, but still I want you to try your absolute hardest to finish popping it without your left hand, if you say so. Naruto replied as he put all his focus back onto the water balloon. He grimaced as he physically felt his hand ache from trying to maintain the vortex. Naruto looked down at the balloon as if it were his enemy. For what seemed like ages he battled with his latex nemesis, and moments before he had given up, he won. The balloon not only popped, but the water contained inside of it splashed and hit everyone but Sakura. Sakura began to laugh at the expense of everyone else. That was so hilarious, she said in between snorts. Sasuke, you kept leaning your head in. Sakura continued laughing. And Ino, you just kept walking towards him like it wasn't clearly about to explode. Ino tried to defend herself, but she could only manage a couple of word-like sounds before Sakura began practically screeching once more. There's literally yellow latex on your cheek, Sakura. Ino finally replied with a venom in her voice that finally quieted Sakura down. I recommend you don't let your guard down when we spare today. Sakura's face twisted into fear and Naruto turned towards Sasuke. Oh, were they always like that? No, Sasuke replied. They've been rubbing off on each other, and sometimes it's annoying. Kakashi deadpanned, as much as someone's face can deadpan when half of it is covered up. Aren't you kids too young to be tired of the opposite sex already? Ino lay on the grass exhausted. Sakura had continued to be an absolute wench while sparing, and Kakashi hadn't allowed Ino to release any tension on her seals. She had spent 6 hours trying to hit the pink-haired demon, who would continually cast subtle genjutsu on her. Just as she was about to hit Sakura, whoosh, Sakura was actually 2 inches to the right of where Ino's eyes had told her she was. Finally getting up, Ino shifted her attention to Naruto. The boy had been going at it the entire time, only stopping when Kakashi had brought him, a little more than everyone else, food and basically forced him to stop. Hey Naruto, how long are you gonna stay here? She asked. Naruto glanced at her in confusion. He replied. Well, it's already dark out, Ino said. Naruto looked around for the first time and realized they were alone. Even Sasuke left? Guess I got too caught up and didn't notice. This balloon is going to kill me. Come on, you're being dramatic, Naruto, she teased. I'm not. Here, you try then, Ino, Naruto said as he handed her the water balloon. Ino took it in her hand and focused on the chakra in her hands. The balloon began to stir a little and Ino's face lit up. However, it darkened when she discovered keeping the vortex going was almost impossible, and she couldn't get her chakra to continuously spin inside the balloon. Fine, maybe it is sort of hard, she replied playfully. Aren't you tired though? You already slept here last night, didn't you? Don't worry about it, Ino, I'm going to pop it real soon. I can't just give up now when I'm so close. I haven't heard any of them pop in like half an hour though," she replied. "That's just 'cause I've been practicing with my left hand. My right one got tired, but the last one I popped, I did almost entirely with one hand," he said. "No way, you've been doing this for like 10 hours now. I bet you can't even pop a tiny water balloon," she giggled. "Can too, you'll just have to stay and see," Naruto said. "Okay, tell you what," Ino said, handing him the balloon. "Pop this right now and I'll pay for your ramen tonight." Naruto's eyes lit up brighter than the sun. "Seriously? MHM, but only 2 bowls. I'm not responsible for your gluttony," she joked. "You have a deal, Ms. Brain Bouncer," Naruto replied. Ino laughed out loud at the nickname. "Please don't start calling me that. Now enough stalling, let's see you pop this thing." Yeah, watch this." Naruto outstretched his hand so they could both clearly see the balloon. Ino smirked when nothing happened for the first few moments. Her smirk changed when the balloon finally started to stir. "See, the first part of the rotation is actually the last part one haven't done unassisted." True to Naruto's word, Ino noticed that after the slow initial stir, the balloon started to twist and contort very quickly. After a few moments of it moving in very unbalance-like shapes, it finally gave a violent pop, splashing water all over the both of them. "All right. I did it! I did it!" Naruto cheered while Ino stared in disbelief. She was finally brought out of her daze when she realized Naruto had stopped cheering and was looking at her sheepishly. "Sorry, Ino, I didn't mean to make you wet again." Ino's mind raced for a moment. Huh? Why would he say something like that? Oh, he meant the balloon. "Don't worry about it, Naruto. I was just impressed. I didn't think it'd pop all of a sudden. That was actually pretty cool. Only one thing left to do now," he replied as he pulled a seal out of his pocket and began rapidly pressing it like a button, delivering some chakra. "Pure Visage Simon, I know you're not asleep yet." "Not with that stack of paperwork dash." The seal exploded. Okay, maybe exploded was a bit of an exaggeration. It was only small enough to burn Naruto's fingers, but it was enough to shut him up while he nursed his singed hand. "Did you have to do that?" Ino asked in irritation. "I didn't know it would explode like that," he whined in response. "Serves you right," came the deep, steady voice of the Hokage from behind them. Ino and Naruto both leapt back in surprise. "Jiraiya, where did you come from?" Naruto exclaimed. Ino smirked as she noticed him use the Sanin's real name for once. "You know you don't have to activate that seal over and over again. It worked the first time," Jiraiya said in annoyance. "But did you have to blow my fingers up?" Naruto asked back. "I didn't do anything, Naruto. Kakashi designed the seals to release electricity and vibrate on the other end. You're the one that kept pushing chakra through and overloaded the seal. Why did you call me here anyway?" Naruto's face lit up. "Because I finally popped your silly little balloon with one hand, pervy sage." Jiraiya laughed out loud dismissively. "You don't expect me to believe that, Naruto. You could barely make it budge yesterday afternoon. I'll believe it when you show me," Jiraiya retorted and turned around to walk away. "What do you mean you don't believe it? I seriously popped it. Ino was here, she saw it herself," Naruto exclaimed. "He really did pop it with one hand, Lord Hokage. He's probably too tired to do it now, but I saw it with my own eyes, sir," Ino defended. "I still don't believe it. You're close with this woman. You think I'm going to believe your girlfriend's lies if I didn't believe yours?" he teased. "We're not dash," Ino tried. "Pervy sage, you don't understand. Kakashi came with them and helped me." Naruto proceeded to give a poor re-explanation of Kakashi's words of wisdom. It seemed to be sufficient for Jiraiya to understand. Jiraiya replied while rubbing his chin. "That does sound like some good advice. If you really followed it. I suppose it's possible. Let's discuss it over dinner." The hearty laugh of the Hokage echoed through Ichiraku Ramen. "I can't tell you how much I've missed this, Naruto. Being Hokage really takes up all your time." "Well, you've done a good job of keeping us busy too," Naruto replied. "There's a lot to do. The village won't just repair itself." "What are you complaining about anyway? You got paid extra for all the shadow clones you had running around here," Jiraiya replied. "I do remember that day when 20 Narutos helped rebuild the shop next to my family's," Ino said. All those clones were really exhausting. I was too tired to have any fun. We were free of Naruto pranks for 6 whole weeks. Konoha will never be in such a time of peace again. Ino joked. Say Naruto, you're being paid much more now, especially as a chunin. Why don't you move out of that rundown place you're in? I could get you priority on a lot of nice places, especially closer to the shopping district. Oh, that? No, that's okay. I was thinking to save money for now. My apartment suffered a bit of damage from the invasion. The landlord finally got off his ass and renovated the place, so it's not so bad. How responsible of you, Naruto. Ino quipped. What makes you think I can't be responsible, Ms. Oops, I forgot we had an A-rank mission today and slept in. That's the only time that ever happened, she said flustered. Twice in a row? Naruto pressed. Like I said, Ino replied, caught off guard by Naruto teasing her back for once. Jiraiya leaned down and held his hand to cover his mouth from Ino's eyes and ears. No, seriously, Naruto. I can get you a place right across from her shop. She'll be able to come over whenever you want, he said slyly. Stop being a pervert, Naruto replied curtly. Who's being a pervert? Ino asked. The pervert, obviously, Naruto replied. You know we charge perverts extra, right? Came the voice of a young woman handing them their ramen. I am. That's the Hokage, replied Ichiraku, but she completely ignored him as she high-fived Naruto. You're getting too confident dragging my name through the mud, brat, Jiraiya said to Naruto. I might have to assign you a mission far, far away. Before Naruto could respond, the heavy, drunk footsteps of a woman loudly stumbled their way onto the other end of the stand. I'll have 1 miso ramen, she said before her head collapsed into her arms and she began to snore. She comes and goes as she pleases. I'll just become like her, Naruto replied, but Jiraiya didn't take his joke in jest and his face contorted into one of frustration. Tsunade, Jiraiya called out. Tsunade, he said a little louder. 100 and dash. But before he could finish, she had pounced from her seat and grabbed him by the throat, ready to punch. Don't you dare finish that, she threatened. Jiraiya barely had enough time to signal his ANBU guard to not attack her. Oh, there you are. I thought you'd left already. Maybe you're still curious about some things. Naruto's mouth nearly opened to say something, but he stopped himself. Her glare had a level of hatred that was extreme to give a former teammate. Don't flatter yourself, Jiraiya. I don't give a damn if he's like my brother or like Dan. We both know how that turned out. He's your mess to clean up. I don't want to be involved in it. That's not what it looked like from my vantage point. Tsunade said nothing, let him go and turned back towards her seat. Before passing Ino and Naruto, she stopped and spoke. You're young, you want to be great shinobi. My advice, don't. It brings you nothing but pain and suffering. Even more if you try to fix it all. That's nothing but a fool's errand. Even if you survive it all, don't expect your dreams to be intact, let alone your bonds with each other. Naruto again tried to say something, but Jiraiya's firm hand held his arm. Don't retaliate, was the silent message the Hokage's face communicated to him. I'll have that to go, she said, dropping some money on the table. Of course, Lady Tsunade. The awkward air didn't fully dissipate, and the trio ate with few words being exchanged. Nearly finished with their meal, Ino took out her purse and paid for her and Naruto's bowls. Naruto, don't make a lady pay for your meal. You should know better than that. Am I going to have to teach you to be a gentleman? Jiraiya said. It's okay, Lord Hokage. Don't dig into Naruto too much. I actually bet Naruto he couldn't pop the balloon. A subtle way to reinforce the Naruto pop the balloon lie. You two might make decent shinobi after all. Pervy sage, I'm just messing with you, he chuckled. Speaking of which, now I'll give you what you need for the next step. Naruto and Ino watched as he dug into his shirt and materialized the rubber ball. No way, not this again, Naruto pouted. Now that you can properly create spin, it's time to build up power. The next step is to pop this rubber ball. Naruto took the ball from Jiraiya. After giving it a light squeeze, he noted it was rather dense, and it would probably not bounce too high. Impulsively, he attempted to pop it. Even just a half hour after popping the water balloon, Naruto could feel how easy the chakra manipulation came to him. However, his victory was short-lived as he realized the rubber ball continued to sit motionlessly in his hands. Even after flooding chakra to his hand, he could not change the form of the ball in any way. Not so easy, is it? With most jutsu, you mold chakra inside your body, and then release it all in some way. This jutsu is incredibly chakra dense, combined with the fact that you mold the chakra outside of your body. Well, basically this step is going to force you to push far more chakra out of your body, far more quickly. I feel like my arm is going to fall off already. Don't worry then, it should only take a week to pop it. Naruto passed out on the ramen stand. 2 days later, Naruto and Ino were walking down the streets of Konoha, on their way to pick something up for Kakashi. Naruto, how did you sleep for 36 hours? I don't believe you, Ino said. I'm not lying, really. I must have been tired from popping the water balloons. He yawned. But that would mean you went without eating for more than 3 hours. That's hard to believe too. Before Naruto could reply, Ino had stopped and turned into a shop. Apparently this was their destination. Oh, Tenten's family owns this place? I've never seen it before. We can look around a bit then. I'm sure Asuma and Kakashi won't mind. They walked around the shop, through the aisles, and observed the uncommon tools that lined the shelves. Waha, this shuriken is huge, and it has 6 points. Ino wasn't about to let their previous conversation fizzle out. Naruto, I was actually sort of wondering about the other night. What was up with Jiraiya and Tsunade? Oh, that. Well, I don't think the Sannin have the best relationship with each other. I mean, one of them is Orochimaru, so it makes you think you know. Yeah, but Tsunade said something weird, like she was talking to Jiraiya about her brother and some other dude, and she was comparing them to you. I don't really know who they are. Pervy Sage only ever told me she had it rough. Ino narrowed her eyes, not convinced. I swear I don't know anything else. I've never even talked to that cranky old hag. She just spied on me while I was trying to pop the water balloon, probably drunk. How Naruto's answers always managed to give her more questions, Ino didn't know. Before she could pry any further, someone interrupted them. Naruto. The pair turned to see Niji Hyuga looking back at them. A strange person to casually talk to Naruto. Ino wondered if he was bitter about the outcome of their match. He seemed awfully confident Naruto was going to lose. Was he going to ask for a rematch? Hi Niji. Naruto replied, equally as confused as Ino. Forgive the intrusion. I just hadn't had the opportunity to speak to you. We haven't been assigned on any missions together. Yeah, Jiraiya is picky sometimes. Most of my missions are with my own cell, or Team 10, so that's it. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you. Thank me? Yes, when we fought I spoke about fate. Telling you it was foolish to try and defy what I identified as your fate. All the while I had spent my life trying to defy my own. You showed me my hypocrisy, and ever since then a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. I no longer hate myself for trying to escape my fate, and I no longer hate Hinata for also having trouble conforming to her own, although it may be a while before she can forgive me. Regardless, I'm grateful to you for that. Naruto was shocked by Niji's sincerity. He smiled as he understood everything Niji was trying to tell him. Don't mention it. When I become Hokage, I'll do everything I can to stop the Hyuga from doing that to you guys. Niji smiled back. Very well then, I'll let you two continue. Ino followed Naruto as he picked things from the shelves, making idle talk about Niji Hyuga's more approachable demeanor. When Naruto had finished, they went to the counter where they met Tenten, who rang up the items and announced their total. Huh? Naruto responded confused. Is there a problem? Tenten asked. I thought it would be much more than that. The other shops always charge me more. Naruto mumbled as he retrieved the money. Our shop is actually one of the higher-end ones in this district. I'm not sure why the others are charging you so much, but don't worry Naruto, I'll always give you a good deal here. A good deal just for me? Naruto asked. Yeah, of course, she said cheerily and leaned in to speak quietly to the pair. Ever since you beat Niji, he's been a lot nicer to all of us. I don't know how, but you flipped some switch. Tenten retreated back behind the counter. So don't worry about those other shops Naruto, just come here. Thank you Tenten. Naruto did his best to seem normal, but wasn't used to the barrage of niceness he was receiving today. His happy mood had almost made him turn around and leave the shop, but Ino brought him back to reality. Wait dummy, we didn't come here to shop remember? Oh right, he replied sheepishly. Kakashi-sensei told us he ordered something from you guys and asked us to pick it up. Tenten disappeared into the back of the shop and reappeared with a box in her hands. Here you go, special order for Kakashi, and handed the box to Ino. The two said goodbye to Tenten and headed out of the shop. They were going to head straight back, but Naruto insisted they drop his stuff at his apartment. Ino scolded him for buying too much before they walked in the direction of his apartment. The Hokage was right, Naruto. You should move closer into town, this is taking too long. Relax, we're already here. Ino and Naruto reached the top floor and Ino watched Naruto fumble with his keys before unlocking the door to his apartment. Anticipation filled her mind. None of her friends lived alone, and she'd never been in another boy's place alone before. Naruto opened the door and everything looked normal. Ino didn't know what she was expecting, probably a ramen stand instead of a kitchen. But there was nothing of the sort, only a plushy instant ramen cup. Where did you even get something like that? Before Ino had realized it, Naruto had disappeared into his bedroom, leaving Ino standing in the living room, holding Kakashi's box. Without thinking, Ino placed the box on the dining table and walked towards Naruto's bedroom. Naruto, don't just disappear on me like that, she said as she walked into the dark room. Not seeing a soul, she walked past the open door from which she heard mumbling behind. Where did I put that thing? Ino found Naruto sitting on the floor, an assortment of shirts sprawled around them and Naruto looking for something among them like a toddler looking for a toy it was going to shove up its nose. There you are, she started, but by the time she had seen the glint of the headband under her foot it was too late. She slipped on it, and then tripped on Naruto's feet, and then fell on Naruto. Shirtless Naruto, who had instinctively put one of his hands on her shoulder and the other on her waist when trying to break her fall. The air was heavy and only Naruto's impulsive voice could break through it. Bet you imagined your first time in this position would be with Sasuke and not me, huh? He had enough decency to not act surprised when Ino slapped him. Asuma watched intently as Kakashi opened the white box Naruto and Ino had fetched for him. Inside of it were two familiar-looking kunai. The blades resembled his own chakra blades, except for wood on the bottom of the hilt. Kakashi had pulled out the ink and brush included in the box, and wrote a seal onto the wood, letting it dry before running his chakra through it. Copying me and your sensei, not a good look, Kakashi, Asuma joked. I am the copy ninja after all, Kakashi replied as he felt the weight of the kunai in his hands. Tell me then, what's the point of these? I mean, doesn't regular metal already conduct electricity? Kakashi finished for him. Yes, it does, but these are special. The wood has pathways to push chakra through the entire blade. Not only must it be incredibly expensive to create synthetic chakra pathways, I don't have a clue what you'll use that for. A demonstration is best, he replied. Kakashi ran chakra through the blade and instantaneously, violet plasma engulfed the entire thing, and the familiar chirping noise of Kakashi's lightning blade could be heard. It made your Chidori purple? Asuma asked unimpressed. No, the purple is because I've altered the Chidori. The only unique part of the metal is that it can withstand higher temperatures, so the lightning won't ever melt it. The real magic is in the wooden seal. Watch. Kakashi spun the electric blade around his finger, before throwing it straight ahead of him. Asuma didn't even have time to track it with his eyes, and only knew where it was after it made contact with a tree, leaving an awful exit wound, as well as one on the tree behind, and the tree behind that one, and the one behind that one. Eventually Asuma couldn't hear it anymore. That's nothing short of horrifying, Kakashi. That thing is good. In fact, it's too good. Now you're gonna make our poor students look for your fancy kunai, he said as he watched Shikamaru try to figure out what had woken him and mutilated the tree next to him. Do you mean this kunai? Kakashi asked. Asuma was even more dumbfounded to find the kunai in Kakashi's hand, as if he had never thrown it. I should have known the seal would do something like that. Now you're just making me feel inadequate. What else does it do? Light my cigarettes for me. When thrown, it takes 1/4 the chakra of a Chidori charge of the same distance. Asuma couldn't believe the implications of this. Kakashi managed to practically triple his chakra in the last few months with training and that Sharingan trick. Now he had just watched the man take his already dangerous jutsu and solve all its imperfections, minimize the chakra cost and no more vulnerability of the tunnel vision. Forget tunnel vision, His body was no longer involved in the charge. Asuma took a long drag from his cigarette. So this was a determined Kakashi Hatake. He was thankful to be on the man's good side. Shikamaru awoke more violently than he ever had before in his short life. The sound of a thunderstorm nearly blowing out his right eardrum. When he finally caught his bearings, he had looked to the right and found the remains of the tree next to them. It looked as though it had been stabbed through with a huge searing knife. "Kakashi," said the dull voice of Choji. Shikamaru sighed in relief, allowing himself to collapse back onto the grass. The academy failed to teach them about modern politics or famous shinobi. He had caught to the disproportionate clout Team 7's Sensei carried, and eventually sized him up to be quite a bit stronger than any regular jounin he had met. He thought little of the lazy but stoic demeanor of the man. After all, his father had been just like that. But upon further examination, he realized Kakashi was just as eccentric as the Sannin were. Teaching Sasuke of all people his murder move, allowing his team to go forward with a mission that should have probably killed them. The man had fended off Itachi Uchiha, and somehow didn't die immediately. Rumor had it he had even threatened Orochimaru during the Chunin exams and gotten away with it. Basically, he was a literal psychopath who somehow continued to survive situations he simply shouldn't have. So when Ino, she had been a great source of information on more than just Naruto, told him that he was actively getting stronger. Shikamaru's understanding of Team 7 clicked completely. The awful team dynamic, their questionable at best mental health, constant attraction of trouble, and yet somehow incredible success. All of it was a projection of their sensei. And now Shikamaru was caught up in their web, forced to watch the exhausting way they lived their lives. How did they have the energy for all of this? Wasn't there a law against being so troublesome all the time? Look at us, 2 teams training together, and yet it's still just you and me sitting here, said Choji. Some things never change, Choji. So what do you think? Shikamaru's eyes darted towards Choji. About what? Them? I don't know what you're talking about, Shikamaru replied as he watched the clouds drift by. Of course, he knew exactly what Choji was asking about. You know who? Choji replied in exasperation. Naruto and Ino, or Sasuke and Sakura? Shikamaru replied. Huh! Of course Naruto and Ino, Sasuke and Sakura are just sitting there. They've been talking ever since we stopped training. Not just today either. I saw them do it the last time we trained with Team 7 as well. All I see is Sakura sitting by the shade Sasuke is in. He hasn't moved, either of them have raised their voices once, he argued. That's because they're talking. If they weren't talking, they wouldn't be sitting together. Sakura doesn't like awkward silences. When Sasuke rejects her, she always leaves soon after. Sasuke also doesn't tolerate people he doesn't want to be around. He'll tell you to fuck off when he feels like it. But they've been both sitting there and Sakura's mouth has been moving. They're talking. You were asleep. Doesn't matter, they were doing it before I fell asleep and they're still doing it now I'm awake. He's also more comfortable around her. They walk and stand closer to each other. You pay attention to a lot more than you let on, Shika. Anyway, you never answered my question. I don't care. I'm just glad she's not talking about Sasuke all the damn time anymore, Shikamaru said. It's all the same, Shika. Now it's Naruto she talks about. It's interesting though, Shikamaru rebutted. I know, something about Naruto never added up. You're telling me you haven't figured it out? Choji asked. I have some suspicions, but I don't know if I should say something like that out loud. It's still kinda annoying, Choji added after a bit of a silence. Getting jealous, Choji? Shikamaru asked slyly. Not like that, Shika. I just think they should figure it out soon. It's too quiet when it's just you and me the whole time. Shikamaru put his hands back behind his head and closed his eyes again. He wouldn't admit it, but he agreed. Do you want to talk about it? Naruto asked awkwardly. No, the entire walk had been awkward. After Naruto and Ino had untangled themselves from each other, they had difficulty making eye contact the entire way back. After many unsuccessful attempts at conversation, they had settled on silence. But Naruto was finally becoming sick of that silence. Thankfully, a violet blade of death interrupted the silence once more. Ino started to laugh. Look at Shikamaru. Naruto looked at him. Wild eyes, short breathing, and general distress. They were all features unusual to see on the boy, and they disappeared just as quickly as they came. "You ever see him like that before?" he asked with a smirk. "Not in the 10 years I've known him, not once at all," she replied. "Hey, why are they looking at us?" Naruto asked. Choji had been looking at them, and then Shikamaru had glanced at them as well, which was the equivalent of staring for him. "Even from there they can tell how weird we're being," Ino replied. "They'd probably feel weird too if they knew the things that we did in my bedroom." "You seriously could have worded it better than that," Ino responded as her cheeks turned crimson. "I could have but you're always teasing me, so this is payback," he replied mischievously. Naruto and Ino laughed as they felt the tension in the air diffuse. Naruto felt relief wash over him as the familiar comfort came back. He didn't know when they had gotten comfortable like this, but he was glad it was back to normal again. Sasuke and Sakura, two teammates taking their well-deserved break, leaned against a tree together. Despite the fact that they weren't facing each other, both of them had been in light conversation for a while now, about training, about missions, about little things. "Hey Sasuke, you think it's interesting how they talk so much now? If you're talking about Naruto and Ino, then no," he replied. Sakura was dismayed at his answer. Ever since Sasuke had begun talking to her more, she learned she had to be careful with him. His boundaries were like a proximity bomb. He'd shut back down if she got too close to them. "Why's that?" she asked. "'Cause they're both loud and obnoxious. They're perfect for each other," he replied jokingly. She had yet to get used to his joking, having always been serious before. A playful tone coming out of his mouth was extremely foreign to her. She laughed back at his joke and silence fell over them again. "I know you probably know this, but I don't hate Naruto. I know I was rude about him when we first became a team. I was insensitive about him being an orphan, and I also didn't realize you guys have some sort of friendship. I was really stupid. It's okay Sakura, I understand. Naruto is one of the only people who knows what it's like to also be alone. I'm glad that you're able to see the type of guy he is now." Sakura fidgeted with a twig, her nerves building up because of the question she was about to ask. No matter how much she liked Sasuke and was excited about being with him, she couldn't stand not knowing why things had changed now. "Sasuke, why did you start talking to me?" she finally asked. Silence. "It's just that Naruto seems to be the person you're closest with, and you don't talk with him all that much. I've always been pining for your attention, probably annoying you, and then coming back again and again. Why did you decide to start talking with me like this?" More silence. The time in which no one spoke seemed boundless, and Sakura's nerves felt as though they were being stretched, folded, twisted, and then unraveled back together again. She finally calmed down when she heard something from his direction. He took a breath and exhaled. "Ever since the Chunin exams, I had to admit to myself that Naruto was stronger than I am. He beat Gaara and saved you, something I couldn't do." Sakura thought about what he was saying. Naruto had gotten much stronger. She remembered watching him beat Neji. The way he had come in, uncaring of the notions everyone had of him, unwavered by the threat of someone like Neji, and ultimately turning the odds in his favor. It had made her aware of her growing admiration for him, and it was the first time that she thought that his claims about being Hokage could come true. Of course she understood how that might waver Sasuke, no matter how close in power they were. "All this time I've kept you guys at a distance thinking it would keep me focused on my goal, but at the end of the day Naruto was way stronger than me. Naruto never kept us at a distance, always talking to us even when we dismissed him. It makes me think that I don't have to be like this. I have to be strong to avenge my clan. But I don't need to stay away from you guys to do it. That's just me letting my brother taunt me." "I see," she replied. "I guess I didn't realize just how many different ways what your brother did affect you." From their vantage point, they had a perfect view of Kakashi launching the blade and teleporting it back into his hand. "You're gonna ask him to teach you that, aren't you?" she asked. "Want me to teach you too?" He joked as he watched Kakashi explain the whole thing to Asuma. Asuma Sarutobi groaned as his calf muscles seared, just barely escaping from his own chakra blade. "You've gotten much better at this lately. Keep it up like this and I might get you chakra blades of your own," he said with a smirk as he watched Naruto leap towards him once more. "Yeah well, with all the chakra it takes trying to pop that rubber ball, stuff like this is a piece of cake now." Naruto twisted his body, and narrowly avoided Asuma's stab at his shoulder. Naruto took this as an opening and struck at Asuma's exposed face. But before his fist could make contact, Naruto's body was contorted into an uncomfortable position. Asuma's foot pushed down on Naruto's back, while pulling his arms out behind him. His cigarette still lit, face completely devoid of struggle. If Naruto could see Asuma right now, he'd probably look really cool. Naruto groaned in frustration. You and Kakashi every time somehow managed to get me in this position. Asuma let Naruto free and smiled. Well, Naruto, it's not enough to just spar with your own shadow clones. The fastest way to get to our level is to actually spar us. None of your clones will do that move on you. Even if you spar them 1,000 times. Naruto collapsed onto the grass to take a break. Asuma mirrored him and turned to talk to the boy. How's being a Chunin? Naruto stared straight ahead and pondered the question. It's really hard, he admitted. I'm glad I'm getting harder missions now, but I didn't think it'd be so stressful all the time. Not so easy leading, is it? Everything I do I have to consider the lives of my teammates. Luckily, I usually lead C rank, but you never know what sort of shit even those street thugs can pull out. Asuma laughed at that. They all think they're shinobi after they get their hands on a stolen scroll. Just last week we were all the way north, just me and Choji. Some dude running from his taxes should have been harmless. We found him in a bar, and he just pulled a fireball out of nowhere. That bar could have burned down. I barely got Choji out of the way in time. Don't beat yourself up over it, kid. Choji's all good, isn't he? You made Chunin because we were confident in your ability to complete missions. Asuma replied. I know, but I can't get it out of my mind. Ino and I went on an A rank with Guy. I know you and Jiraiya said she's Chunin level, and Guy was with us the whole time, but I kept waiting for something to go wrong. Asuma took a long drag before responding. It's probably cause of how your first C rank went. Honestly, it's a good thing. The moment you get too comfortable is the moment everything goes wrong. Naruto sighed. He moved his attention toward the Rasengan again. Luckily, the rubber ball was just within arm's reach, and he practiced again to burst it. Didn't it used to be white? Asuma asked. The first one was white. I actually was able to puncture it, but Jiraiya said it has to pop. Leave it to those prodigy types to make everything hard. Asuma joked. Tell me about it. I've been at this for almost a week now. Couldn't I just have a lighter ball? I mean, look at this thing. He replied and threw the ball at Asuma. Asuma caught the ball in his hands with a loud smack. Sheesh, Naruto, where did he even get a ball this dense? I dunno, he must have manifested it somehow. I've never seen anything like it. Naruto replied. Wouldn't be surprised, those dudes become Hokage and all of a sudden they start becoming too wise for their own good. He probably has some super secret rubber manufacturing jutsu locked up in those confidential libraries. Naruto and Asuma laughed together while they theorized all the wacky jutsu that might be locked up in the Hokage Tower. Asuma wasn't his sensei the same way Kakashi or Jiraiya were, but he felt spirits lift up each time he trained with Team 10. So, the third was your old man? Naruto said when their laughter died down. Yup, Asuma replied as he looked off into the distance. One day he was your dad, and the next? Naruto's voice trailed off. Actually, he was Hokage since before I was born, but yeah, he sort of had to be everyone's dad. Sometimes I really hated it. One day he came to our class, and just talked to the students, you know. He gave us one of his little life lessons and I was mad. I'd heard it a million times and here he was recycling it, and everyone else looked at him like he was telling them the secrets to the universe. Then if I become Hokage one day, I'll have to do that too? Naruto replied. It's the most important job there is. As a leader, sometimes you have to compromise familial bonds for the bond with your community. I'm not saying we didn't have a good bond, I just wish I hadn't taken our time together for granted. I'm pretty sure he felt the same by the end of it all, so that's how it is, Naruto replied, and they both sat together in comfortable silence until the sky finally turned orange, and it was time to head back home. 4 days later, Naruto popped the balloon. He made sure to give Jiraiya a front row seat, even if it meant literally blowing up the ball in their faces. Naruto studied Jiraiya's satisfied face when the ball popped. After all, he didn't know how many more moments like this he would have with the Hokage. Naruto lied in the grass of the training grounds, At this point, lying here was more familiar than lying in his own bed. His open jacket allowed the cool breeze to his skin, scattered all over him. The remains of countless balloons resembled confetti. Fucking balloons. It was always balloons with this jutsu. When Jiraiya had given him the empty balloon after successfully popping the rubber ball, Naruto had actually laughed out loud, convinced it was a joke. It wasn't a joke, it wasn't a prank, it wasn't even negging. He had to actually train with these balloons again. You formed the vortex, then you made it strong enough to pop the rubber ball. Now I need you to maintain its spherical shape. So instead of popping the balloon, I need you to keep it intact now. The only time it should pop is when you stick a needle in it and reveal a fully formed Rasengan. That's what he said, and since then Naruto had popped more balloons than he could count. In fact, he had ended up buying so many the lady at the shop had just suggested he buy a jumbo pack, and his cheeks had a permanent flush on them from constantly blowing up new ones. Fancy meeting you here, Naruto. The masked menace himself had arrived, along with the blonde menace, and an ANBU with purple hair. Where's Sasuke and Sakura? Naruto asked when he noted the absence of his teammates. They'll be working on their genjutsu with me. I brought Ino here to work with, Yugo. Naruto finished for him, and watched in amusement as the faces looking down at him lit up in surprise. He had almost made a joke to Kakashi, asking if a woman was finally okay with the face he was hiding beneath his mask. But his breath hitched in his throat at the last moment. Yugo took her mask off and looked towards Kakashi. You're not supposed to tell him the names of ANBU Black Ops, Kakashi, Yugo said playfully, although there was an underlying worry behind her voice. I did no such thing. Seems like my student here isn't so bad at espionage, even if he wears orange all day, Kakashi replied. You wouldn't mind telling us your secrets, would you now, Naruto? The last part sounded more like an accusation, although considering how Naruto got his genin rank in the first place, the implication had some ground in reality. I've seen her in civilian attire before, in the shopping district. My clones were moving debris and caught someone say her name, he replied. Of course, the truth was there was no way he'd remember something that small. He had actually seen her once again with Kakashi. After Hiruzen's funeral, they were talking about hate. Naruto cringed mentally at the blunder he had just avoided. He would not have been able to handle the awkwardness of teasing Kakashi at the expense of a woman whose lover had just died. Weird thing to connect the dots on, Ino mumbled. Anyway, Yugo will be training Ino in her kenjutsu here. We just wanted to make sure we weren't interrupting something, he said as his eyes scanned the littered balloons. Ino, you slash and stab our ears with your voice all day already. Are you sure you even need lessons on how to do it with a sword? Naruto asked. Ino kicked Naruto in the stomach and smirked as she watched him flinch. Funny, Naruto, we can usually hear your voice from across the village. Yeah, he replied as he sat up, noticing Kakashi had already vanished. When he looked back up, he noticed Ino's eyes had lingered to his abdomen. Huh. He thought someone like Ino would at least be more subtle if they were leering at you. But his mind panicked when he realized that he wasn't wearing a shirt under his jacket. Shit, she had seen his seal. Ino would definitely ask about it. Who else had a giant sun-looking seal tattooed onto their stomach? Lucky for Naruto, Yugo was impatient and already called Ino over to her. Crisis averted for now. Naruto decided to sneak off for some mischief. He didn't want Ino to ask him questions. Sasuke Uchiha smirked as he watched the look in Sakura's eyes flicker. Finally, he'd caught her. As embarrassing as it was to say, even with his Sharingan, Sasuke struggled to compete with Sakura's genjutsu. Kakashi noted that she was frighteningly adept at commanding her chakra within a genjutsu. But it was over now. After the last strike, instead of dodging, he'd chosen to grab her hands, both of them. She'd panicked and looked him in the eyes. He finally got to initiate his genjutsu. Sasuke's eyes darted around and he observed the chakra pathways all around her brain. He decided this time he'd try making her think she was melting, but just as he was about to start messing with her nervous system, his whole world somersaulted. Suddenly his back was against the dry grass, the cool sensation of a kunai held up to his throat. His eyes traveled up the kunai, along a slender arm, and finally the triumphant face of his pink-haired friend sitting on top of him. How long have you been waiting to get me in this position, Sakura? He asked in a last-ditch attempt to throw her off. but she showed no indication that his voice even reached her ears. "You're too dependent on your eyes, Sasuke. You never anticipate they'll betray you," she replied. Sasuke sighed in defeat. "How did you escape then? I'd already caught you." "That's the thing, Sasuke. I never escaped. You were the one who got caught." "Huh." When Kakashi does genjutsu on someone, their eyes sort of go lifeless for a second. "It took a lot of practice, but I was able to replicate the look eventually." She proceeded to do it one more time for demonstration. "Once you thought you were going to perform genjutsu, it was pretty easy to make you think you actually were," Sasuke grumbled in frustration. "I had chakra shielding my hands though. I would have noticed if you tried to transfer chakra through them." "Oh, but she didn't transfer it through your hands, Sasuke." Kakashi finally intervened. "Huh? Then how far back did you?" "Water release," she replied, and Sasuke's mind traveled back to when she had spit a bucket's worth of water on his face. It was unexpected, he could give her that, but it was also a splash of water. It wasn't going to stop him from striking. He had proceeded to tease her about it, telling her he wasn't thirsty right now. "That water was mostly made with my own chakra, and then I waited till it seeped into the chakra pathways on your face." She finished with a grin and got up off him. "So even with nature release you can initiate a genjutsu. Sakura wins for today, Sasuke. She exploited your arrogance perfectly," Kakashi said to him. Even now he kept being reminded what a mistake it was to keep his team at arm's length. His brooding was interrupted by an orange comet falling out of a tree. "Come to do more spying?" Kakashi asked as Naruto recovered from his tumble. "You can't blame me, Kakashi. Who could miss out on this? I mean, look at Sasuke. He just lost to Sakura. What's that supposed to mean?" Sakura snapped at him angrily. Nothing, Sakura. I swear." Naruto's voice was suddenly a much higher pitch. "You want some of what he had?" Sakura had begun to approach Naruto like prey, backing him into the tree he had fallen out of. "How do you know I'm not already in your head?" "No, please, Sakura. Don't do horrible things to me. I promise I won't ever ask you out again." Naruto had entered a complete state of panic, and it was only heightened when Sakura grew 10 times before his eyes. Some part of his brain tried to tell him it wasn't real, but it didn't get through the part of his brain that told him the earth was quaking underneath him. Sakura's gigantic form now covered even the sun. Her cruel face twisted into an evil smirk as she slowly lifted up her gigantic foot. "We're far past that point, balloon boy," taunted the demonic voice of Mega Sakura. Adrenaline had rapidly pumped through his body, and his horror had grown to unfathomable levels. Naruto completely devolved into hyperventilating and unintelligible pleas for mercy. The part of his ears that hadn't been completely hijacked told him that Sasuke was bursting out in laughter at him, but it still didn't take him out of the illusion, and Naruto threw his hand in front of his face in an attempt to shield himself. But Sakura's gigantic sandal never came down. In fact, that was the moment the illusion vanished altogether. "I never thought you'd break it like that, Naruto," Sakura said in shock, and Naruto finally emerged from his fetal position. He looked down at his hand and found a brilliant blue sphere, a fully formed Rasengan, and no balloon in sight. "Good job, Naruto," praised Kakashi, and the only thing that soured his mood was Sasuke's second outburst of laughter. "I should hit you with this. I'm the 4th person to ever pull it off, you know," Naruto threatened. "Go ahead. It's not going to stop me from telling every one of your future offspring the tale of the legendary kicking and screaming Naruto defending himself from an imaginary Sakura giant." From time to time, Naruto missed the days when it seemed like Sasuke was incapable of telling a joke. It was a B-rank search and retrieve mission. They were tasked with returning to the site of a blown-up Ronin hideout. Jiraiya had told them that a Jounin on an S-rank had left an important scroll behind, after blowing up the majority of the structure. Most of the dangerous shinobi had been taken out, and the ones they would run into probably wouldn't be too difficult to take out. "It should have been easy," Shikamaru said to himself once it was all over. The problem was that they were shinobi and nothing was easy, and everything had to be a drag. "Okay, Ino, he's coming this way. You need to do the switch quickly and quietly so that Oaf up front doesn't realize." "Yeah, I know, Shikamaru. We've done this a million times before." This time it was Naruto who spoke. "I still don't get why we don't just go up there and take them out ourselves. Because we probably won't be able to do it fast enough without them seeing we're leaving." This gang is notorious for being vengeful. They might decide to attack every leaf shinobi they come across. If they do see us, we'll have to make sure we kill all of them, and then that makes things more messy and confusing. Shikamaru replied, and this plan isn't messy and confusing? This could go wrong in so many ways, especially since you're confined by Ino's side until she comes back. Shikamaru frowned. It wasn't that Naruto was a bad leader. In fact, he had become comfortable and adept at the role pretty quickly after the first few missions. The problem was he was always paranoid, the worst outcomes in the forefront of his mind. It was strange to see the usually optimistic boy turn this way when it was his turn to lead, not to mention his self-sacrificial tendencies. Of course, Shikamaru couldn't blame him. He understood the pressures Naruto was feeling, to be in charge of every decision, to be responsible for the lives of your teammates. It was an overwhelming role for anyone, let alone a 14-year-old boy, and he was about ready to level with him until Naruto cut in first. Look, Shikamaru, you're a smart guy. If you say those guys look like a lot for us to handle, I'll trust you. But if anything goes wrong, I'm calling it off and blasting those guys before they can blast us. Shikamaru nodded, accepting this compromise. Okay, enough you guys, came Ino's voice. We need to get in place. He's only 20 feet away now. They nodded at each other and took their places, Ino and Shikamaru behind a bush, and Naruto up in a tree. The rustling of the leaves on the ground became louder as the rogue nin got closer to them. He emerged out from behind a tree muttering to himself. Naruto observed the man for a moment. He was unable to find any headband to identify him. He was a tall, broad, dark-haired man, and Naruto knew if he wanted to take him down he'd have to be quick about it. His thoughts were interrupted when he heard Ino's quiet voice across the clearing, and suddenly the man's demeanor changed entirely. The man looked up at him and gave him a thumbs up. Perfect, this part of the plan had gone smoothly. Now all he had to do was trail behind Ino and hope the other rogue nin didn't spontaneously figure out she was an imposter and maim her before she could return to her body. Ino stopped in front of the door to greet the frail, lanky-looking man standing in front of it. About time, come on, we need to get whatever is left here and run. One of those villagers knows about this place. Reckon it's the leaf, said the man. Yeah, those leaf bastards, Ino replied in a failed attempt to sound normal. Naruto jumped down from the trees as they entered the compound, quietly following them, kunai in hand. He crept into the compound, careful not to step on anything or trip, but it was difficult because the previous jounin had damaged the place and debris were everywhere. Despite most of the compound being in shambles, it still happened to be huge, and Naruto realized Ino was unlikely to find it anytime soon. As quietly as he could, Naruto summoned 2 shadow clones to his side, instructing them to look for the scroll. He continued following Ino and the other shinobi. He watched as Ino and the other rogue nin entered a room together. Naruto rolled down and knelt just outside the room, and was now in earshot of their conversation. He closed his eyes trying to focus on it. Wait, was that 4 voices? Well, whoever they were, they left something here, said one of the voices, and Naruto heard the clang of what sounded like a scroll echoing off the table. Any idea what's inside? Came the voice of the man Ino was inside. No, we couldn't open it. Although I don't know why you're even bothering asking Kazura. Naruto held his breath. The air in the room had just dropped 10 degrees. What do you mean? Ino asked as calmly as she could through Kazura's body. Don't play stupid with us, Kazura. Came a voice Naruto hadn't heard yet. We all know you're still working for the sand. Don't think drawing a clumsy little line through your headband makes us instantly trust you. Fuck. Just their luck. Of course they had to pick the one criminal who was actually just really shitty at being a spy. Naruto cursed under his breath and dispelled the shadow clones he had previously conjured. Their memories came back, and Naruto noted one of them had found an unused explosive nearby. Desperately trying to figure out how to save Ino, his thoughts were interrupted by the confusion of everyone in the room. He just passed out. Do you think he killed himself? No, he's still breathing. Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Ino had gotten out in time. Now he just needed a way out safely. Conjuring up 3 shadow clones, he set his plan in motion. He watched as one shadow clone went off in one direction, while the other made the best transformation of Kazura he could manage, the third one hiding in the shadows. The Kazura clone stepped in front of the door, revealing himself by throwing a kunai at the table. And in the ensuing commotion, Naruto sprinted off, praying his shadow clone could run them in circles for long enough. He sprinted off through the compound, weaving in and out of the broken-down halls, careful not to trip over debris. The echoes of his shadow clone and the Ronin got more and more difficult to hear as he saw light again. Naruto made a giant leap and flew through the entrance. Shikamaru and Ino both looked relieved to see him. "Naruto!" they both exclaimed in relief. But it didn't last long as Naruto grabbed them both and tackled them to the ground. "What's the big idea?" complained Ino. But before Naruto could explain, an earth-shattering explosion drowned out all other noise. They dragged each other behind a tree in an attempt to shelter themselves from flying debris, and it took several minutes for the ringing in their ears to dissipate. When it finally did, Naruto smirked and materialized something from the smoldering remains of his jacket. Ino gasped in shock at the sight of the scroll. "Naruto, that was amazing. How did you?" "Well, after I distracted them, all it took was one shadow clone slipping back into the room and tossing it back to me," he said, pleased with himself. "That was brilliant, Naruto," Shikamaru cut in. "But we got lucky. I'm assuming you used explosives left over from the previous explosion?" Naruto nodded in confirmation. "We might not be so lucky next time," he remarked. Ino said there were 4 others. "Are you sure you got them all?" Before Naruto could answer, he was interrupted by the sound of concrete debris flying far into the air and violently coming back down. The trio turned their heads and looked out into the remains, where they saw the frail-looking man who had been sitting at the front of the compound. "Seriously, he was the one that survived all of that? He looks like a ramen noodle," Ino remarked incredulously. "Well, apparently looks can in fact be deceiving," Shikamaru replied exhaustedly. "I don't think he's noticed us yet," Ino pointed out. "Shikamaru, think you can catch him in a shadow possession?" "I don't think that's the best way to go about this. We should just leave. After all, we have the scroll. Let's get out of here." Before anyone could argue, they heard the Ronin yelling in the distance. "I know you're still around here somewhere, Kazura. Don't think I'll let you go." The trio grimaced and Shikamaru sighed in defeat. "So much for that. Fine, I'll try to bind him with the shadow possession, and Naruto will hit him with the Rasengan. You can use it now, right?" Naruto nodded. "Let's distract him first then," Shikamaru said, but Naruto had already conjured up some shadow clones. "Naruto, wait!" Shikamaru cut in. "Transform them into Kazura. It's better if he doesn't realize he's up against a different group of shinobi." "Good thinking, Shikamaru," Naruto replied as the clones transformed into Kazura and bounded off into the trees, hoping to catch the Ronin off guard from multiple directions. Naruto's appeared out of a bush, kunai in hand, striking at his heart, but the man dodged and weaved effortlessly. Naruto felt himself getting frustrated, not having seen someone move like this before. His movements had no structure and looked completely sloppy. However, each time he managed to narrowly dodge Naruto's slashes. Naruto jumped backward, hoping to create some distance. But as soon as he did, the frail shinobi changed directions and bolted forward, striking Naruto in the gut and slashing his face. It was at that moment Naruto's transformation fell apart. He landed on his butt, looking up and realizing what had happened. "What's this? You're not Kazura, you're just some brat," he snarled. Naruto's other clones had seen the opportunity and jumped at the man while he was still distracted, allowing Naruto to retreat back to Shikamaru and Ino. "He's fast as shit, Shika," Naruto said. "Way too fast. He doesn't stand in one place long enough for me to bind him. I'll show him some speed if that's what he wants," Naruto replied as his breaths became deep and he focused inward, calling for the fox spirit again. He found himself doing that more often these days, and he wasn't sure if it was a good thing to be so comfortable wielding the power of a demon. "You again," came the voice of the Kyuubi from inside his head. "Let's not make this difficult this time," he snapped back. "And why not? Why should I help you at all? I could let you die. My chakra would come back together eventually," the Kyuubi replied in his booming voice. "Then you would have let me die a long time ago," Naruto replied triumphantly. "You're becoming a cocky little shit. I'm not giving it to you." Naruto frowned and focused deeper. He'd learned over time that he could control how much he could pull out and started to force it. "What the fuck are you doing?" the Kyuubi roared back. But Naruto ignored him as he felt the familiar warmth and flood of chakra emanate from his gut. Naruto sprinted forward, his movements sharper and stronger now. He re-engaged his opponent. Kunai clanged on kunai as the two traded blows. Naruto smirked a little as he noticed the other shinobi slowly but surely was being pushed back, but hesitated as he felt his body lose its vitality. He was punished for it, and felt himself being swept off his feet. His opponent left deep and painful gashes on his body and proceeded to kick him straight into a tree. "Fucking demon bastard!" Naruto mumbled to himself as he once again forced the chakra out of the seal, making sure not to stop this time. He barely had enough time to dodge an onslaught of kunai, and when he had made it onto his feet, his face twisted into horror as he realized his opponent had just performed a summoning. Out of the smoke came a gigantic animal that Naruto recalled having seen only in books before. What was it called again? Rhinoceros something? It didn't matter because it was barreling straight towards him at a completely unreasonable speed for something so large. Naruto bent his knees before engaging every muscle fiber in his lower body to flip his body over the rhino in time. He smirked in satisfaction as he found his opponent on the other side, standing still. "Shikamaru!" Naruto yelled. From the bushes behind, a shadow slithered rapidly until it met the man's feet. "Got you," Shikamaru said under his breath. "So you are from the leaf?" The man sneered. "Doesn't matter, you're all dead now anyway," he said as the rhino charged toward Shikamaru's hiding spot. Before Shikamaru even had a chance to be scared, Ino darted out and launched a set of shuriken at the beast, just narrowly missing one of its eyes. The rhino roared in anger and changed paths toward its new blonde target. Ino had already moved on, deciding to take it on a wild goose chase. "She's faster than I remember," Naruto mumbled to himself. "You know you're welcome to use that Rasen whatever anytime now, Naruto," Ino yelled as she hopped off a tree that was promptly leveled. Naruto formed his Rasengan, excited to use it for the first time in actual combat. He watched Ino's movements and after deducing where she would lead the rhino, charged forward from the side, ready to dodge and weave around its horn and smack it in the face. However, just as he was only a few strides away from it, he felt his hand burn and looked to see his Rasengan beginning to spiral out of control. Before he could figure out how to correct it, he felt himself being launched to the right with far more power than he had put in his leg. Tripping over his own feet, Naruto heard the Kyuubi's voice echo through his skull again. "What's wrong, brat? Thought you needed all this extra power from me." It was at this point Naruto began to rapidly panic. He felt the demon's chakra burning his skin and through his blurry vision watched Ino step onto a branch that instantly collapsed, leaving her sprawled on the forest dirt. His ears were ringing, but he could vaguely make out Ino yelling his name again, this time sounding more like a scream of horror than one trying to grab his attention. Naruto's mind betrayed him, and he found himself deep in another memory. Lying in a dome of ice mirrors, his body screamed at him to move. Why was he seeing this? A masked shinobi teleporting through the mirrors launched a seemingly unending stream of Saban at him from every direction. This wasn't the forest. This was a different time. Still, how was he going to get out of this one? How did this memory end again? Another shriek of his name. This time it was Shikamaru who yelled it, and brought him back to his senses. His entire body burned as he desperately launched himself towards Ino. He was acutely aware that he had 3 tails of the demon's transformation already manifested. But he didn't have time to worry about that. Ino was about to die. Soon he was able to completely push down the feeling of his burning skin, and just barely launched himself in front of the rhino in time. Grabbing it by the horn, Naruto was able to narrowly lead it out of Ino's path, as he was taken on a ride. Wait, how was he supposed to get off this thing? Was it just going to keep going? A horrible crack echoed throughout the forest as Naruto felt his back hit a tree and a deep stab in his stomach. I missed 3 seconds ago when I didn't know the answer to that question, Naruto thought to himself as blood began to gush out of his open wound. You absolute buffoon, came the Kyuubi's voice once more. What's wrong, demon? Realized you can't keep breaking the seal if I fall unconscious? Naruto managed to just barely say as blood ran down his mouth. Give me a little more, asshole, we still need to kill this thing, Naruto added as he raised his arm and allowed a large Rasengan to form, using his remaining strength to drive it into the brain of the beast. Naruto felt his body go limp as he entered a state of half-consciousness and half-sleep. See, was that so hard? Naruto asked the fox spirit. Stop talking to me, the Kyuubi said harshly as he worked on healing Naruto's wounds. Don't be such a drag. Most people get closer after life or death situations. Close with a demon? The Kyuubi replied. Naruto was surprised. He had the expected sarcasm, but felt an underlying curiosity in the fox's tone. Why not? He asked back. But no reply was given, and Naruto decided to simply let the feeling of his healing body wash over him. He heard his name once again. It seemed to be coming from far away, and he felt his consciousness return to him. You know? Naruto said as he opened his eyes to see her sitting in front of him. Tilting his head to the right, he found Shikamaru leaning in front of him as well. A lump formed in his throat, and an awkwardness filled himself as he noticed tears had welled up in his friend's eyes. Naruto, what the fuck? We thought you died, Ino said in a shaky voice. You wiped out, and then you started to glow red. You even had tails. Is there something you're not telling us? Shikamaru added. Naruto swallowed nervously as he heard those words. Come on guys, are you gonna interrogate the guy who just got impaled? Your wound is almost completely gone now, Ino said in wide-eyed amazement. Shit, this wasn't something he could play off. He knew this would happen. Sooner or later people would find out. I promise I'll tell you. If you pay for our ramen after this mission, Naruto said and laughed in spite of himself. But he was relieved when he heard his teammates laugh back. You're really something, Naruto, Shikamaru said as he and Ino helped Naruto onto his feet, and helped him walk over back to the clearing. What happened to that guy we were fighting? Naruto asked. Let's just say we have a souvenir from this mission, Ino replied as they made it back, and Naruto found him on the floor, tied up with a piece of cloth over his head. Tianai is gonna have fun with him, Shikamaru sighed as he handed the report to Jiraiya, and his team left the Hokage's office. Usually, after these several-day missions he would go home and pass out for 24 hours straight, but the confusion around Naruto kept his mind wide awake. As far as he could tell, there was only one explanation for Naruto's behavior. He was the boy the fourth Hokage sealed the fox demon in. The strange red chakra, his change in appearance. Shikamaru had even heard the boy point-blank mutter Kyuubi in his sleep several times, not to mention the literal seal Ino had seen painted on the boy's stomach. She swore she wasn't spying on him. Yes, figuring it out had frankly been the easy part. The hard part was how would he confront Naruto about it. He had prodded when Naruto had woken up but was deflected quickly. Naruto did tell them he would tell the truth at Ichiraku's afterwards, and whether he meant that or not, Shikamaru didn't plan on wasting such an opportunity. Naruto! Shikamaru cut immediately after Ino had closed her door behind her. Tucci had made it a point not to serve them after missions until they had showered. Naruto turned in confusion as he felt Shikamaru's hand grab his arm. I really don't know how I'm supposed to bring this up, but I at least figured you would prefer if no one else would be here to listen to this, Shikamaru continued. Naruto tilted his head in confusion. Shika, what are yo dash? But Shikamaru cut him off, lowered his voice, and pulled Naruto in so nobody would hear. I know you have the nine-tailed fox sealed inside of you. Naruto's expression was simply one of shock. So was Shikamaru's when Naruto turned to face him and grabbed his shoulders. Please don't tell anyone, Shika. Naruto, Shikamaru began to reply but was cut off again by Naruto's shaky voice. Please, you don't understand. The villagers always treated me like shit. Calling me a demon, spitting at my face, refusing to sell to me. Even at the orphanage the caretakers hated me. Irika came around eventually, and the old man didn't mind, but if everyone else started to find out they might. Naruto. It was Shikamaru's turn to interrupt. Don't worry, I just wanted to know for sure. I don't think you're a monster, and I wouldn't tell anyone unless you were comfortable with it. Naruto's expression slowly calmed down, and he let go off Shikamaru's shoulders. I guess it makes sense you put it together with that brain of yours, he said in nervous laughter. For the record, Ino and Choji wouldn't judge you either. I know we weren't friends as kids, and you were sort of an outcast back then, but that doesn't mean we won't accept you. Naruto smiled in response. Thanks, Shika, but I still don't know if I can tell them yet. The lazy voice of a masked shinobi cut in. It might be wise to tell them soon, Naruto. Naruto and Shikamaru both jumped back in fear. How the fuck do you do that every time? Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled and spoke again. Well, I heard you guys discussing an S-rank secret. It's my duty to make sure it wasn't too audible. Shikamaru narrowed his eyes. Hold on, what did you mean by that, Kakashi? Well, since we're discussing S-rank secrets, I thought I'd let you guys know that you might be in on a big one soon. And Naruto, you might be assigned a mission where your comrades need to know about something like that. Come on, Kakashi, what's that supposed to mean? Naruto pouted. I'm sorry, Naruto, but that's all Jiraiya is letting me tell you guys for now. I hear you guys are going to have ramen. Sasuke and Sakura just got back from their own B-rank. I think you should tell them there. Shikamaru smiled. Yeah, Naruto, you've been on some pretty wild missions on your team as well as ours now. We won't judge you for something you had no control over. That really means a lot, Shika. Naruto replied with a smile. Naruto almost didn't make it out the door. For a while he just stood there and watched his reflection in the mirror. His body had changed quite a bit in the past 6 months. He had grown several inches, no longer shorter than Sakura. Jiraiya had taken what little time he had off and taught him the Rasengan. He was learning wind release from Asuma. Other than that, Kakashi and Asuma had mostly focused on building up his strength and brushing up on the basics he had missed in the academy. As a result, he filled in his clothes much better than before, even opting to wear the flak jacket on missions. His headband was affixed to his thigh as Ino and Sakura had both insisted he looked better with his hair down. Naruto put an inoffensive blue shirt on and walked over to his door, his hand shaking as it went for the knob. I have to do this, he thought to himself. One day when I'm Hokage, everyone will have to know what I am. I can't hide from this forever. And walked out of his rundown apartment. Opting to release some of his nervous energy, Naruto hopped from rooftop to rooftop rather than traveling along the street. He finally made it to his street and slid down the edge of a building and into an alley, appearing from seemingly nowhere. Naruto! Came the voice of Sasuke, who was waving at him from across the street. We've been waiting for you. He continued as Naruto made his way across. I never thought we'd be waiting on Naruto when it came to ramen, Sakura remarked as the group filled the seats of the little stand. Sasuke, Sakura, Shikamaru, Ino, and Chuji all ordered their ramen, deciding to catch up on each other's recent missions. Naruto was sitting between Sasuke and Ino. He felt himself coming back at ease as he laughed among his friends. Ino was seriously moving from that rhino, Sasuke. You should have seen it. She might be giving you a run for your money. Naruto teased, digging his elbow into Sasuke's side. Naruto, you do remember Ino is the one we swapped you for, right? We've been seeing her speed up for months. Sasuke replied. Naruto scratched the back of his head and he laughed along with everyone in embarrassment. What did you do with the rhino then? Sakura asked. She fell in front of it. Shikamaru replied. How are you even alive? Chuji asked. Well, you know, Naruto jumped in front of it instead. Ino continued. She had to scream his name twice though. Did you really need that much convincing to save a pretty girl like me? Ino asked playfully. I was sort of unconscious, to be honest. Naruto replied bashfully. Is that why you woke up so scary looking? She replied. Sasuke cut in. What do you mean by that, Ino? He asked with narrowed eyes. Shit, Naruto thought to himself. Ino had played dumb, but had meant to bring the conversation here the whole time. He couldn't blame her. It was strange and he would be curious too, but he couldn't help the cold sweat that was building up. His eyes glazed over to Shikamaru, who was at the far end of the table, his face expressionless, but eyes glued to Naruto as the situation unfolded. Well, maybe I was delirious from almost dying, but Naruto's chakra was kind of scary. It was also all red and coming out of his body like crazy. She paused, tapping her chin as she tried to recall any more details. Oh, and his whisker were more. Whisker-like? Say, Naruto, why do you have whiskers anyway? Choji asked. Come on, Choji, they're not real whiskers. Sakura replied. Real whiskers aren't just lines on your face, but they're so perfectly aligned, he exclaimed back. Naruto. Sasuke began, speaking directly to him, making it difficult for the others to catch his exact words. The same thing happened when we were fighting Haku and Zabuza. After I saved you from his Senbon and passed out, I thought it was just a dream. I watched that red chakra come out of you, and you beat Haku. Naruto closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting it go slowly. His heart rate quickened once again, and he kept his eyes locked on a random spot on the wall as he began. Since their inception, hidden villages have sealed-tailed beasts inside of one of their own. 14 years ago, when the Kyuubi was released and attacked the village, the fourth Hokage sealed it into an orphan. Naruto turned his head to face his friends. "I'm sure you can fill in the blank," he finished quietly. "That was a real lousy reason for half this village to treat you like shit," Ino said, and Naruto looked at her in surprise. "I asked my parents once when I was little, and they wouldn't say anything to me. So Gaara of the Sand was like that too then?" Sakura asked. "Oh, him. Compared to him I was treated like royalty," he replied solemnly. "So your demon is stronger than his? Is that how you beat him?" Sasuke asked. "Well, I didn't really beat him. In the end, we were both exhausted. He couldn't understand how I was able to stand up to him. I told him it was forming bonds and wanting to protect you guys. I don't know if he bought it, but he calmed down after that." "I get it now," Sasuke muttered. "So that's why Itachi was here that day." Nobody said anything for a bit, and the silence was awkward, but Ino decided to break it. "I'm sorry, Naruto. I was pushing you hard and didn't think it might be something uncomfortable as that." "It's alright, Ino. I can't blame you for wanting to know what was up, and I would have had to tell you guys sooner or later," Naruto replied, looking back down at his food again. He lost the current of the conversation as he felt something new deep down inside him. The anxiety from his potential rejection washed away, and he realized he had been accepted. Sasuke Uchiha leaped from branch to branch as he led Team 7 back to the gates of Konoha. Not far behind him was Naruto and Sakura, and a bit more removed from them was Kakashi. Ever since Kakashi had delegated the task of team leader to a rotating one among his students, he'd taken a step back from their missions, only intervening in excessively dangerous or particularly bizarre situations. Now, after 6 months of operating like this, it was finally time to receive his promotion. Not that he particularly cared about the title itself. He had realized back during the original round of promotions that the title of Chunin meant little to his actual skill as a shinobi. What it did do was give him higher access to more difficult missions, and that was valuable to him. They finally arrived at the gates of Konoha, and when Kotetsu and Izumo were done making sure they weren't imposters, they were back within the walls of Konoha. It was then that Kakashi turned to all of them. "I'm going to go on ahead. You too, if you have some sort of urgent matters, I suggest you tend to them now. It's going to be a longer affair than last time around. Arrive within the next 45 minutes. Also, Naruto, you're to be present as well, and do not let one of your shadow clones attend in your place today. In fact, I suggest you dispel any active ones, and make sure you enter through the alternate entrance separate from Sasuke and Sakura." Naruto puffed his chest out and stood up straight, bringing his arm up into a salute. "Sir, yes sir," he replied comically as Kakashi left them to their devices. "That was weird. It was nothing like that when Naruto got promoted," Sakura said. "They've never been like this about any type of meeting we've had with the Hokage. What about you, Naruto? You don't seem concerned," Sasuke said. "Last week after our mission, Kakashi told Shikamaru and I to expect something soon. Sounded pretty serious from his tone, but I didn't know anything about it really. Anyways, it sounds like they want to keep it under wraps, so I guess I'll see you guys then." And he left his two teammates alone by the gate entrance. Sakura frowned. "What's this all about?" "Not entirely sure, but it probably has something to do with why they've been keeping us all together," he said. "I suppose, as genin, we shouldn't even be allowed on missions with other teams, but they've been mixing us all up. Even training with Team 10 isn't normal. It breaks Konoha's 4-man cell training structure," she replied. "They're gonna assign us something big. I can feel it." Shikamaru was not one for theatrics, but when Asuma had told him to take the alternate entrance to Hokage Tower, he guessed it wasn't for no reason. With great care, he slithered through the streets of Konoha. Slipping from shadow to shadow, he finally materialized in front of Naruto and Shino. "Oi Shika, you scared the shit out of me," Naruto said in an aggressive whisper. "Neither of you were seen, right?" Shikamaru asked them. Naruto performed a transformation into a little boy. "Only I was seen wandering into the woods that happened to be by Hokage Tower," he replied in a squeaky voice before he undid the technique. "Perfect," Shikamaru replied. "What about you, Shino? I don't think anyone would notice either way," he said. Shikamaru and Naruto looked at him, and then at each other awkwardly. Sorry about that, but yes, I made my presence as scarce as possible when coming here. The ANBU guard told me he'd let us in eventually. Naruto told them. Speak of the devil. Shikamaru replied as the door opened and the aforementioned guard let them in. They walked through a dimly lit tunnel until they finally arrived at Jiraiya's office, where they were met with the sight of all of their comrades, and also their parents. What's this? Shikamaru asked as he locked eyes with his father. You're here, Jiraiya said to the group. Perfect, now let's begin. First, for the trivial stuff, any genin rank shinobi in this room are now officially promoted to the rank of chunin. Forgive me for not making it as ceremonious as your more advanced teammates. Your flak jackets are over this way. The newly promoted chunin went and retrieved their flak jackets. You might not want to get too attached to these, Jiraiya commented. So what's the deal, pervy sage? You got all of us here all secretively. What's happening? Naruto asked. A few people cringed, not yet used to Naruto's casualness with the Hokage. But everyone looked at Jiraiya anyways, waiting for an answer. Jiraiya scanned everyone in the room as if suddenly expecting to discover an imposter. He motioned for the ANBU guard to stand outside, and while Shikamaru wasn't an advanced sensor like Ino was, he realized that this was likely the only ANBU in the entire building. I know you have a lot of questions about what's happening, and I'm going to answer all of them. From this point forward, you're going to be privy to S-rank secrets, and anything that is said in this room is treated with such severity. Should any of you leak what goes down within these walls, you'll be considered rogue mean and punished with execution for the crime of treason. The air in the room ran cold. Several young shinobi looked around at their comrades, processing the weight of the words the Hokage had just spoken to them. The older shinobi simply continued to look at Jiraiya, waiting for him to finish. The outcome of this meeting may result in you being assigned to an S-rank mission, which is why your parents are here, as it's uncommon to assign these to chunin, and especially since you are not yet 16, Sakura Haruno. Sakura perked up at the mention of her name. You may notice your parents here, since they're civilians. You must discuss with and decide right now whether or not you'll be taking this mission. I don't even know what it is yet. Sakura managed to stutter. I'm sorry, but that's how it has to be. You may discuss outside, the Hokage told her. So Sakura and her parents retreated from the room. Lee, Guy said to his student, this mission has to do with ANBU Black Ops. I advise you not to take it, because of your disability. Lee had an indecipherable look on his face. Guy was worried Lee might hastily try and take the mission because of his recently recovered physical state, but Lee eventually spoke up. It's okay, I understand, Guy-sensei. ANBU Black Ops may require a level of finesse in their espionage that I may not be capable of with my damaged chakra pathways. I will do my best as a regular shinobi of the leaf. Splendid decision, Lee, responded Guy in his usual animatedness. In that case, I also do not wish to be a part of this mission, Tenten chimed in. By the time everyone had made their decisions, only Naruto, Sasuke, Ino, Shikamaru, Niji, and Kiba had decided to remain on board. Sakura walked back into Jiraiya's office. I've decided to take on this mission, Lord Hokage, she said to Jiraiya. Very well then, for everyone who has decided against it, as well as your parents. Follow the instructions of the ANBU at the door on how to leave. I've released decoys for everyone in this room to leave at different times so as to prevent suspicion. When they had left the room, Sasuke spoke up. Lord Hokage, why would you need to avoid suspicion from your own administration? He's right. Shikamaru agreed. High-rank secrets are traded here often, without this level of secrecy. As far as I can tell, there's only one ANBU guard. In this whole building there's 3. Ino said, much to the pride of her father. Yeah, whatever. The average amount of ANBU in this tower tends to be 12. The only reason to organize us here like this is if you think ANBU is compromised and you're keeping it from other political figures in the village. Shikamaru finished. You're correct. As of recently, I've had to question my trust for my own ANBU. And it's all because of this man. And he laid in front of them a photo of a man with an X-shaped scar on his chin. Who's this? Niji asked. This man is Danzo Shimura. Within the public's eye, he is simply a shinobi with higher political power than most. But that's the most a civilian could hope to grasp should they study him. If you've been around as long as we have, you'll know that the Third Hokage delegated a lot of Konoha's dirty work to him. Jiraiya paused for a moment to let everyone take that in. That dirty work is the subject of this mission. Danzo Shimura had his own personal ANBU subdivision, known as Root. Mentions of Root are incredibly scarce, almost all blacklisted even in the most confidential ANBU paperwork. For the past 4 months I've read every single piece of paper we have on file, and shortly after Itachi Uchiha's assassination of his clan, there are no mentions of Root. Sasuke growled in anger. What are USA? Hold on, Sasuke. I know the implications, but put it aside for now. Early into my examination of the mission logs, I suspected that Root was still active, and one night, I discovered I was right. An ANBU came into my office and spilled as much as she could before she bled out. She was being followed by 2 other Root. Lord Hokage, if I may ask, said Niji. What do you need us for? It seems as though you could have him arrested even with just the information you have now. It's a very complicated situation. Not only do I have to worry about ANBU that are loyal to him, but because of that I don't have many I can genuinely trust myself. Danzo has lots of connections, not just in Konoha. The daimyo have historically not liked him, but he's managed to form connections and raise his reputation. So you're anticipating a coup d'etat, but I still don't understand why you want us specifically, Shikamura said. Danzo historically gathers followers by exploiting powerful, young, but potentially mentally unstable shinobi. Recently I've learned that Naruto has revealed his status as a Jinchuriki to some of you. Jiraiya replied, smiling at Shikamaru's perceptiveness, before he looked at his student's direction. Yeah, it looks like it spread around sort of quickly, Naruto replied. Like I said, shinobi with upbringings as well, unfortunate, as Naruto and Sasuke's are basically gold to Danzo. Talented young chunin like the rest of you can also be, albeit more difficult because of your lack of isolation. So you want to use us as bait to take apart Root? Ino asked in shock. Jiraiya paused before answering. Better I use you as bait than one of you actually falling into his hands. And you're all okay with this? Ino asked as she turned to shinobi parents in the room, all 5 of which were clan heads, most of whom she had known since childhood. Hayashi responded first, absolving Inoichi or Shikaku from having to seem heartless. This is the best plan to take down Danzo. He continues to develop warhawk tendencies. If he is to take power, it's not just people within these walls or the Fire Country at risk. I guess I understand, and if that's the only way I'll do it, but that's more fucked up than I was expecting, Ino replied defeatedly. The cruel reality of our line of work, Jiraiya replied before he called his ANBU back in. Bring the other 2, he ordered. These are Yamato and Yugao. By the end of the week, they'll deliver to you a comprehensive overview of everything we've gathered about Danzo and Root. Remember, do not trust anything concerning your mission from any other ANBU than these 2. Should another ANBU attempt to engage you regarding Root infiltration, leave immediately and find the nearest superior that was present in this room today. That's all for now. You're dismissed. Leave in a scattered fashion just as the others did. Shut up, Sasuke, Naruto said in irritation as they walked. He was trying to bury the venom that had built up inside of him. What's wrong, Naruto? I'm just telling Ino about how you finally learned a legendary jutsu, he teased back. Ino giggled in response. Is that really how you finally pulled it off? She asked. Naruto hated that, but he didn't want to admit it. No. This was not happening. This was just another Sakura situation. He was just feeling jealous because he felt the need to outdo Sasuke in everything. Not because he had feelings for Ino. Right, it was in fact how I pulled off the Rasengan, Naruto replied, doing his best to insert an air of pretentiousness in his tone. It's no wonder it took a similarly legendary shinobi like Sakura to push me to it. Well, after she was finished obliterating Sasuke, Ino laughed out loud, having never heard this type of inflection from Naruto, and turned to ask Sasuke about this likely tall tale. Success, Naruto had turned this back around. It was rare to have a story like that in his arsenal, and he had been able to reveal it in the perfect moment. Now he was able to go back to brooding about his new predicament. Dinner with his team, Team 10, and their parents. Naruto had argued at first that this would be suspicious given their new mission, but had been quickly dismissed. After all, they were just celebrating everyone's promotions, and given Team 10 and Team 7's developing closeness, it would not appear suspicious to the potential uninvited leers of Root. He had nothing else to say to that, and had been left wishing he was as good at arguing as Shikamaru. Now he'd have to attend this dinner with the Ino Shikacho parents. Absolutely horrifying. Inoichi, who looked like he could snap Naruto in half, probably physically and mentally. Shikaku, who had two admittedly sick-looking scars and a spiky-ass vest. And Chuza, who was large both horizontally and vertically. He knew this was a stupid thing to be nervous about, but after years of mistreatment from adults, he was nervous every time he had to meet one. "Ah, you're here." Shikaku Nara stood in front of them, and proceeded to lead them inside. Naruto had never actually been in the compound. Team 10 had preferred to train in the outskirts of the Nara woods, where the deer never really ventured towards. Their training grounds always had a peaceful air to them, overwhelming greenery, and the distant sound of running water. Here the effect was multiplied several times, and it worked to soothe Naruto's anxious spirit as they entered the house and met with Kakashi, Sakura, and the rest of Team 10. "There you are. I was beginning to think you'd gotten into an epic battle among the rooftops of Konoha Hospital," Kakashi said as he greeted his students. "What?" Naruto tried to ask, but received swift dismissal from his sensei. He found himself sat next to Sasuke and Choji, and remained relatively quiet while the others engaged in polite conversation. "This meal is quite splendid, Ms. Nara," Kakashi praised when the conversation began to dull. "Oh? I haven't seen you take a single bite," she replied. "I have no idea what you're talking about," he responded innocently, and to everyone's surprise his plate was indeed mostly empty. "Hey Sasuke! You were supposed to keep watch this time," Shikamaru scolded. I did. I swear to God I had my Sharingan active this whole time. I haven't bothered eating myself." And he was not lying about that. Sasuke's food was nearly untouched. Every damn time he'd go to pick it up it would just disappear before I even realized what was happening. "You kids are so cute," came the cheerful voice of Ino's mother. "It's so nice to see your teams have gotten so close lately. It'll probably save our skin out there too," Shikamaru replied grimly. "We shouldn't discuss that here, son," Shikaku responded. "Oh, but why not?" was Ino's grating reply. "Oh shit." Those were the words that came to all of the young Chunins' minds when they heard that tone. Ino was about to make things awkward, and nobody was going to stop her. Inoichi tried to reason with his daughter, anticipating the direction this was headed. "Well honey, in the compound there are Nara members that aren't Shikamaru's par." "Oh, so when then? When are we gonna talk about how we're going to throw a bunch of 14-year-olds to take down a confidential branch of ANBU?" Shikaku and Choza attempted to chime in, but Ino was already on a roll. "I mean, like you literally realize how insane this is, right?" she snorted. "First we're going to throw Sasuke Uchiha at the man who was likely responsible for driving his brother insane to the point of committing genocide. Not just him though, alongside him we're going to send the village's Jinchuriki, who it seems to me until recently had absolutely no friends, and is still mistreated by much of the village to this day. Oh yeah, and right behind Naruto and Sasuke we're going to add 5 of the youngest Chunin in the village." "That's enough, Ino," her father replied coldly. "S-rank secrets are S-rank for a reason. We have no idea how many spies that scoundrel has planted around here." But Ino remained on the offensive. "Okay, no Danzo talk then. You still all seem to ignore the Naruto and Sasuke issue. Growing up not a word was spoken to me about Naruto. You all knew how he was being treated, never did anything. Same with Sasuke, his entire clan was murdered and he just lives in their ghost town. Ino, you don't have to defend us." Naruto tried desperately, hoping to get the attention off himself. "If I don't, who will?" she asked and turned back to the adults in the room. "I know we're shinobi, and you always say no matter how right or just the shinobi thinks they are, they'll meet their comrades and enemies in the same dark corner of hell. But is this really how low we are? You let Shikamaru, Choji, and I grow up like this while you knew just outside our compounds they were living like that?" Ino had tears welled up in her eyes. "Ino, when it came to those two, the Sandame didn't let us do much of anything. The most we were allowed was to get rid of anyone stupid enough to threaten Naruto's life. Or in Sasuke's case, keeping him from the civilians' whispers. So that's the best we got then?" Sit by and do nothing? None of the adults in the room had an easy time falling asleep that night. The clang of metal on concrete echoed against the dim walls again. Sakura fell to her knees in exhaustion, already wincing in anticipation of Yugao's barking. She felt a kick in her side. Get the fuck up, Pinky. Nobody said it was time for a break. This was Team 7's life for the past 6 weeks. At first, Naruto and Sakura had been in shock of the harshness they were subjected to. Even Sasuke seemed to take a moment to adjust to their treatment. At this point, however, Sakura didn't even have enough energy to complain about it even to herself in her own head. She knew ANBU Black Ops were an elite division, and that it wouldn't be easy, especially as a newly minted chunin, but she wasn't ready for this at all. Day in and day out she'd be tortured by her instructor, usually Kakashi or Yugao, but sometimes by a different captain she didn't know the true identity of. Oh yeah, that was another thing. Nobody called each other by their names here. The instructors made sure of that. Even when she stopped making that mistake, she still had to watch the others endure making it. Naruto somehow still hadn't learned, and Sakura cringed every time she heard him say Sasuke instead of Hawk. She'd be subject to the boy's yells of agony as Kakashi punished him with ridiculous exercises that even Guy or Lee would be too humiliated and intimidated to attempt. In fact, she was about to watch it one more time. Before she could even forget the pain in her ribs Yugao had caused, Naruto stupidly opened his mouth. Guess still I'm better than you with the sword, Saku. He couldn't even finish saying it before Yugao had swept him off his feet. Sakura could vaguely hear him mutter, "Fuck," before Yugao had picked him up by the hair and looked straight into his eyes. "Still getting into trouble, Fox?" she taunted Naruto. "Now imagine once again for me, you're on a mission and you call Sakura here by her actual name, instead of just Groundhog." Here they went again with the same old lecture. "Since you're clearly an incompetent sorry excuse of an ANBU, you've also mistakenly left one of your enemy assailants alive." They go to their Kage, and suddenly the Kage of that village knows the name of an ANBU of Konoha, so that Kage goes and cobbles together the most sophisticated espionage his village can muster. With just a name, they find what part of the village she lives in, stations their own ANBU to kidnap her at the safest moment in time, and then takes her back to their village where their interrogators will successfully detract the details of every single ANBU mission she's ever been on, exposing countless state secrets that will make it exponentially easier for them to leverage power over Konoha. Does that sound fun to you? No. Naruto managed to hack out. Then why is it that you keep doing it over and over again? She replied. I just don't get why it's such a big deal. Kakashi was an ANBU and he's famous. Zabuza knew his name, the Sangenin knew his name. Why isn't he a target? Surely they could do it to him. That's where you're wrong, Naruto. The information that your sensei is a former ANBU is technically a secret you're only privy to because you're a shinobi. Despite his fame, other villages can only speculate his background. In this world, speculation isn't worth a damn compared to confirmation. Second of all, the average ANBU is not Kakashi Hatake. Kakashi Hatake is not only far too dangerous to risk kidnapping, but also has far too much political value for the leaf. Kidnapping Kakashi Hatake is an act of war. Now sure, maybe as a Jinchuriki you're a bit similar, but Sakura over there isn't. When Sakura gets captured, she will have to use the brain-melting suicide techniques we teach ANBU to prevent information to be extracted from her. Even if you're fast enough, it doesn't matter if you or Kakashi or Sasuke throw a fit. No responsible Hokage will risk intervening to save her. Yugao stopped for a moment and Naruto noticed her face soften and filled with regret and sorrow. It doesn't matter if they're your comrade, your best friend, your sibling, or your lover. They're shinobi and they're still tools to be discarded when it's not politically favorable to keep them anymore. Tears had pooled up in her eyes and Naruto knew she was thinking about hate. You get it now? You have to follow the damn rules. She finished. Yes. Ma'am, Naruto replied. Good, now go and ask my guy for your punishment, she said before she released his hair and let him collapse on the ground. Sakura had finally recovered from Yugao's earlier kick and gotten up, but it wasn't fast enough and Yugao noticed her lack of movement. Oh, you took this long? You need to practice today's slashing patterns for the rest of the day, and if you stop you're gonna have to make up for it after sundown. Sakura didn't even make eye contact and grunted in response. Any sort of defiance would make it even worse, and she could not afford to be held up after sundown. The library's worth of studying A and B required was still waiting for her at home, and the consequences of failing an anatomy exam were much more dire than physical training punishment. That bastard Naruto was lucky he could use his clones to study. But Sakura just remembered the amount of Might Guy challenges he had subjected himself to had cancelled any studying advantages the clones gave him, and she felt better at his expense. When she had finally suffered through the day's kenjutsu, she happily strolled outside of the musty bunker they were forced to train in, and proceeded to collapse less than 300 feet from it. Right next to Naruto. "Good evening, Naruto," Sakura said as the orange setting sun bored straight into her eyes. "Naruto, you need to wake up. If they catch you slacking, you're gonna be doing this all night," she responded. Naruto finally spoke. "I actually did finish. I just don't want to start studying yet." "No, I'm not having you fall asleep again," Sakura replied as she picked her aching body up and grabbed Naruto's wrist, dragging him by the arm towards her home. "Please, Sakura, no, I can't do this anymore," he pleaded. "I don't care," she replied. "Do you know where Sasuke is?" Naruto asked her, noticing his absence. "Nope," she replied. "Probably got himself in trouble somehow. We don't have time to wait for him to finish. Now get the fuck up or I will use Mega Sakura as motivation." That doesn't work on me anymore. When I disappeared that second week, after I bled too much on Kakashi's sandals, they realized I can't handle genjutsu. "Of course it took you an entire week to learn how to dispel genjutsu," Sakura replied in annoyance. "Hey, come on, big chakra," he replied. "Use all that chakra to get up already then," she complained. Fine, Naruto said and finally got up from the ground. "Let's go study the best spot to slice in the left leg to make someone bleed out. Actually, we're studying medical ninjutsu today," she said. "We should do anything but that," Naruto replied in annoyance, as they arrived at Sakura's door and walked up to her room. "Come on, Naruto, you'll get better at it. Don't you want to know how to heal wounds if Ino is ever in trouble? What if some scoundrel wounds her?" she teased. La 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 la, I can't hear you. I'm not listening to this," Naruto said as he covered his ears. Sakura gasped sarcastically. "You don't want to save Ino? That's not very romantic of you." But Naruto wasn't having it. "Still can't hear a thing you're saying. Who even is Ino?" "I don't know any Ino Yamanaka. Let's stop talking about random girl from the academy." Sakura did another exaggerated gasp. "I'll tell Ino you called her a random girl from the academy." Naruto threw his hand at Sakura and covered her mouth, looking her in the eyes. "Don't say that," he whispered as if Ino was hiding behind the corner. "Fine, I'll do your stupid medical ninjutsu practice," he said as he removed his hand from her mouth. Sakura smirked, satisfied the situation had gone her way, and proceeded to get their books out while Naruto reluctantly conjured up 2 shadow clones. Sakura actually enjoyed studying with Naruto's clones. She could ask them specific questions and they'd have an easier time answering that one Naruto shuffling through all of that same information in his brain. They were also extremely convenient, as an extra pair of hands, and as dummies to practice on, although there seemed to be a sentiment among the clones that they were more than just meat bags to experiment on. Sakura was even concerned they might try and rebel one day, but Naruto assured her that would never happen and that he could dispel them at any time. Once they'd spent some time setting everything up and reviewing, Sakura decided it was time to be hands-on again. "We have to be careful, Naruto. We're doing artery repair today. That can be really dangerous," Sakura said. "Well, that's why I don't like this stuff. It's not fun injuring myself," he replied as one of the Naruto clones handed them towels. "There's nothing to be worried about, Naruto. It's really simple. First you need to hold the limb from one side and slow down the blood, then use your other hand to perform jutsu. Here, I'll do it on you first so you can see how it's done, and don't panic when it's your turn." "Okay," Naruto grumbled as he held his hand out and brought a kunai to his forearm. He braced himself and winced as he made a short horizontal gash across it, instantly causing blood to gush out of the wound. "Don't heal this one, Kyubi," Naruto told the fox spirit. "Gladly," the fox spirit replied, and continued to let blood gush out from Naruto's arm and down onto the towels on the floor. Sakura took a hold of Naruto's arm and grabbed the upper end of the limb to restrict more blood flow. Naruto felt her chakra enter his arm, further slowing down the pool of blood. He watched as she calmly brought her other hand. "It only takes rudimentary water release," So you should be fine when you do it yourself," she said as she used her chakra to move the blood out of the way and make the gash more clear. Her hand proceeded to glow green and the wound slowly closed, until there was nothing, not even a scar to signify the potentially lethal wound that was only there seconds prior. "Think you can do that?" Sakura asked as their eyes met. No," he replied. "Well, you're about to anyway. Don't worry about it. If something goes wrong, I'll be able to heal myself. So just stay calm. I'll do my best," he said. "Okay, 1, 2, 3" Sakura counted down before making an identical gash to Naruto's on her own arm. Naruto grabbed her upper arm and squeezed, successfully restricting the flow of blood. He focused his chakra into his hand, trying to pinpoint the water and the blood in her arm. It took him longer than it took Sakura, and she watched his eyes twitch in frustration. "Your hand's a little high, but don't panic, you can do this," she tried, and watched as Naruto kept going. She finally felt his chakra enter her, and further slowed down her blood flow. Naruto proceeded to bring his other hand up, hovered it over her cut, and attempted to manipulate her blood. The cut began to clear up. The only problem was it was too slow. So slow, in fact, that the little blood that was still flowing through her arm was leaving the wound faster than Naruto could move it out of the way. I can't. Naruto started panicking quickly, and Sakura looked up to his face. After a few seconds, it was clear that Naruto was too flustered to keep going. So Sakura brought her own hand up and cleared her arm of blood. "It's okay. I'll handle the blood, heal the wound." Naruto didn't say a word and simply began to work on it. It took significantly longer than when Sakura did it. It took so long that Sakura had to keep moving her own blood out of the way for him to finish it. When her cut had closed, Naruto crumpled in his chair, completely defeated. "That was awful, Sakura. It's okay," she replied. "You'll get better at it eventually." Naruto had his eyes closed, still overwhelmed by the panic of seeing such an open wound and not being able to close it in time. "Kyubi, you see that?" he said to the demon spirit. "Not only did I feel the emotions of your first-hand embarrassment, I felt my own second-hand embarrassment watching you fuck up so bad," the demon said back. Naruto was flabbergasted at that. "That's... Anyway, you always are able to heal my wounds super fast, right? Well, is there any way we could do that with someone else?" Now it was the fox's turn to be flabbergasted. "None of my previous jailers has ever made a request like that." "Really? Why not?" Naruto asked. "I suppose it's the whole matter of trusting a demon," the Kyubi replied. "Oh. Okay, but is it possible?" he reiterated, after a really long pause. "Yes, it's possible. I still can't believe they made you a chunin," Temari said as they walked down the streets of Suna, trailing behind the Kazekage. "You know, you say that every time I come here. I'm starting to think it's just a dig at me," Shikamaru replied dryly. Temari laughed at his response. "Can you blame me? I mean, seriously, how did they even get your lazy ass to accept? I would have expected you to be like him. Actually, after doing 10 million calculations in my massive brain, I've determined that being a missing nin is slightly less of a drag than having to be a chunin. So I'm leaving this village." "See, you're forgetting the most important thing here," Shikamaru replied. "My mother would hunt me down and drag me back if I tried to run away." "Oh my god, you're serious? That's actually the only thing stopping you from doing it," she said incredulously. "It's not so bad. I mean, think about it. 3 days of every month they send me all the way to an allied village just to give a pretty girl a scroll, a cheap but effective way to pacify me." Shikamaru managed to say it in the same lazy tone he said everything else despite the brazen flirting he had just done. That's so? Is your mission also to seduce the Kazekage's sister for political leverage? Or are you just happy to see me?" Temari said. "Dunno, guess you'll have to wait till the next intercontinental shitshow to see if I come and defend the Sans Princess," Shikamaru replied. Gaara turned around to talk to them. "You can stop flirting with my sister now, Shikamaru." Had this been just 6 months earlier, Shikamaru's blood probably would have run cold at Gaara's words. But by now he'd had the opportunity to watch the boy grow into his own. What was once a confused boy trying to connect with a populace that was terrified of him, was now a confident leader with growing admiration in his community. Sure, sometimes he said weird things and you couldn't quite tell if he was joking or if he was about to kill your family, but it was a massive improvement. Shikamaru made a mental note to himself to thank Naruto for saving this poor kid. It had probably prevented war from breaking out. "You're too harsh, Lord Kazekage," Shikamaru began. "She flirted with me first, and I said none of that Lord Kazekage business either. I'm not even older than you." "Of course, Gaara," Shikamaru replied. "I hope my visits here have been useful to you." "They have in fact been useful. The information Konoha has provided us with has helped numerous times in securing our border, especially in the time shortly after the Chunin exams. Many of these people we're passing by now are only fed because Konoha's intel kept our crops safe and secure." "I'm glad to hear that, Gaara. It's good to see your relationship with your village strengthening. I can't wait to inform Naruto." "Has he been well?" "It's unfortunate we haven't been able to meet since that time. He's been doing good. He has a lot of value in Konoha. And you know, because of the status you both share, our Kage has been careful in slowly allowing him out of the village more often." "Yes, I understand. It will be a while before the Chunin exams are held in Konoha again. Hopefully we can meet before then," Gaara said. "Yes, hopefully," Shikamaru responded. The conversation came to a natural rest and Gaara returned to Kazekage Tower as Temari escorted Shikamaru to the gates of Suna. They stood there, outside the gates, out of sight and earshot from the gate guards. Shikamaru's back was against the wall, and Temari had her hand on his flak jacket, softly leaning on him. "Don't miss me too much while you're gone, Shika," Temari told him playfully. It hurt so much to lie, but he knew he had to. "You shouldn't be too worried about that. I'll be back soon enough." "Promise? Seriously?" Did she have to do this to him? Why had she picked now of all time to be vulnerable? Whatever cruel higher power was out there must have been dead set on making him feel as awful as possible right now. "I promise," he finally managed to reply as he held her chin and gently pushed it up so they'd make eye contact. One last time, one last look, then he detached himself from against the wall. Slithering out of her grasp, he walked away from her. "Try not be busy with a mission when I'm back." He cringed at the irony, knowing full well he was going to be the one busy with a mission this time next month. Shikamaru had always avoided caring about things. Those who cared about things got caught up in them, and then had to deal with troublesome things all the time. Now he'd gone and done it, gotten himself mixed up with a woman, and a troublesome one at that. Some genius he was. Of course, he had Jiraiya to blame for this too. Out of everyone involved in route infiltration, Shikamaru was basically designated as the spearhead of the mission. Just a month after the assignment, he and he alone was already certified ANBU. The logic was that Shikamaru was the best one to scout things out in advance, and it would be beneficial for him to be strategizing right from the beginning. The logic was completely sound and Shikamaru knew it was the right thing to do. After 3 months in ANBU, doing the best job they could of dropping little crumbs at the right spots, they had finally gone and done it. A route operative had contacted Shikamaru. They finally had their foot in the door. Unfortunately, that meant Shikamaru could no longer act as a diplomat. His trips to the sand had been going on since before he had started in ANBU and he was lucky to continue them. But the first thing the route operative had told him when inviting him to join was that he would have to abandon that mission. Ever since the Uchiha massacre, Danzo was operating a completely underground organization, unknown to the Hokage's administration. Thus, newer members of Root could not actually abandon their ANBU posts, not immediately at least. To Danzo, that was already a liability. Adding normal missions, especially of the nature of Shikamaru's, to the mix, was absolutely not okay. As Shikamaru made his way back home, he couldn't stop himself from lamenting about it more. Niji and Kiba had only recently gotten into ANBU, and Team 7 was still in the middle of training. Of course, it'd be extremely weird had they all entered simultaneously. But did it really have to be Shikamaru to get the short end of the stick like this? Who knew if he'd even survive this mission? The original report Yugao and Yamato had delivered to them had told Jiraiya's account of a dying Root member being chased by her own comrades. If he somehow made it out alive, he hoped Temari of the Sand wouldn't be too angry with him. Traveling through the forests of the Fire Country, more discreet than ever before, Team 7 was not happy. "How is that bastard still alive? We literally saw Zabuza decapitate him," Naruto growled in anger. "Who knows how he did it?" Sasuke replied. But evidently their professional relationship wasn't perfect given the circumstances. He probably figured to leave while he had the chance. Whatever he did, we end it now, Sakura said. We have to be careful. If he's faked his death dealing with mercenaries before, who's to say he won't do it with some of the Guardian 12? Naruto replied. Okay guys, we can't talk freely like this anymore. We're nearing the capital border, Sakura said. That's right. From now on, none of us exist. Not to the citizens of the Fire Nation's capital, not to the shinobi stationed here, and not to the Guardian 12 regardless of if they're betraying the daimyo, Naruto reaffirmed. And not the daimyo either. If we get caught, he'll pretend we don't exist, Sasuke added. Look at us, Genin last year. I was barely a Chunin, now we're on a top secret S rank, Naruto said mischievously. You can pat yourself on the back later, Sakura said in annoyance. We seriously need to be quiet now. We're 400 meters from the capital's border. The security is insane here. Those were your words, not mine, by the way. Naruto quieted down, but couldn't help but smile behind his mask. Ever since they'd become ANBU, they'd spent most of their time in the village, acting as glorified police officers in the shadows, and sometimes as security. Of course, Naruto knew that under normal circumstances this was preferable. Most ANBU missions were assassinations, and Naruto had come to slowly realize that missions like that probably weren't ones he would always agree with, which was precisely why he loved this mission. He knew at some point he'd probably have to do something he didn't like. Kill someone who maybe didn't deserve it, but was needed dead for political reasons, so when he got the details for this mission he was secretly ecstatic. Killing Gato was something he didn't have many qualms with, and he was even lucky enough to happen to be assigned this mission with his old team. They didn't get to spend much time together nowadays. This was going to be some good old Team 7 bonding. Rendezvous in 45, Sasuke said quietly. Sakura and Naruto didn't even reply. Their task was already known: infiltrate the capital, do an initial scan of the area, and return to decide their next plans. Naruto kept pondering the mission as he sat in a branch, suppressing his chakra and observing the security patterns of the border patrol. Their mission was a rather important one. Jiraiya had remarked most ANBU missions were simple assassinations compared to this. According to the daimyo, 2 of the Guardian 12 had reported Gato's presence in the capital, no doubt setting up some new smuggling operation. The other 10 Guardian 12 had gone on to confirm Gato's presence, but hadn't involved themselves as the first 2, Ogachi and Susho, who'd promised to handle it on their own. After several weeks of non-results, the daimyo had begun to suspect their betrayal. Normally, he would simply order the others to investigate, but the Guardian 12 wasn't what it once was. After losing half of its members in coup attempt nearly a decade back, Asuma regularly bragged about how his loyalty to the daimyo had stopped this attempt from succeeding. The daimyo wasn't interested in further degrading the sanctity of the Guardian 12, not even to the other members of the Guardian 12. And now Team 7 had to do all the dirty work. It was just how the world spun. Naruto finally found an opening and slipped through the border, into the capital city of the Fire Nation. He had little time to be in awe at the scale of it, as he needed to avoid being seen and to get a feel for the area. But he managed to construct a model in his head. Unless one were looking out, they'd completely forget they were in a nation surrounded by forest. The streets were clean stone pathways, unlike the dirt roads of Konoha. Everyone walked at the most leisurely of paces, seemingly unconcerned about any places they might have to be. Naruto admired the emerald roofs before he realized he could not run on them. The rich nobles of the city are probably not used to shinobi using their homes as pathways. Looking for a moment at the setting sun, he decided to hop from beam to beam, knowing that it wouldn't shake the buildings like running on a roof would. He scanned the streets intently, making sure to lay low as he did. Naruto frowned at the realization that the border was too easy to cross, but one look to his left told him everything he needed to know. The daimyo's palace was huge. At least, it was bigger than any building Naruto had seen before. In fact, it was too big. Naruto made his way closer to it. Logic told him that this was not only a palace, but a city within a city, and he avoided trying to infiltrate the walls. While it was dark enough to go on rooftops unnoticed, with the help of some camouflaging jutsu, It was not wise to try and enter what was a literal fortress. It didn't matter anyway, as Gato was said to be on the outskirts of the capital, so he decided that he'd make his way back. He hoped that Sakura and Sasuke had seen something more interesting than old noble ladies sharing anecdotes. Making it out of the border was just as straightforward as making it in, and he was careful to find their meeting spot. Naruto hopped down to where he saw 2ANBU at a clearing. "I didn't know the palace was like that," Naruto said. "I couldn't see much of the palace." Sasuke replied. "Neither could I," Sakura added. "I was towards the west side." "So was I. I think I found where Gato is set up," Sasuke said. "Between the eastern border and the city there's some forest. It's got way less security. I found discarded crates and some empty bags. They're probably around there somewhere. Let's wait till nightfall. That's probably when they'll start moving. Plus it's a pain in the ass to move through the city like it is now," Sakura replied. "Agreed. Let's just stake it out, suppress our chakra," Naruto said. They all nodded, before shooting back into the trees in complete silence. The three kept a distance from each other, trying to avoid making too much ruckus in one hot spot. When Sasuke had finally brought them to the spot, they didn't move a muscle. Things like this were typically the hardest on Naruto. He knew for the next several hours they would sit like this, in complete silence, only moving when absolutely necessary to keep their muscles from going numb. The only evidence that his comrades were even still there were their faint chakra signatures that he could only sense from months of training with them. He looked at the near-empty clearing religiously until the last bit of light had finally been engulfed by the horizon, and it was pitch black outside. Finally, it was time for things to get interesting, but they didn't, not for a few hours. "Where the fuck are those idiots?" came a distant voice that Team 7 had no trouble recognizing. Behind him, Gato had an equally short underling, holding a lantern. Despite the fact that he couldn't see them, Naruto could tell Gato had security on him. "Every time I get involved with shinobi, they always pull bullshit like this," Gato muttered in frustration. "Let's just sit down, see what sort of excuse they've got. You'd think I would've learned my lesson by now." Well, if he was talking like that about shinobi, he either had samurai as security, or the shinobi guarding him didn't have much pride, which would make sense. It's not like he could afford to hire some hotshot missing nin when he was presumed dead. Gato's underling didn't respond, probably out of fear. Whatever it was, it didn't matter because Naruto now had to suffer through even more waiting. His legs absolutely screamed at him, begged him to stand up just for a moment, maybe just march in place. But 10 weeks of ANBU training torture had made sure that he wouldn't take stupid risks like that. He'd be here for as long as Gato was here. Nevertheless, he felt incredible relief wash over him when Gato got up in anger, and muttered more obscenities about shinobi and how they were the scum of the earth. Well, he was probably right about that last part, but the words were hollow to Naruto when it came from an even more grimy scumbag. He waited until Gato was completely out of earshot before meeting with Sasuke and Sakura again. "I don't like this. We need to investigate now. It might already have gotten out of hand," Naruto said. Even now it felt weird behaving like a leader, and he hoped it would dissipate by the time he became Hokage. Sasuke and Sakura simply nodded before they split up. The problem for Naruto was, despite his friend's instant approval of his suggestion, it still somehow felt ridiculous to do. He could already hear Ino's voice in his head. "Silly Naruto, you just have trauma. Let me enter your brain and help you fix it." Okay, maybe she hadn't exactly said it like that, but she did seem awfully interested in entering his brain. Naruto wasn't sure how the demon in his stomach would feel about that. Eventually they decided to split up, scan the area better. It was already pitch black, so they wouldn't have a problem being invisible. Naruto skillfully maneuvered the streets of the city, listening into blips of conversation, checking suspicious corridors and alleys. Logically, shinobi had no reason to hide in the alleys of their own city, but Naruto's gut told him to check anyway. Unfortunately, Naruto's gut was right. Before Naruto could even completely comprehend the scene before him, he almost had a heart attack. He was not expecting to find 3 of the Guardian 12 in an alleyway, even if he was looking for suspicious things. While he was invisible to civilians and most shinobi, the Guardian 12 were not most shinobi. Thankfully, nobody seemed to notice him, and once his initial panic went away, he was able to find the reason for tonight's absence. It was Ogachi and Susho, standing in front of the dead body of their comrade. "Shit, what do we do with him?" Ogachi said. "We need to dump him." Sasho replied. "We can't just dump him, you idiot. You used your blood release on him. You're the only blood release user in this whole continent that isn't a Kiri spy. We'll be made instantly, not if nobody finds his body." Sasho interjected. "We can't move him now. His fucking blood is everywhere. We need to get to Gato anyway. His patience is already thin." "You're out of your mind. We can't just leave his body here. Civilians use these alleyways all the time. If one of them finds him, it will be a riot." Sasho argued. "Let's just move that junk over there and cast a genjutsu in this spot. That should hold us over until tomorrow night," Ogachi said. "This better not backfire on us or we'll have this whole city hunting for our heads, not just Gato." Sasho replied as he started to drag over some debris that had been shoved into the alley. Naruto decided this was his best shot to leave without getting caught. He carefully retreated from the area and sprinted off back to the forest. He returned back to where Gato had gone for his meetup and found Sasuke there investigating the area. This just got a lot more complicated," Naruto said. "You bet, look at this," Sasuke replied as he held up a bag. "Looks like they're not afraid of this spot being investigated. They just left this here like this." Naruto took the bag from Sasuke's hand. Not having magic eyeballs of his own, he snapped his fingers and a small flame appeared atop his thumb, imitating a lighter. He moved his hand up the bag and noticed blue and white dust. "They're smuggling drugs?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, it's weird, but I've heard from other ANBU and off-duty jonin that this kind of stuff is actually a big problem in these types of affluent places. High-end labs make this stuff. It's supposed to be safer, but tons of people end up dead from it." Naruto frowned. "You think that's bad? I actually ran into Ogachi and Sasho. They would have definitely sensed me out if they weren't arguing on how to hide the dead body of their teammate," Sasuke groaned. "Are you serious? How are we gonna cover that one up? Worse, Sasho used a blood release assassination technique. The poor dude's eyes are all red and his arteries are black. Luckily they went to meet up with Gato and didn't have time to get rid of it. If we hurry we can take it back and figure out how to clean him up. Speaking of Gato, Groundhog followed directly after him. We need to make sure she's alright," Sasuke replied. Naruto nodded and followed Sasuke through the forest. For some reason he had gotten astonishingly good at tracking Sakura. He knew that they'd gotten closer over the past few months, but it was still bewildering. Eventually they had made it out of the forest and to a building not so far outside of it. A tall wooden structure looked like it was abandoned and not in the best condition. Naruto and Sasuke paused. Sasuke held a hand signal up to Naruto that told him to let him take the lead and to follow as carefully as possible. Naruto had no objections to this and watched as the boy scanned the building. If he looked really closely he could see where the pupils of Sasuke's blood-red Sharingan were examining. He faintly made out some shinobi and samurai in the spots Sasuke was looking. While he pondered just how much the Sharingan revealed to Sasuke, he felt a tap on his shoulder. "Down there," Sasuke whispered as he pointed to the end of the path that led to the decrepit building. Naruto saw, for the second time that day, Ogachi and Sasho. "Come on, we need to get inside now," Sasuke whispered again, and Naruto once again followed his lead as carefully as he could as they infiltrated the presumed headquarters of Gato. They had finally managed to slip in through a window, where they scaled the support beams until they had finally met back up with Sakura. Sakura turned to them and Naruto noticed mild surprise in her body language. She swiftly materialized a kunai from her pouch and pointed it at them. "Who am I?" she asked in a hushed voice. "Groundhog," they responded in unison. Sakura eased up and they turned their attention down to the scene below them. Apparently Sakura had situated herself right above Gato. "Let him in," Gato said in his gravelly voice, and two samurai opened the door revealing Ogashi and Sasho. The pair walked into the office, showing no fear, and simply spoke to Gato. "Forgive us, security issue at the palace, we couldn't make it," Sasho said. Naruto tapped Sakura's shoulder. "They're lying, we'll fill you in later," he said quickly. "Whatever, just don't let it happen tomorrow. We got a big shipment, and we can't leave it laying around. We need to start getting some of this stuff in the walls of the palace. Be here by 10. I trust you didn't solve this security issue too well?" Gato said. Ogachi and Susho had the briefest moment of unease before they responded. "We'll definitely be there on time. We want to get this over with," Ogachi said. Good. Now get out of here, sun's about to rise. "We have no time to discuss logistics today, understood Gato?" They replied, and they left the warehouse shortly thereafter. "I'm gonna go to bed, make sure no one goes poking around here," Gato said to his crew as he got up from the seat. "What a bunch of fucking idiots," he muttered to himself as he disappeared into an unseen corridor of the building. Team 7 swiftly left the warehouse, and when they'd gotten far enough away, Naruto retold the full story of his discovery to the both of them. "You think you can clean up the body-esque groundhog?" Naruto asked. "I don't know," she responded. "I thought you had your teacher," he said, making sure not to say Tsunade's name or any of her descriptors out loud. "She's really inconsistent. I don't even know why she agreed to it when she always acts like it's the biggest chore in the world. Advanced medical ninjutsu is still more about healing people than manipulating their dead bodies to cover up cause of death. Regardless, I'll know for sure when I see the body for myself." "Good, I'll just lead you there then. We have to hurry cause it's in the city. We have to get out of here before light comes again," Naruto said. Naruto finally managed to lead them back to the scene of the crime. "Be careful, there's a genjutsu, yeah," Sakura finished for him as she scanned down the alleyway. "You stay up here, this isn't some standard genjutsu. It's weaved together all weird. If we're careful, Sakura and I can go in and recover the body without changing the composition of the jutsu," Sasuke said. Naruto said, and he continued to lay atop the roof, watching his comrades slide down the alleyway. They'd stop every couple of feet, seemingly tampering with the genjutsu themselves. Eventually they got down to the ground and moved things around until they found the body. He watched them exchange a few words before Sasuke carried the body up, and Sakura kept casting her own genjutsu. "Sun's about to rise, let's hurry up," Naruto said. "Don't rush her," Sasuke hissed back, and Naruto had to wait another minute before Sakura finally made it back up and they could flee the scene of the crime. They sprinted across the city, narrowly missing the creeping blanket of light that was beginning to engulf every surface of the earth. "So, what can you do about him?" Naruto asked when they had finally made it out of the border. "I can get rid of most visible signs that Susho killed him, but it might not hold up in a deeper examination. Our best bet is making a different wound that distracts from his real cause of death. I can rig the body to look newly deceased after that," Sakura responded. "Holy shit, we're gonna have to desecrate his body?" Naruto asked in shock. "It doesn't have to be that bad," Sasuke said. "I saw one of Gato's guards, she had a lot of explosive seals. If we just use those on him, we don't have to do it so up close. It will just look like she blew him up. That's still pretty fucked up," Naruto said. "So this is what it means to be an ANBU. Let's not think about it now. We need to focus on ambushing them tonight," Sakura replied. "We also need to sleep for a few hours. I'll take first watch." Naruto had no objections to that. Sitting upon the same support beam in Gato's warehouse as yesterday, Naruto was busy fastening a body that belonged to one of the Guardian 12. "You don't have to worry about a thing here," he told it. "All you need to do is stay here with me, and I'll bring you back down there when Sasuke and Sakura have finished your traitorous comrades off." "Fox," Sasuke hissed from about 15 feet away. "Shut the fuck up." Naruto rolled his eyes. There was nobody here. They'd been waiting for 4 hours. Whatever Gato had planned was taking a while. But just as Naruto had that thought, the footsteps of their targets could be heard beyond the doors of that room. "We really saved your ass out there, Gato," came the gloats of Susho. "And after all the shit you talk about us." Naruto didn't hear the rest of this conversation, as he had already retreated to outside the warehouse. He carefully scaled the walls of the compound until he made his way to the spots that Sasuke had outlined for him. Just as Sasuke said, there were 4 samurai stationed outside. It was lucky for Naruto that Ogachi was a wind type, so Naruto could get rid of these assailants while maintaining the lie they were here to uphold. He chose first to take out the samurai furthest from the entrance. 2 of his clones made a silent ambush from the skies. They covered the mouths of the samurai and slit their throats. It only took about 45 seconds for the whole thing to be over. "You too," Naruto hissed. Keep them from bleeding on the floor, and plant them near the entrance once you've got the signal." Naruto didn't even wait for acknowledgement, and leapt off to create the signal he was responsible for creating. Several meters from the entrance, Naruto had his eyes planted on the samurai. Sasho was supposedly the stealthier shinobi of the pair, while Ogachi chose to be more loud. He'd gotten the stealth portion done, now it was time to be nice and loud. Naruto retrieved an exceedingly heavy stack of sliced-up rocks he had planted on a branch earlier. Apart from wind, Ogachi was apparently exceptionally talented at earth release. Naruto wasn't capable of earth release, but he'd read up on Ogachi and realized he could replicate one of his signature techniques if he prepared ahead of time. Apparently, Ogachi was fond of calling it Rocky Hellfire, although Naruto decided he was not actually about to say something so embarrassing. Naruto tore open the sack. "Over here!" he yelled straight at the samurai from his spot on the branch. The samurai were quick, but Naruto was quicker. Before they had managed to even move, Naruto had launched the sack of murder rocks up into the air, and leapt up after them. In the light of the full moon, Naruto was able to see each individual rock, and he weaved hand signs rapidly as his soaring body rose over the pile of stones. Naruto didn't possess a Sharingan, but he was still a shinobi, and his battle-trained eyes were able to perfectly deduce the millisecond in which the stones reached weightlessness. A perfect corridor in which the force of the throw was stagnant, and the force of gravity had yet to drag them down. It was at that moment Naruto executed his wind jutsu, blowing an extraordinarily powerful gust of air straight at the stones. The poor samurai only had enough time to look up before the rocky hellfire rained down on them and shredded their bodies apart, tearing through their armor as if it were gelatin. Any rocks that hadn't touched their bodies had hurled through the deteriorated wood behind them, immediately notifying Gato and all of his men that something was very wrong. Of course, this was exactly what Naruto planned. This was his signal, not just to his clones, but to Sasuke and Sakura as well. Naruto rapidly retreated from his spot and back into the compound from where he left. Just before he reached the body he was meant to be babysitting, he received the memories of his two shadow clones, who had planted the other two samurai only a few meters from the entrance. Perfect, unless they fucked this up, it would like Ogachi and Sasho had just stumbled upon the compound and infiltrated it normally. Naruto frantically untied the body as he heard the violence happening in the adjacent room, and hoped Sasuke and Sakura were still in one piece. "Find them! They can't be far!" Gato screamed at Ogachi and Suso. The scene that Naruto was met with was an angry Gato just receiving notice from Ogachi and Sasho of their slaughtered security detail. Before they could flee back, Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of them. "AMBU Black Ops?" Ogachi said in disbelief, but Sasuke was wordless and ran straight into the pair. Both of them struck at Sasuke, but he was too smooth, and he effortlessly dodged both attacks while returning a slash of his own from his sword. The pair almost tripped over themselves, and Naruto knew Sasuke was smirking behind the mask. He watched as Sasuke continued to dodge and weave their attacks, slowly leading them towards the remaining shinobi and samurai that Gato had hired to defend himself. He noted Sasuke was slowly showing cracks in his form, although he couldn't blame him considering his opponents. Naruto then searched the room for Sakura. After pinpointing her energy, he found her in her hiding spot, quietly casting genjutsu. Just as he planned, Kakashi had strongly focused on subtle genjutsu when teaching them. Even Naruto had been dragged into learning some of it. He remembered Kakashi's consistent drilling into their heads about how it could easily turn the tide of a battle when pulled off correctly. Of course, that had proved to be true according to Sasuke and Sakura, and looking down now, it seemed to be proving true once again. Sasuke was balancing 6 shinobi now, including Ogachi and Sasho, and none of them seemed to notice how off-balance they were, or how much they were being toyed around with. Finally, Ogachi and Sasho decided to stop toying around, and created some distance as they weaved hand seals. Sasho was the first to act and began to recluse the distance he had just created. Sasuke observed the unique seal of his opponent, and realized this was not a technique that could merely be deflected. When the distance finally closed, there was a violent spray of blood that splattered across Sasho's pale face, which made his triumphant smirk look even more disturbing. Fortunately for Sasuke, Susho's smirk was wiped off his face when he realized the dead body in his hands was actually one of Gato's other hired shinobi. You think you're slick using a body replacement like that? You're only delaying the inevitable. Susho snarled as he threw the body aside and tried to pinpoint Sasuke again. His search was abruptly ended when a kunai on wire impaled his left eye and he was left writhing in pain. Sasuke had no time to celebrate as Ogachi had finally finished weaving seals, hitting the floor with a loud smack. Sasuke felt the entire earth under him start a low rumble, and with another samurai only a few meters away, Sasuke realized he had to take drastic measures and decided to use a new jutsu. He remembered back to when he and Kakashi developed this one. I copied this from the Reikage years ago, but haven't had the chakra for it till now. It's still chakra intensive, but I bet we can make a lighter version. The memory of Kakashi's words ran through his mind as he briefly went through the seals and muttered under his breath. Lightning release chakra mode. Sasuke learned immediately that his timing was perfect, as razor-sharp stalagmites shot from the ground. Even at his ridiculous new speed and the impairment that Sakura's jutsu was having on his opponent, they were still rapidly following behind him. Sasuke understood now why Ogachi was part of the Guardian 12, but it wasn't going to save the man's life. Sasuke threw his sword high in the air, opposite the direction Sakura was perched. They still had the mission of making this look like a failed drug bust, and Sasuke had just found a much better weapon for this. Only 2 lightning-charged paces away was the samurai that had been charging towards him. Sasuke ducked the samurai's swing and grabbed her entire body. She stumbled on herself as Sasuke held her waist and slithered his arm into hers, hijacking the katana in her hands. He narrowly dodged the next stalagmite, and drastically increased the lightning chakra coursing through his legs. Ogachi had no chance as Sasuke practically teleported in front of him. A final stalagmite surged from the ground in front of him, but Sasuke merely dodged and threw the samurai on top of it. Ogachi had an expression of horror on his face. Just as Sasuke had thought, it was a high-concentration jutsu and Ogachi had wasted potential escape on that last-ditch effort. Sasuke didn't hesitate to slice through Ogachi's neck, leaving the gash at an angle to give the illusion that the samurai had been interrupted by Agahi's stalagmite, but still quick enough to kill him. Without missing a beat, Sasuke sped back swiftly enough to just barely catch his previously thrown sword before it hit the floor. Sasuke's now hyper-adept ears just barely heard Naruto mutter the words, "Fucking show off." From the spot he was perched up in, Sasuke shifted his attention to Gato's last shinobi for hire. She was a tall, muscular woman in cloak, and he recognized her to be the explosive specialist. "Those idiots were busy wasting their time with you. I made sure I'd be able to keep you trapped," she said. Sasuke's eyes scanned the walls and noticed huge fortification seals spanning the walls. "You know what's going to happen now, right?" the woman said with a smirk as kunai with explosive seals materialized into her hands from her cloak. "You can run as fast as you want, but I won't have to hold back with these." Sasuke had no time to think his way out of this. Fortunately, he didn't have to, as Naruto had already specified her as part of their plan. "Fox now!" Sasuke yelled at the top of his lungs as the kunai left the woman's fingertips. A Kyubi-amped Naruto soared down from above, with the final member of the Guardian 12 in his arms. Naruto landed right between Sasuke and the kunai, and threw the body straight towards them. Sasuke barely had enough time to grab Naruto by the arm and get them out of range of the explosion. When the dust settled, Gato's last shinobi was met with the sight of all 3 members of Team 7. Panic filled her eyes as she realized her opponents had just tripled, and before she could so much as yell out a taunt of false confidence, she felt the powerful force of a kunai thud into her chest. The barely visible wire led her sight back to Sasuke. "You've got a lot more explosives in there, huh?" he asked rhetorically. "This won't be too hard then, I'll just have to activate one." And he sent a short volt of electrified chakra through the wire that quickly found and activated the nearest explosive tag, blowing her to smithereens. Naruto grimaced behind his mask and turned towards his teammates. "Sakura, just fix up his corpse and make sure Susho's Kekkai Genkai is completely undetectable. Sasuke, you make sure to scrub any signs of our interference. I'll handle Gato." Moments later, Naruto was back in the shadows of the compound. He'd kept an eye on Gato the whole time and was pleased to see that Gato had hid himself in his room. Gato had curled himself up in a fetal position in the darkness of his quarters, an unbecoming position of a man who had been so ruthless in his life. Naruto was just inches above him, sticking to the wall. With the most delicate of taps, Naruto's fingers touched Gato's neck, casting one of the few genjutsu he was capable of casting. He watched triumphantly as Gato's body ceased to shake. Deep, heavy breaths began to take over and the man got up from the corner he was in. "That's right, Sasho did this to you. You should have never trusted shinobi." Naruto carefully inserted his own suggestions into the genjutsu. As he steadily raised the anger levels in Gato's brain, Gato was slowly entering complete rage. He didn't notice Naruto slowly following him from behind as he tore through the doors, yelling obscenities at the top of his lungs. He didn't even notice Sasuke and Sakura as he entered the wreckage of the previous battle. His bloodshot eyes were dead set on a fallen figure. The agonized Sasho had been on his knees trying to recover from his injury with no avail. He looked up in horror as Gato picked him up off the ground. Sasho struggled to regain control. Wincing through his injuries, he grabbed Gato by the throat. What normally would have been an easy kill was made practically impossible in his current state. He yelled as Gato tore the kunai out of his eye socket and began to stab him in the shoulder. Sasho just barely fumbled the kunai out of his pockets and planted it in Gato's neck. But at the last moment, Gato decided that Sasho's chest looked a lot better than his shoulder, and stabbed Sasho straight through the heart. The trio watched as Gato's barrel-shaped body collapsed on top of Sasho, and they both lay dead. "Serves them right," Sakura said as the brutal scene before them ended. "I've finished up with the body. Let's get out of here." The other two nodded and slipped out of the scene of the crime. Before any light had touched the city, they were already well out of the border and rapidly traveling through the forests of the Fire Country. "That was actually a really good plan. You're better at being team leader than I thought," Sakura said. "Oh, that?" Naruto questioned. "It wasn't so crazy," Naruto replied in a humble tone. "No, really," Sasuke chimed in. "You'd already done the research on those Guardian 12 and everything. It would have been a lot messier if we had just winged it." "Well, you know, when you hang around people like Shikamaru so much, I guess you pick up a thing or two," Naruto replied. "Wherever you're getting it from, it's good." Before we left, "But Hokage does really seem to be in the cards for you." "We both think that," Sakura said as Sasuke nodded in confirmation. Naruto smiled and gave a response of appreciation, but deep down inside he had no idea why his confidence about achieving his goal kept shrinking. Ino Yamanaka stood stoically in the corner of the Hokage's office, as A and BU guards tended to do. Currently she was simply thankful to not be Shikamaru Nara. "This is bullshit," Jiraiya growled angrily. "We're about to send 2 more members of this mission into Danzo's hands and we still don't know shit. It's been months already. Like I said in my report, Lord Hokage, Danzo has kept me at arm's length. He's more suspicious than we anticipated. And let me guess, you talked for an hour again today and still haven't managed to gather much information on his missions, infrastructure, potential identities. Another waste of time. Well, today was a bit more interesting than our previous talks have been," Shikamaru said monotonously. "I'm ecstatic to hear all about it," Jiraiya responded in a grated voice, and Shikamaru's mind traveled back to earlier in the day. He had actually already written an entire report on it to turn in, but Jiraiya didn't seem to be in the waiting mood, so he opted to pull it out and read the report aloud to him. "Shimura Compound 2145. I was summoned by what appears to be the same root operative, as always. Welcome, Shikamaru," were the first words he spoke to me tonight. Just like always, he didn't greet me by my real name until the other root operatives were well out of earshot. I gather this is a dehumanization tactic. He makes you feel closer to him by using your real name, but withholds your true identity from other members, only using codenames when there's multiple of us. He wants them to be as faceless as possible, probably so that we don't hesitate to betray them at any time should he order it. "Evening, Lord Danzo," I finally responded back after seating myself across from him. "I trust you've done what I asked you to," he replied back to me. He had ordered me to observe the red light district of the village, although for what reason I hadn't figured out yet, so I opted to ask him, hoping he wouldn't take my question as disrespect. "Yes, Lord Danzo, although I struggled to understand the purpose of this assignment." "That is understandable. For now, just tell me what it is you observed throughout the week. The first 2 days of the week seemed rather calm. There was a spike in crime on days 3 and 4. By the last 3 days, unease and tension were everywhere. Crime practically skyrocketed, just as I expected from you. Even most other route would not have caught that much in only a week's span of time. Now the reason for your observation is very simple. ANBU has a very lax surveillance of the red light district, just as they do of Konoha in general. For decades I've had route taking care of it, keeping it from becoming too dangerous and seeping into other parts of the village. It took everything I had not to narrow my eyes. ANBU presence is not so bad in the red light district. ANBU regularly watched the area and prosecuted individuals. For Danzo to consider it lax meant that he must be doing some aggressive policing in the area. Danzo continued. Recently route has been spread thin, and we've been unable to police the area this week. I wanted to take the opportunity to show you how important our work is, beyond the Hokage's scope. There it was, we're still playing this game. He keeps testing to see just how far my own criticisms of the administration go. I played along all this time and I wasn't about to stop now. I see. It would be troublesome if we left policing to just ANBU. You'd like me to take over? Danzo groaned in approval. Yes, it's a very delicate job, you see. You need to be invisible to even ANBU surveillance to complete it. They're always too slow on the money, Shikamaru, waiting weeks to find evidence on someone, weeks to prosecute them. We're more hands-on than that. He looked at me dead in the eyes. I could tell he was searching for something. Any type of break, any indication that I felt he had gone too far, but I held his gaze as I responded. So you'd like me to narrow down undesirables and take them out before they become a problem? I noticed approval creep onto his face. Yes, and to give you an idea, I've already narrowed down 2 individuals I want you to take care of. His hand slipped into a folder and pulled out 2 photos. One was a mugshot of a man I recognized as a local pimp. The second photo, however, was much more sinister. It was a photo of a shinobi. It took everything I had to remain stoic. Recognize them? He asked. This is Kirichi, I said as I pointed to the mugshot. He owns both a brothel and a dispensary. I recall early in the week his brothel was getting a lot of buzz. Apparently he was letting both the girls and the clients use his drugs during their services. It was only a few days before that portion of the street was in chaos. He has no control over them, and he doesn't care. And this is Tuya. He's a chunin. He started hanging around bars recently. Been saying a lot of stuff about the daimyo and the kages. A lot of arguments started. Every time he gets kicked out of the bar for starting fights. But he just goes to the closest bar after that, gets drunk and starts the whole thing over again. I want you to fix it. His tone was firm, but I couldn't decipher it completely. It seemed like he was asking me to kill a leaf shinobi, but didn't want to make it explicit. Understood, I'll take care of it, was my response, and he dismissed me shortly after. Jiraiya sat there, clearly deep in thought as he considered the contents of Shikamaru's report. So now we know for a fact he's taking police matters into his own hands. This is insane. Ino cut in. You basically just agreed to killing another leaf shinobi. Before anyone could even say anything, there was a buzz on Jiraiya's desk that made everyone silent. No worries, it's Team 7. It will be safe to keep discussing, Jiraiya informed them. Are you seriously going to do it? Lord Jiraiya, are you really going to greenlight this? Ino continued. Greenlight what? Came the voice of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura behind him and clearly ready to turn in their own mission report. Danzo has given his first real orders to Shikamaru, Jiraiya responded. And they're not pretty. We knew from the start it would be like this, Sasuke chimed in. We can't fold now. He pretty much asked me to murder Tuya. Name ring a bell? Shikamaru asked. Tuya? He's a friend of my family. He's got a daughter and nobody else really, Sakura said. Fuck. Shikamaru groaned in disgust. Come on, this is insane. I mean, he didn't outright tell you to murder him, right? Maybe there's another way, Naruto asked. This is basically a test, like Sasuke said, the first one. We can't just hide in a corner now, Jiraiya told them all. Well, what are your orders gonna be then, pervy sage? Naruto asked. I don't know. This really is shit. Ino could be right. Maybe we don't have to kill Tuya. But even if we pull off that miracle, he'll probably order more unjust murder, the Hokage said. This is how the guy thinks. We need to show him we think like him. If it wasn't me, he would have gotten someone else to do it. Maybe Tuya's fate was already written. If we interfere with it, we'll just be hurting ourselves. Shikamaru said. That was really cold, Shika. Ino said. She's right. Naruto agreed. Say you do this, take a father away from her daughter. Where do you draw the line? Where do we draw the line? Naruto said the last part with a steely look at both Jiraiya and Shikamaru. Both shared an uneasy look, unable to answer Naruto's question. Jiraiya broke the silence first. In the following days, Kiba and Neji will be in his ranks anyway. Let's just see what type of orders he gives them before we decide on anything concrete. Kiba Inuzuka, kneeling across from Danzo Shimura, was scared. Not because he was deep in espionage, not because the man before him could probably kill him at a moment's notice, but because this was nothing like Shikamaru's reports suggested. Shikamaru's reports had told a tale of chilling and covert meetings, but never with this level of tension. Danzo Shimura was much more menacing to look at in person. While not particularly tall, everything about his aura was dominant. The heavy-set brow, deep wrinkles, even the X-shaped scar was more intimidating than the photos suggested. The features gave a glimpse of a man who had probably seen and done more unpleasant things than even most veteran shinobi. Despite some frail features, nothing about this man was frail. Kiba could always faintly hear Danzo's steady breathing, never wavering. Every movement the man made was deliberate. Not once did his hands shake or stumble when doing something. When he spoke, Danzo's voice was clear, deep, and steady. With seemingly very little effort, he could project his voice incredibly far. If you happened to look in his eyes, it was even worse. Well, actually, just one eye. Danzo had bandages around his left eye and forehead. Jiraiya and Shikamaru were almost certain a Sharingan was hidden behind it. In one way, Danzo did remind him of the other individual who hid a Sharingan. Kiba had only had the privilege of seeing Kakashi in serious battle mode once, during a mission they were on. He recalled looking into Kakashi's eyes back then. Even without the killer intent, the scowl Kakashi Hatake made was enough to intimidate most shinobi. One look into them and it felt as though Kakashi had already planned multiple different brutal ways to kill him. Of course, Kakashi softened up and returned to regular lazy expressions soon enough. Danzo did not. Looking into Danzo's eyes was like looking into the eyes of a bloodlust Kakashi, except they were always like that. Even with only one of his eyes being exposed, it was still just as intimidating. None of this was mentioned in Shikamaru's reports, and Kiba was beginning to wonder what he'd gotten himself into. Shikamaru was also treated closer to an equal in the reports. What Kiba was experiencing now was unadulterated submission. You understand, do you not, of the implications of this position, and the dedication it requires? Danzo asked in his commanding tone. Yes, sir. Kiba responded with no hesitation. Words mean very little en route. There's a mission you need to complete to prove your dedication to our movement. Sasuke and Sakura sat perched in a tree, eyes laser-focused on a tunnel that led underground. They'd sat there for a while, staring down like hawks, and it finally paid off when their target appeared. A hooded figure sprinted outside of the tunnel, the quiet commotion of a few other ANBU running after them. The pair wasted no time diving down and intercepting the hooded figure, who launched a flurry of weapons at them. It was of no concern to the pair, however, as they didn't even bother to dodge and went straight, pinning the shinobi down. Their target struggled uselessly, trying to escape their grasp as Yamato and Yugao emerged from the tunnel as well. Hawk, Groundhog, good job, Yamato said as Yugao pulled down their captor's hood. There you are, Yugao said, looking dead in his eyes. Thought it'd be easy to commit treason? She taunted. Fuck you, the shinobi replied. Yugao struck him, causing a gash to appear and blood to run down his forehead. Not a nice thing to say to someone, she responded sarcastically. You know how it works. Tell us how much damage you've done. Why should I tell you a thing? What's that gonna get me from you? Damn village never gave me a thing anyway. What, you think you have something to take away from me? I was born an orphan and shoved into this little mercenary business called the Hidden Village. I never had anything to lose in the first place, so you can skip your questions. I'm not answering them. The contempt in the man's tone ran deep, and they had difficulty keeping their composure. Yugao only grunted in annoyance. That's what they all say, T&I's gonna drag it out of you anyway, and if they find out you lied after being caught they're not gonna be nice to you. So how about you save yourself some future heartache and just answer our questions? The man stared a moment, never dropping his scowl, and simply spit on the ground. Yugao sighed in annoyance. Can't say we didn't warn you. And she took out a scroll with a seal on it, forcing it into his mouth and tying it around his head. Take him away, we'll clean up here and head straight back, she told the pair, who dragged him off to a nearby tree to further bound and blindfold the man up. I'll hold on to him, Yamato said when he and Yugao reappeared from the tunnel and took their captor, before they all departed. This our life now? Being Hunter Nin? Sakura whispered to Sasuke as they catapulted through the forest. We keep being assigned to these, so probably, Sasuke replied. So weird that Danzo hasn't taken interest in us yet, especially you, Sakura said. Who knows what goes through that scoundrel's head? Anyway, it doesn't matter, I actually like it like this. Hunting Rouge Shinobi. You're not waiting to be assigned to a specific one, are you? Sakura asked cheekily despite the dark territory she just turned the conversation to. I'm absolutely waiting for that, Sasuke responded, and there was a few minutes of silence after that. I wouldn't mind being Hunter Nin either. We're pretty good at it so far, Sakura finally said. Sasuke turned to look at Sakura, not that she could really see his expression through the mask. As long as we stay together, he said to her, and Sakura was once again thankful the mask made it impossible to see her blush. In the dim room of the Hokage's office, surrounded by her comrades, Ino Yamanka struggled to think how she ever thought Monday's meeting was tense. Because this meeting was infinitely more tense. Look, I'm not gonna ask you again, what were the details of the mission Danzo assigned to you? Jiraiya said angrily. I don't know what mission you're talking about, or why you called me here. Don't you have more important things to do anyway? The south side of the village is deteriorating rapidly, and you haven't assigned any more ANBU to it. Kiba responded hotly. Excuse me? Jiraiya replied in shock, his eyes narrowed on Kiba while the others looked at each other in confusion. I don't understand why we're in ANBU if you don't give us any real missions. Kiba's voice rose rapidly. You think being Hokage is some fool's job? You think you can spend your days perving on women instead of doing your job? Before Jiraiya could respond, Kiba had begun to move towards him. The rest of the root infiltration division had already anticipated this though. Shikamaru and Naruto grabbed Kiba from both sides while the rest readied their weapons. Ino! Jiraiya barked. Yes, sir? Ino asked. Check his mind, something isn't right. Ino didn't hesitate to pace ahead of the desk and perform her mind transfer jutsu on Kiba. It was only a few moments after performing the jutsu that she returned to her body. There's something disturbing his chakra system. I can't get a good look at his memories, especially the ones with Danzo. Ino continued to examine Kiba for a moment. His mouth. Both Ino and Sasuke said it. Sasuke, who had activated his Sharingan to get a better look. Yes, I think it's a seal, Ino said. Without even receiving the order, Kakashi materialized in front of Kiba, grabbing him by the face and forcing his mouth open. In a bizarre next move, Kakashi pulled Kiba's tongue out of his mouth, immediately running chakra through it, and exposing a seal that lit up bright purple. Kiba let out a sound of agony before kicking Shikamaru straight in the leg. His arm dove into his weapon's pouch, and it was only the swift response of Niji that stopped Kiba from slicing his own stomach open. What the hell is happening? Shikamaru said through a cough. Danzo must have done it, Jiraiya said and stood up abruptly, only to have Sasuke and Sakura appear at his sides in a defensive position. Be careful, Lord Hokage, they said to him. Everybody shut up, Ino yelled. His mind is completely compromised. We can't freak out and we need to be extremely careful about how we approach this next. Kakashi, don't tamper with the seal until I've taken another look. You sure about this, kid? Jiraiya asked and looked her in the eyes. Ino nodded confidently, and Jiraiya decided to listen to her. Alright, everyone listen to Ino. We can't risk inviting her father right now. Shikamaru, bind Kiba now, Ino ordered. Shikamaru did as he was told. I warn you, this is exceedingly difficult. He's pouring every ounce of strength into maiming himself. He spat out. Sakura, disarm him. Disarm Niji, Kakashi, and me as well. We can't risk him being near weaponry. Jiraiya had shot up as the door to his office opened. Not now, Yamato. At the front of his office stood an extremely upset Yamato. But I dash. Explain it afterwards, Yamato. You're supposed to be guarding this building. Jiraiya snapped, nearly losing his temper. Forgive me, sir. Yamato managed to let out before shutting the door. Ino didn't waste a moment paying attention to Yamato's interruption. Naruto, Niji, I don't care that he's been disarmed or that he's binded. Hold him steady. Sasuke, your job is to guard Kakashi and I. Sasuke nodded and went through a series of hand seals, activating his lightning chakra mode and standing by the pair. Kakashi, I'm going to connect our minds and then swap with Kiba. The rest of you just have to stand by. Ino said before she closed her eyes and went into focus, was able to calm down for the next 3 minutes as Ino stood still. The only noise that could be heard was Kakashi's occasional tampering with the seal, and Shikamaru's quiet cries of pain. Ino finally spoke out of nowhere, giving everyone a mini heart attack. Just hold on a little longer, Shika. I'm running out of chakra, he managed to say between heavy breaths. Just until Kakashi is finished, she begged. He's pushing so hard, Shikamaru replied. For another 15 seconds everyone watched, heart rates once again sky high. Shikamaru finally let out one last scream of agony before falling to the ground. Ino was violently pushed back into her own body, also falling to the floor. Kiba snapped back awake, desperately trying to catch his breath. Were we fast enough? Ino asked from the floor. Yes, we were, Ino. Good job, you too, Kakashi praised. Couldn't have done it without you, Ino replied softly as she was held up by a worried Naruto. Sasuke, you go swap with Yamato. Ino, Kakashi, one of you tell me what the hell just happened, Jiraiya said. What happened is Danzo showed us his weapon, Kakashi began. When we looked into Kiba's memories, we found he treated Kiba far differently from Shikamaru. Different to the point of putting a seal on his tongue to prevent betrayal. That's what Yamato must have been freaking out over. Speak of the devil, Jiraiya said as Yamato entered the office. Forgive me, Lord Hokage. I should have been able to warn you about the seal, Yamato said solemnly. Nonsense, Yamato. We know what he did to you. Your memories are all broken, even TNI independently verified it, Jiraiya replied. I know, but it was like, the moments before it happened I could almost tell. I should have been able to warn you. It could have cost Kiba his life. Seriously, don't beat yourself up over it, Jiraiya ordered. Your loyalty isn't questioned here. Yes, Lord Hokage, Yamato said. As I was saying, Kakashi continued, the seal compels the user to keep root secrets at all costs. Before applying the seal, Danzo did have a lot of negative things to say about you. From our vantage point, I couldn't tell if genjutsu was involved, but whatever the true nature of it was, the Kiba we saw earlier was cracking under the pressure. And what about Kiba now? Jiraiya asked. Ino, who Naruto had to assist to stand, responded. It's really hard to say. We managed to keep the seal intact, not visibly tampered with. But to maintain Kiba's state of mind is going to take constant upkeep. Even then it's a risk. We need to keep him together at all costs, Jiraiya said. Forgive me, Lord Hokage. I compromised the mission. Kiba had finally gotten up. Are you sure you can keep your head in the game? Jiraiya questioned. Ino answered for him. We need to be especially careful. We should keep him at arm's distance, only interacting with him in short bursts. If the mission and betraying Danzo is on his mind too often, it could trigger the seal and cause another outburst. You plan on taking responsibility for that? Jiraiya asked. Yes, sir, and of Niji too. Danzo will likely try the same thing on him. I'll hold you to that. Next is Shikamaru, Jiraiya said, but Shikamaru was still on the floor, snoring. Ino threw a stapler at him. We all know you're awake, dumbass. Jiraiya laughed for the first time all night, causing Naruto to also smile. It was hard to see his teacher becoming more and more uptight and serious all the time. All right, Shikamaru bemoaned as he stood up. Someone should escort Kiba out of here, by the way, if we're going to continue this conversation. I already know what you're going to ask. Why didn't I get sealed? Precisely, Jiraiya said as Sakura shooed Kiba out of the room. I knew from the start he was being too open with me. I was sort of expecting something like this would happen. You saw the way Kiba broke. Whatever mind-altering abilities he has, they clearly have some sort of limits, maybe a scarcity to their use. It's probably risky to use something like that on me, when I'll be surrounded by other similarly intelligent people at home. What if it isn't that? What if it's a test? Kakashi chimed in. We know he's paranoid. What if he suspects something? If it is, it would be a pretty good way of throwing us off. Shikamaru responded. I'm not sure if I buy that though. Well, Neji is next. If he uses a tongue seal on Neji, that means they're probably standard practice. Jiraiya said. If that happens, that might confirm I'm a special case. Shikamaru said. When we looked into Kiba's memories, we saw that Danzo's already assigned him a mission. Ino said. Then Shikamaru is almost certainly a special case. He knows how smart you are. He might be playing some sort of long game, or have ulterior motives with you. Regardless, we're going to go ahead as if this incident didn't happen. Jiraiya said. Understood, Lord Hokage. Everyone said in unison. Ino, Kakashi, I'm going to assign you to a decoy mission sometime around Kiba's route mission. You're to use that mission to tail Kiba and keep him from falling under Danzo's grasp. As for the rest of you, we're not going to meet like this for a while. Revert to more covert information exchanges. This incident highlights how high alert Danzo is about even the most secret things in this village. Disappearing on his 15th birthday wasn't exactly what Naruto Uzumaki considered a good idea, especially since most of his previous birthdays had been spent alone. Leaving now, when he had finally formed bonds in a village where most people merely tolerated his presence, didn't thrill him at all. You ready? Kakashi asked as they slipped through the various A and BU alternative exits along the Konoha border, which doubled as traps for any enemy shinobi foolish enough to use them. Ready? Naruto was rarely ready, and that never really mattered anyway. His mind flashed back to the quiet farewells he'd shared. Sakura had cried when she hugged him goodbye, which was actually the most normal reaction he'd received. Sasuke told him to get stronger, but it carried a strangely personal tone. What? Were they planning a rebellion together? Ino hadn't cried at all, but it seemed like she had been holding back the whole time. Whatever she wanted to say, she chickened out. And the final goodbye wasn't from Shikamaru, Chuji, Kiba, Neji, or even Hinata. It was Tsunade Senju. Just as Naruto and Kakashi left Jiraiya's office, she was standing there, leaning against the wall like some sort of messenger from the future. She didn't say anything at first, just let herself be stared at. A look of apprehension was etched on Naruto and Kakashi's faces. Tsunade rolled her eyes. Good luck, kid, was all she ended up saying. Yeah, I'm ready, Naruto finally replied. Neji Hyuga's heart felt like it was about to burst out of his chest. The dim lighting of Hayashi's office suggested it was evening, but it was actually noon, right on the dot. Neji had chosen to break into Hayashi's office in the middle of the day, noting that Hayashi always took Hanabi to lunch on this day of the week. Even still, he couldn't help the adrenaline coursing through his body, the fear that at any moment he'd be caught in this treasonous act. What was he here for again? Oh yeah, Tensigen. That was the word taught to him by Danzo. Danzo wanted to use the Tensigen to lure out Orochimaru. He just needed actual proof it existed first. Neji had almost scoffed when Danzo suggested there was an evolution to the Byakugan. Having grown up in the clan, he had never been told about such a thing, and he doubted it existed at all. Danzo insisted, claiming that the Hyuga had become disconnected from the knowledge of their ancestors during the peace following the Warring States period. Despite his apprehension, Neji did as he was told and examined Hayashi's office closely. He'd skimmed through every scroll he could find, but the word Tensigen didn't appear once. As he put the last scroll back in the bookcase, his fingers felt the slightest inconsistency in the wall behind it. Leaning down, he activated his Byakugan to take a closer look and found something resembling a drawer, though it had no handle. Using his chakra, he stuck his fingers to the drawer and slowly slid it out. 3 scrolls lay inside, and Neji grabbed them hastily. His eyes widened in shock as he unfurled them. Illustrations of a violet pupil, instructions, everything was laid out right there. Danzo was right. The Tensigen did exist. Niji hurriedly rolled the scrolls back up and stashed them in an empty weapons pouch. Perfect. Now he just needed to get this back to Danzo. Wait, that wasn't right. He had a mission. A mission for the Hokage. Niji felt the curse seal on his tongue tighten a bit, and his thoughts began to cloud. Ino and Kakashi had warned him about this. He needed to clear his mind when he felt the seal's influence. Overthinking the betrayal of Danzo could activate it. But what was he supposed to do now? Since it wasn't nighttime yet, he couldn't meet with Danzo anyway. First, he needed to get out of Hayashi's office. And that's exactly what he did. Niji walked the streets of Konoha outside the Hyuga compound and found himself heading toward the shopping district. He wasn't sure why his feet had led him there, and paranoia was creeping into his mind. Was this how Kiba had felt? Kiba must have had it worse. He hadn't had any preparations from Ino and Kakashi like Niji did. Still, he couldn't make up his mind. The urge to inform Danzo battled against his better judgment. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder, and Niji nearly jumped out of his skin. It belonged to Shikamaru Nara. Oh, this was a friendly face, right? Shikamaru's lips moved, but hardly any sound came out before he vanished. Thankfully, Niji remembered he could read lips, and Shikamaru told him to head to Training Ground 6. Niji obeyed without really thinking about it. Training Ground 6 had no clearings, so he wandered into the trees a bit until another familiar face materialized in front of him, Yamato. Hey Niji, would you like to come with me to the Hokage's office? Yamato asked. Yes, that sounds good, Niji replied, feeling his nervousness dissipate as Yamato led him through the forest. Shikamaru had just finished the final touches on his disguise. He'd spent a long time on this particular outfit. The ANBU had taught them that the more parts of a transformation were real, the harder it would be to see through them. Now he was using those same principles to escape the attention of ANBU itself. Tonight, he wasn't Shikamaru Nara. He was Sven, the most intimidating transformation he could muster. Okay, yes, it was a strange name that didn't sound like someone from Konoha at all. But if he did this right, it wouldn't matter. He checked himself out in the mirror once more, suddenly grateful for the grueling physical training he'd endured since becoming a Chunin. His larger physique made the transformation much more believable than it otherwise would have been. On top of his lowered bun, Shikamaru wore a deep red vest and a sleeveless jacket. He'd even found a gold ring to use as a necklace. Shikamaru inhaled deeply and mustered the best transformation jutsu he could. It was perfect. The Shikamaru in the mirror, Sven, stared back at him. Several inches taller, significantly more muscular, slightly thicker eyebrows, blue eyes, and some facial hair. He heard a long whistle from his father. You really went all out, even added chest hair, his dad said. Think it's too eccentric for Konoha? Shikamaru asked. Not at all, especially in the red light district. Lots of unique characters there. Spend a fair bit of time there? Shikamaru asked. Shikaka's face turned slightly red. Only for drinking, he insisted. Anyway, you're missing something. Here. Shikaka handed his son a cigarette box, popping one in his mouth and opening a lighter for him. Shikamaru inhaled as the cigarette lit and immediately began to cough. Why do you and Asuma like this stuff? He wheezed between coughs as he took the lighter and cigarette box from his dad. You've got about 30 minutes to get used to it, his father teased, and Shikamaru groaned in response. So, what have you decided? Are you going to kill him, Kirichi? I won't have a problem with that. I don't even need to tell you how he treats those girls or how much worse they're being treated now that many of the clients are high. Tuya, though, you're going to try to intimidate him, aren't you? That's what this whole get-up is for, Shikaka asked. Something along those lines, Shikamaru admitted. I'm sorry it has to be like this, Shikamaru, his father said. I can't stop thinking about what Naruto asked us about what point is too far. Is this already too far? We already have a lot of evidence. Shouldn't that be enough to take him down? If that were enough, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Make no mistake, son, you don't get into such a covert position of power alone. You've read the files. The Sandame's tolerance of Danzo was disturbing, and that's just the ones we have access to. The true details of the Uchiha massacre are still virtually unknown. God knows what kind of crimes he's committed since then. Until we know how far his influence extends, it would be unwise to try to assassinate him or bring him to trial. I know. We don't know how expansive Root actually is, but what if it's like Ino said? What if that's just something we tell ourselves to justify our existence as shinobi? Can we say for certain that there's a net benefit to not acting now? Shikamaru questioned. You know, son, every Nara reaches this point. You're slowly realizing the flaws in this shinobi system. Most of us tend to realize too late, are too cowardly to sacrifice our comfortable lives, or realize they can't fix everything on their own, usually a combination of all three. I'm not saying this to stop you. I'm just saying it is a dangerous path to tread. If you think you can bear that burden while also carrying on as a shinobi, you'll be stronger for it. But it's not an easy road. Don't worry. I won't go around slaughtering anyone I disagree with. I believe you. Just don't hesitate to act when you need to. Yeah, Shikamaru said, allowing a heavy sigh to escape him. As he walked through the streets, Shikamaru suddenly spotted Toya next to him. He shot a sidelong glance at the man and noted that his stride was still steady. Fine, he could ignore Toya for now and wait until the guy got drunk before stepping in front of him. Their paths diverged as Toya headed into a bar while Shikamaru turned into an alleyway. Shikamaru wrinkled his nose in disgust. If there was one thing he hated, it was the red light district. It made it easy to criticize the Hokage for Danzo's shady dealings, but the truth was that Danzo's methods were just a worse version of Konoha's already illogical approach. The red light district had been around for as long as the village itself. The village knew that criminalizing prostitution didn't stop it from happening, yet they refused to implement protections for the women involved, only intervening when things got too rowdy or dangerous. He had once brought it up to Ino, who boldly asked Jiraiya directly why he hadn't done anything about it. It was amusing to see Jiraiya's uncomfortable expression when she told him she was pretty sure he had used their services before, questioning how he could stand by while knowing what their environment was like. Jiraiya sympathized with Ino but deflected, telling her that any legislation not directly related to shinobi had to go through the daimyo, who held bizarre views on such matters. As a result, Konoha, and most other towns in the Fire Country, was limited in its power. Arriving at Kirichi's brothel, Shikamaru couldn't help but doubt Jiraiya's claims. The buildings were in disrepair, with both men and women passed out, some clearly delirious. Was this really all Konoha could do? So what if the village took control of the red light district? Would the daimyo even know? What would he say? Stop keeping intoxicated and often violent shinobi from abusing the prostitutes? Would that be the daimyo's response? And what would he do? Cut funding for the village over it? Careful, Shikamaru, he thought as he quickly scaled the wall of Kirichi's establishment. Are those your own thoughts, or are they Danzo's? There's no doubt he has a Sharingan in his left eye. Shikamaru refocused on the task at hand. He used the roof access to sneak into the stockroom of the dispensary. At the far end of the room, away from the entrance, Shikamaru planted an explosive seal. On the roof, he ran his chakra through the proximity seal connected to the explosive and stuck it in the inner layer of a brown cotton bag. Back on the street, Shikamaru steeled himself before entering the brothel. Just as he expected, Kirichi was there, acting as the clerk. A few men were scattered around the place, acting as bodyguards. To Shikamaru's dismay, Kirichi's face lit up the moment he saw him. Did Shikamaru resemble someone Kirichi knew? Evening, Shikamaru said to Kirichi. Evening. What brings you to my establishment? Kirichi asked rhetorically. I heard this is the best place in the village to get your rocks off. Shikamaru replied. That it is, Kirichi said confidently. I take it you want a little extra? He asked, making an ambiguous shaking motion with his hands. Shikamaru grunted in approval as he fished for money in his pocket. What type of girls do you like? Kirichi inquired. As long as they're pretty, right? Shikamaru replied, letting a hint of a smirk appear as he dropped some cash on the table along with the brown bag. Kirichi whistled. That's a fair chunk of change. You northerners really know how to play hard, don't you? Yeah, I like the hard stuff. Heard you keep it in stock here. Shikamaru responded with a fake grin. I've made good friends with a lot of your type. I can offer you a discount, Kirichi suggested, handing a few bills back. Thanks, but that's okay. How about you just keep it and deliver my things to my door? I'm a bit impatient tonight. This was going better than he had hoped. He didn't want to be visibly served when Kirichi blew up in a few minutes. Whatever you say, boss. Left side door 5. You'll find a pretty lady waiting for you there. You can get acquainted while I fill your little friend up, he replied, taking the bag and disappearing into the room adjacent to the stockroom, most likely locking the money up before even serving him, which was pretty much what Shikamaru expected from a guy like him. He walked away, scanning the left side of the hallway for door 5. He found it quickly and slipped inside. The room had no windows, and the walls were covered in a peculiar uneven foam that resembled a cheese grater pattern. Shikamaru figured it was for soundproofing, with a plain bed and a couple of low lights. At least the rooms were less visibly dirty than the rest of the establishment. Then came the worst part of the room. A figure stood up, probably about 5 feet 5 inches, with teal eyes and sandy blonde hair tied up in pigtails, wearing fishnets and nothing else to cover her smooth skin. What the actual fuck? This can't be happening right now, Shikamaru thought. The woman looked almost identical to Temari. Good evening, sir, she said cheerfully. Shikamaru's mind was in disarray, half unable to think, while the other half calculated just how unlikely it was that this woman looked like her. Sir, are you okay? She asked. No, Shikamaru was not okay. He was not there to sleep with this woman. He was just stalling until Kirichi was finished. This was not okay. He hadn't signed up for any of this. Oh, I get it, you're one of the shy ones, she said as she approached Shikamaru. No, it's just that I ordered some things for us, and they're not here yet, he stammered, but it didn't stop Temari Light from moving closer. Oh, that's okay, sir. We don't have much time. We should get to know each other, she replied, pushing Shikamaru against the wall. Shikamaru's mind flashed back to that summer, the last day he had with Temari, all those months ago. The woman laid her hand on his chest, just like she had. What's your name? Was her question, but when Shikamaru's eyes met hers, the only word his brain processed was promise? The last time Shikamaru had slipped away, lying to her so he could start this ridiculous evidence-gathering mission to take down a man that any reasonable Kage would have just ordered executed. There it was again. Were those Shikamaru's true feelings about the Hokage, or was it Danzo's? Had he already been influenced? His head spun with the thoughts and emotions he had been building up. He needed to de-escalate this as soon as possible. But when Shikamaru came back to reality, there she was again, looking up at him. It wasn't her. Of course it wasn't her. But it still felt like he was betraying her all over again. My name's S. Shikamaru was never more relieved to hear a minor explosion. The girl in his arms jumped in surprise, and before Shikamaru could say anything, one of Kirichi's guards burst into the room. Get out! The man barked at him. What the hell do you mean get out? I paid for my time here! Shikamaru retorted, feigning anger. I don't care, the guard replied, placing his hands on Shikamaru's shoulders. Fine, fine, Shikamaru shot back. Just get your filthy hands off me. He left the room, relieved to see that the other customers were also being forced out of their rooms. No one suspected a thing. Shikamaru shuffled out of the building, surprising himself when he pulled a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his jacket pocket. His shaky hands brought the lighter up to his mouth. Sure, he could have snapped his fingers and ignited a flame on his thumb using his chakra, but there was something more therapeutic about the lighter. The cold metal, the grating of his thumb against the flint wheel, the action of bringing the flame to the tip of the cigarette. As he inhaled, his mind snapped back to what had just happened in his room. He wondered if he would have gone through with it. Surely he wouldn't have, but why had he started to answer her question? His overactive mind spiraled deeper into his anxieties. Would it have felt good? Would he have been satisfied? Would it have pacified the overwhelming emotions he was experiencing? Or would it have felt dirty? Would it have filled him with guilt? Would he have gone more than once? Each encounter more shameful than the last? How would it feel to be with the real Temari after that? Shikamaru shuddered, for the first time in a while genuinely unsure whether he would have made the right decision. It wasn't like with Danzo, where he could shift the responsibility to his superiors. This was all on him. Shikamaru walked through the red light district, eyes downcast, avoiding the curious gazes of the men who wanted what he had just experienced. Shikamaru stepped into a dark alleyway, hoping to find a shadowed corner to pull himself together. He was lucky. A guard he had been tailing was on break, smoking a cigarette of his own, when Shikamaru spotted him. The guard's face was shadowed, but Shikamaru could see he was smiling. "What's so funny?" Shikamaru asked as he approached. "Nothing, just the irony," the guard said, shaking his head. "What do you mean?" Shikamaru pressed, feeling the need to know more. "You know this district is pretty notorious," the guard said. "But then you find yourself right in the middle of the best brothel in town, right?" Shikamaru shifted, feeling like an intruder. He thought he'd be left alone for a moment, but the guard was now staring right at him. "You look like you just had the time of your life," he said, crossing his arms. "I didn't," Shikamaru said flatly. "That's not why I'm here." "Sure, you're not. You look like you're holding a secret," the guard replied. Shikamaru sighed. "I'm just trying to stay out of trouble. I thought I'd grab a drink and see what this place was all about," he explained. "Yeah? Well, if you're looking for trouble, I can assure you you're going to find it here," the guard warned. "Don't I know it?" Shikamaru said, trying to mask the concern in his voice. The guard chuckled lightly, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Just be careful out here, man. The shadows have a way of creeping up on you." Shikamaru nodded, feeling the weight of the guard's warning settle on him like a thick fog. He stepped back into the street, realizing he was out of his depth. He didn't belong here. This was not who he was. The night felt long and dark as he wandered the streets, wrestling with the mess that was his life. It felt good to light a cigarette, but at the same time, it left him feeling hollow. Tuya glared at him and took a slow breath before responding. "It's easy to say that. I don't know anything other than this job. It's easy to complain too." Shikamaru shot back. "Did you come here just to make me feel like crap?" Tuya asked. "How about this? I'll buy you a better drink than whatever that is. We can sit down and complain together. Then you can go home and do your best not to spend your nights here anymore." "Sounds good to me," Tuya finally replied. Shikamaru was obscenely drunk, which made it hard to act normal when he took the backdoor entrance to the Hokage's office and found Hayashi Hyuga also waiting to be let in. "So what are you in for?" Shikamaru asked coolly. "What are you talking about, kid? This isn't prison," Hayashi replied incredulously. "Sorry, I almost lost it trying to act normal around Danzo," Shikamaru admitted. "You'd best wait until we're inside the Hokage's office to start discussing matters so freely," Hayashi said. "Oh crap. That means you're here about." Shikamaru leaned in and whispered. "Niji." Hayashi rolled his eyes, relieved when the door finally opened. Yugao's purple hair was the only thing Shikamaru used to navigate the dark tunnels of the back entrance. So when they entered Jiraiya's office and her location became ambiguous, he fell flat on his face. Jiraiya was glad Ino waited until after the sound-dampening seals were activated to burst out laughing, and he joined her in laughing at Shikamaru's expense. Shikamaru struggled to get to his feet and then counted the number of people in the room. "I thought we promised not to meet like this anymore," Shikamaru said dully. Well, I couldn't help it with this," Jiraiya replied. Ino finally paused her laughter. "I can't wait until this is all over. I'm going to tell Tamari all up." "Don't talk about Tamari," Shikamaru interrupted almost violently, his words free of slurring. Even Hayashi winced at the venom Shikamaru managed to inject into those 4 words. "Geez, what happened to you, kid?" Jiraiya asked. "Don't want to talk about it," he said as he finally got up. "Actually, you have to write a report on it in full detail," Jiraiya insisted with an authoritative edge. "Every last detail," Shikamaru lied. "How did Danzo not kill you?" Ino asked. "Speaking of which, did you? Lucky for Tuya, he's lying in his bed instead of in a ditch. Danzo actually took it pretty well. I framed it as preserving valuable leaf assets by avoiding killing Tuya. Although I did leave out the part where I told Tuya he should probably quit being a shinobi. Bah, it doesn't matter. This'll all be over by the time anyone authorizes that release. We can lower his workload to pacify him until then too," Jiraiya said. "What about Karichi?" Ino asked. "Oh, that guy's dead. I didn't get a chance to see for myself, but I doubt he has any of his face left, considering where I placed the explosive seal. No mercy, Jiraiya said, somewhat impressed. I'm sure Danzo liked to hear that. Oh, he loved it. I think that helped hush any disappointment he had about the fact that Tuya lives another day. Shikamaru said. God, I wish Naruto were here. He'd love drunk, talkative Shikamaru. Ino said. Yeah, I'm sure that's the only reason you want him here. Shikamaru replied dryly. Speaking of which, what's up with that? No one told me he was going anywhere, and with Kakashi too, Naruto needs to train, but yeah, Kakashi not being here changes things up. I'll be working on Niji's seals, Jiraiya explained. What's going on with him anyway? He still looks like he's seen a ghost. Shikamaru commented, the ghost being Hayashi. Jiraiya said, acknowledging Hayashi for the first time since his arrival. Niji became even more visibly panicked when Hayashi joined the conversation. Calm down, you little thief. Nobody's prosecuting you, Jiraiya said as he touched his finger to Niji's head. What have you done, Niji? Hayashi asked. Niji had a blank expression for a moment, but then abruptly seemed to regain clarity. Much more than before, Jiraiya had closed off the tongue seal. Oh, you wouldn't believe the things this boy was taking from your office, Jiraiya teased. But this time Niji just wore a look of annoyance instead of fear. It was the seal. It made me think I had to be secretive about it. I forgot Hayashi even knew about this operation. Actually, I almost forgot about the operation entirely. This seal isn't to be taken lightly. I can't believe Kiba's even still on active duty, Niji said. Even Hayashi was finding some amusement in this. A sly smirk was forming. Find anything interesting? He joked. We laugh. But it's actually not funny at all, Hayashi, Jiraiya replied as Niji tossed his weapons bag onto the desk. Hayashi heard the clang of the scrolls bumping into each other. I've read every scroll in that office, he said as he took them out and started opening them. Other than the caged bird seal, there's nothing that would even remotely warrant this type of. Hayashi was in utter shock. First, there was a scroll in his office that his father neglected to properly pass down to him. Second, that there not only existed such a thing as a Tensigen, but also the details surrounding it. Third, and even more important than the second, Danzo intended to do something with these scrolls. You can't expect me to believe this is real, can you? Hayashi began in denial. The Tensigen can only manifest upon the death of the Byakugan user, after which it resurrects the user? Grants control over gravitational forces? Don't look at me like that, Hayashi. He found it in your office, Jiraiya said. If I may, Niji interrupted. Danzo ordered me to look for any documents about the Tensigen. Not only was he sure it was real, but he was also convinced that whatever powers it had, he could use to lure Orochimaru back to the village. What else did he say about Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked, suddenly much more interested. He was vague. He mentioned he was sick of Orochimaru messing up our plans. He didn't specify if Orochimaru was included in that hour. I figured as much. I'm fairly certain that guy has a strong connection to Orochimaru. It's one of the reasons I chose this route to take him down, Jiraiya replied. Hey, route, Shikamaru muttered to himself, causing everyone to stare at him. So what now? Will this be another thing you kindly asked to go his way for the purpose of further spying on him? Hayashi asked, clearly irritated. Not quite. What I want from you, Mr. Hyuga, is to edit an altered version of these scrolls. That's the one we're going to feed to Danzo.